got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. When you're coming back around.
Games of the future. future. We're here to win. Let the best win.
got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. When you're coming back around. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. When you're coming back around.
Games of the future. We're here to win.
got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. When you're coming back around. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. When you're coming back around.
Games of the future. We're here to win.
got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. When you're coming back around. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. When you're coming back around.
Games of the future. We're here to win. Let the best win. future. We're here to win.
got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. When you're coming back around. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. When you're coming back around.
Games of the future.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
MOBA Mobile is an esports discipline based on Mobile Legends Bang Bang and consists of a digital stage only. 16 teams compete in 5v5 matches played in a best-of-3 format. Throughout the tournament, all matches are played as best-of-3 series, with the first team to win 2 games claiming the series. The first game begins with a physical coin toss. The winning team chooses either its side of the map or first pick in the hero draft. In the second game, the choice automatically passes to the opposing team. If a third and deciding game is required, the right to choose is once again determined by a physical coin toss. Teams earn tournament points for each series victory in accordance with the tournament bracket.
Games of the future.
And welcome everybody to the final games of the future. Of course, here we're going to be looking at the best of our discipline of MOBA mobiles. If this is your first time watching, welcome, because we're going to be playing some MLBB with some of the best competitors from around the world and give you the best showcase of what's truly going to happen here today. Now, of course, it is me, GeekAy, who's going to be taking care of you guys, but we've also got LaFell on the other hand, straight back from Paris after MSCX EWC. LaFell, talk to me, because right now the metagame is seemingly very, very short. What are you feeling for the final games?
Honestly, what I'm feeling is it might be more or less the same as what we saw, honestly, just a week ago. By the way, both from Paris, quite a long flight. Even looking at the games between Vamos going up against Team Vitality, having a hero like Brody that's able to accelerate the game really does seem like it's going to help you out a lot. Even showing up with that Farsa I really feel like we're going to a metagame where who has the more damage will eventually win the game.
More damage, more power, shorter game times. And that's what everybody is looking to see here. Some jam action as much as they can possibly fit with the next 15 minutes or so. We'll see what the longest games are going to be and whether the quality is going to follow alongside it. For everybody who are just tuning in and you missed out the first half, our mobile works very, very simply. And we already have the brackets up for you guys. There are 4 separate groups. Each are looking to reach the grand finals at the very end there. But for now, we're going through rounds 1 alongside now, which is now going to be starting up to prepare for round 2. Even so, we still have our very first game on this stream. It's going to be Foot facing off against the Bushido Warriors. Now, this is interesting because, again, we saw a little bit of Foot, but the Bushido Warriors is an unknown team name, but I've been hearing whispers here and there about this team.
Yeah. Bushido Wildcats is very interesting. They have Sunshine, so that's great. By the way, in case anyone asks, Team Spirit is unfortunately hasn't been able to get there physically just yet. I think they're still in Paris. Maybe they're flying, so that's why they had a quote-unquote loss against Falcon. But it's really just because they weren't able to be there. We have more games. There are going to be 4 groups here, so this is still just the group stage. We do have an upper bracket as well as the lower bracket, so it does look like we're going to have quite a lot of games. And again, just to remind everyone, this is going to be a best of 3 in terms of how the meta shapes up. It's going to be interesting because tomorrow there will be a patch. I wonder how that's going to really affect the game.
Well, based on, the upcoming notes, it doesn't look like there's too much of a change, with the only big one being in Takaja. And forgive me, of course, the Bushido Wildcats. How could I? Still maybe a little loopy after.
Hey, honestly, Bushido Warrior sounds good too.
I know. It rolled off the tongue. It felt right, but no. For the sake of branding, Bushido Wildcats. It's a team that I'm going to keep a very close eye upon because we may see them potentially for ENC, potentially later down the line in the future, maybe for even Asian games. I don't know. We'll see whether or not they're going to appear in another international. But for the time being, right, with the metagame being so fast and so quick and everything that we have learned from MSC, do you think that we've figured out what the meta is just yet? Because I feel like a lot of people are like, man, you can play whatever you want in this meta and get away with it.
I feel like we roughly understand the meta, but it really does go down to whether you actually like playing that way. Because in terms of how the meta is really shaping up, it does seem like being able to win your lane and then translating that into your opponent's jungle is like quote unquote the best way to do it. And this second thing, I think this is the more easier path to understand, which is try to have only one scaling hero. I feel like that's something that a lot of players, ranked professional teams and etc., we've gotten so used to having 2 scaling heroes because the game will eventually hit to level, like 22 minutes and above. But now we don't get to that level. So I really feel like in terms of how the meta is shaping up, if you can have one reliable position 1 that can play in the late game, that's good enough. The rest of your team, I think you can have a secondary damage dealer that's good in the early game, and then the rest kind of have to be utility. They have to support you one way or the other, either in terms of giving you heals or giving you heal, right? Having a lot of crowd control does seem to be a lot better. Healing, so far, Rafa mid has been good. We haven't seen others. Well, Matilda as well. Matilda and Rafa, those are the 2 healers that really has been doing well.
I think both of them are doing really good just because of their early to mid game. Like, at least for Matilda, there's a lot more applications towards the later half of the game. For Rafa, a little bit less. You kind of want to end the game around 11 minutes. If it goes beyond that, you really just become like a traditional support in that sense. But let's come back to the positions 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down to 5, right? Because I think most people are thinking, oh, position 1, that's probably like either the jungler or the marksman at this stage of the game. And I think that the meta has kind of like stretched the meaning just a little bit. Essentially, you need your position 1 to be somebody who scales. We've seen Ling kind of fulfill that position 1 in the early weeks of MSC, but I think now the meta has developed even more. That's apparently just too slow.
Yeah, I feel like there is a future. In the game is a future. If someone really wants to use something like a Sicilian as the position 1, because Sicilian scales pretty well, and I feel like there is enough heroes to deal with assassins that you can kind of build a comp around that. We've seen, basically at this point, we're going to talk about comps with one core hero. Like we've had Akito Gold comps, we've had, Ling comps, which has fallen down quite a bit. And funny enough, even if we do see Aurora isn't really the comp that's built around. She's more like a position 2, position 3. She helps out other people. She's that early and mid. But then when you come to the late game, you still need someone reliable. See, Moskov, Claude, and the likes.
I think Aurora,
which is why I kind of Aurora. She doesn't really need all that farm. She just needs someone to kill, and then she's all good.
Yeah, maybe not just to kill, but to also like, because it really goes both ways. She's really good at setting up for the kills. She's really good at finishing off the kills, especially if you're chasing them down the lane. There's a lot of benefits to having Hirara on your side, and not to mention that a lot of her damage is directly tied to her levels. So as soon as you get that first kill, you start walking into enemy territory, take their buffs, take their little green camps, and you just accelerate that game. But speaking of acceleration, I think as of right now, EXP laners and supports are eating really, really good. I think this is one of the few metas that it doesn't feel that bad to play any other role, arguably, than jungle or gold lane. And I would still lean more towards the gold lane because it's important, but at the same time, it's really, really stale for the first 8 minutes of the game.
I gotta say, because they're eating so good, I really feel like organizations, whenever they're picking up players, they really gotta invest a lot in the EXP as well as the roam position, because sure, there are times where the EXP or the roam doesn't really contribute much, but I think for the past 1 or 2 years, we've seen a lot of final MVPs being the EXP laner, right? So whoever has the stronger frontline just translates to have an easier time for your gold lane. So even if you get the best gold laner in the world, if your frontline is crumbling, it really doesn't mean much. So yeah, I feel like the trend of EXP and roam being extremely important, especially EXP, is gonna continue on. So not gonna lie, I hope more organization, or in fact just more players, those young players, 14, 15-year-olds, try to main EXP and roam. That can really help you out in your career.
Absolutely. I mean, we've already seen, based off of the results of MSC, you know, Kid Bomba getting MVP really just goes to show how impactful you can be for just playing your lane or getting the right heroes. He went, what 0-7 on Phoveus and still got the MVP. He even mentioned it in his end game speech that, yeah, his team is part of this machine to get going, but without that linchpin, without somebody who's actively zoning, and more importantly, actively setting up these fights, it's kind of difficult to fit in the meta game. Yeah. With that being said, though, at the very least, I am more interested to see setups for Pharsa comps. That was the one thing that I was hoping for throughout MSC, and it only showed up towards the end. You know, teams like Falcons were able to use it. Haji, in particular, has some of the best performances on the Pharsa, but some teams kind of don't want to be in that position. Any particular reasons why?
I really feel like they're just not too confident with their mids being position 2 or 3, where it's kind of weird, where instead of a Pharsa, they much prefer a Selena, which I guess it's okay. I mean, like, here's the thing. One thing that I feel like why we feel like this meta is exciting, not just because of the change in jungle, but also like the heroes that are being used, especially by pro players, it requires a very high ceiling, right? Like, if you're really good at hero, then it would really stand out. So I feel like why Pharsa hasn't been picked up that much, because you're kind of paranoid that you can be dealt with any EXP laner or jungler. But honestly, after quite a few Pharsa games, I feel like the Pharsa is being protected quite well. So I think teams don't need to be as scared, because even when I'm playing mid, sometimes I'm like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna get bum rushed so many times, but then I'm like, wait, no, people don't really care about me anymore. People just want to go for the marksman. So I honestly feel like you can pick up the Pharsa. I feel like people pick up the Selena because they think it's safer, which she is. You don't have to. I feel like Pharsa is completely fine.
Yeah, I think that Pharsa does need just a little bit of a setup in the drafting phase, which is going to be like a big thing throughout the tournament. I think everybody hasn't really figured out what's the strongest openers, or more importantly, so a lot of their compositions are going to be revolving around what they practice rather than staying flexible, especially since we've seen some huge teams during MSC, the favorites even, getting knocked out pretty early on. Which brings us to the question, Foot Esports versus Bushido Wildcats, right? We don't have a lot of information going with Bushido Wildcats. Yes, there is a bit of information because some of their players have played on the stage before, but Foot Esports are looking to be the favorites. Do you think that this is going to be their overall play style? Play for 2 scalers, or in this case, 1 scaler and a hyper-aggressive early game?
I feel like one scaler and then another one that's very aggressive for early game, because Kazue is a hero where, he's a player where I don't remember him using a lot of scaling heroes. I mean, like, to be fair, the jungle hasn't had a need to be a scaler anyways. I feel like Kazue is going to be position 2 or 3, and then hoping for RX to have a good game in the laning phase, which I believe RX even brought out the what's her name in the gold lane?
The Hanabi?
No. The one. Wait. Oh, we might be looking DianFengYaoGuai against Entity 7.
Oh, fun.
Actually.
Hey,
okay,
look, we're presented by Freedom, so really it's up to them. You know, DianFengYaoGuai, I was also excited to talk about this team because, again, Chinese teams have been a big question mark, especially when they're facing up against another minor region in Entity 7 coming all the way from Latam. South America and as well as China have been up on the rise in recent tournaments. China more so particularly because they were able to get one of their teams through into the wildcard phase, and skip the entire wildcard phase and get that initial slot. So here, for all intents and purposes, we've got Entity 7 with Akashi, Doom, Hideon Bush, of course Haidom Bush, but everyone loves calling him Hideon Bush, Shin, and Vangwin. We have seen this team play before. They've caused huge upsets in our latest international.
But I do gotta say, I really want Shin to shine just a little bit more, because in the previous meta, when a tank is preferred in the jungle, Shin, in my opinion, really hard carried the team. But now it does. I don't know whether teams have just figured out how to shut him down, or I don't know, Doom's just performing much better. So the team is like, you know what, let's just let Doom carry, and then Shin just helping everyone else out. But yeah, I really hope, I just want to see a little bit more from Shin, because I really feel like he is an upcoming mid laner that everyone has to pay attention to.
I totally
Especially
agree.
because he has that S in his name. Right? Those S tier mids.
Yep. It fits his play style, right? As of right now, coming in from the metagame, you can already see him. He's playing with the fidget spinner, right? He's warming up those hands to get ready to play something highly mechanical. I'm going to assume that it's going to be Selena, but we'll never really know until we get into the draft, because that's the important thing, right? Drafting has already set so much of the tone during MSC, XEWC, but coming into Bigetron, right? It's improving upon the things that they learned. So I would assume, what do you think? Blue side or red side is strongest for you?
I kind of feel like unless you have a really cracked Aurora, I really feel a red side just a little bit better, because you have that final pick, which, considering that the meta is kind of open, makes it so that you can potentially counter quite a lot of drafts with that final pick, as well as having that good combo early on is going to be pretty important. Now we got Fish God, Lung, Yi1, Xiaoxi, as well as Zed, and this is very interesting because Yi1, personally for me, sticks out, but more so Zed. Back in M6, him on that jungle role really performed really well, especially on picks like the Nolan. It was unfortunate, you know, something happened and then they just couldn't make it past that stage. But now Zed going into the roam position, letting Xiaoxi be the jungler, is going to be pretty interesting, especially with the change of meta, making it so that damage junglers are more prominent. I wonder if they will stick with this, where Zed is just going to be the roam, or they're going to make some change.
I have to agree with you with all the points above, right? You know, the big question mark is whether Yi1 is ready, but even so, we've also seen a double fighter meta actually develop.
Oh, true.
So I don't know if Lung is actually prepared to play for those double fighters, or is he going to go back on the traditional marksman? Because we know for a staple fact, he plays a good Moskov, he plays a decent Claude, he plays a decent Harith as well. So all those traditional marksman styles, and for some teams, they weren't able to adapt to that. And that's why we saw a good number of upsets during our previous internationals. Coming into this, right, those are the things that we're going to be looking out for. We're going to be looking out for the positions of Zed. We're going to be looking out for Yi1's overall performance, and of course for compositions that may or may not benefit Lung.
Oddly enough, I still remember Lung's hero pool. It's all of you said, plus the carry and the Bruno.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, it's really just those heroes. I don't know if I have a really good memory or he just has a really small hero pool, but, you know, the hero that he uses is still pretty strong-ish. But I feel like he really needs those early game heroes. Unless they really like, okay, Lung, play position 1. All of us will do everything. You just come join us at minute 12.
At minute 12 is the place that they're going to actually go for it. Hopefully we get into the draft real soon here, as both teams, you know, are setting up and are prepared to actually head on into that. We'll get right to that as soon as it pops up. In the meantime, please enjoy the minions simulating what it looks like to be in a mobile MOBA.
Banana. Legit, I'm gonna learn the minion language just so that I can have a conversation with Brigida.
Oh my god, does she know fluent minion?
She can pretend. She can pretend.
She can pretend. All right, I'm pulling up some stats
I've only
here.
watched one. Despicable Me. She watched all.
Oh,
so the next international, I have to watch all of them. like 3 times to get the language down.
Hey, you better hope that's enough of a long flight to finish all the Despicable Me movies. And don't forget, it's not just the Despicable Me movies that you gotta watch. It's also the Minions side quest movies that you gotta watch on top of that. So that's a lot of media to consume. Now, I pulled up some stats from MSC, and for all the calculated games, right? This is all the data from beginning all the way to the very end. It's telling me that it's a 53.1% in favor of blue side compared to 46.9 on that red side. But I feel like when we start to cut the data down towards the end, I don't think blue side had that big of a win rate.
I think that one is, again, really like, because first pick, what do you get? You get Aurora. Other than that, I don't remember like a clear-cut pick. We've seen some Belleric first picks. We've seen some Valentina first picks, but that doesn't really shape the comp. I think like what really shaped it was that Aurora, where I feel like the reason why is just because you kind of want to ban her, but at the same time, other things are just a little bit more annoying. So you just have to deal with her.
Yep. It's all about finding the 2-for-1s in the draft, whether one hero can counter 2 other heroes on the opposite side. You're looking for ways to kind of influence certain aspects of the game. That's really the small advantages that you're trying to squeeze out of your draft in a lot of the types of compositions we should be seeing here today. One big dilemma that a lot of teams have either respected or opted to play a more pocket pick mid laner comes down to Atlas, Belleric, and Valentina, right? If all 3 are available, they're guaranteed 2 of them with Valentina +1, and then it's going to be Atlas on the opposite side. That's what we've seen 90% of the time.
By the way, this is such a long time before the draft. I think I can name all the sponsors. Thank you very much to Samru Kazina, Ministry of Tourism and Sport of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Astana Chess Federation, Halik Bank, Bank Center Credit, Alatau City Bank, Kazakh, Freedom, Yandex Go, Lancaster Group, Beeline, Buy Group, Kazakh Telecom, Air Astana, and Moon Global. Oh, goodness, that's a lot of sponsors. Shout out to you guys.
Yep, shout outs for making such an incredible event to allow us to have such cool graphics while we're waiting for these games. A lot of minions as well. I mean, you know, we've at this point, it's basically just another world war happening with a number of bodies that have already gone down. Can we get a minion death count here, just real quick for production? But we've also got an entire digital audience waiting to watch this upcoming game. And I mean, I'm excited to kick things off, but you know, until things are ready, a lot of things are happening at the same time. The Digital Games isn't just about the mobile MOBA. There's also a physical aspect to it. Yes, that's why they call it Digital and not Digital Games. It makes so much sense once you watch the mainstream, as so many major disciplines are coming together, either going for the laser tag, whether it's basketball, whether it's actual football on top of the eFootball. There's so much to watch here.
I mean, that's why they held it in Zaklisik Uskipirov Martial Arts Palace
in Kazakhstan. Yes. It's the only place to have not only the proper gear, but enough production space to fit all the digital aspects on top of it. So they are well prepared, right? Really well prepared.
I think we're actually waiting on the other stream to start their game as well, so that we can start at the same time. Where, let's see here, I think they are playing right now for Esports and Bushido Wildcats. So I just saw them getting ready in the other stream, presented by Freedom. Shoutouts Freedom. And do you want to try saying the venue name?
Oh, don't, please, dear God.
Zakislik Ushkempirov Martial Arts.
Yeah, I think I would rather walk into ongoing traffic, man. I think, you know, I would scale the Twin Towers by hand without a safety rope just so I don't have to say that. I will butcher it, and I refuse to butcher such a beautiful name. Even so, once we get the streams lined up, once everybody is prepared, and hopefully these players have already set up their phones, because again, every single time we expect these players to just, you know, sit down and get ready to play, that's just not the case, right? A lot of teams need to take the time, and especially now that we have many different configurations of heroes. Some have 3 abilities, some have 4 abilities, some have 2 abilities. You want to make sure that you customize, make sure that you have the proper setup for each of them.
Honestly, that slightly tilts me, because I think especially for Melissa needs a special configuration for you to really utilize her. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping in the draft here. Entity 7 will be first pick blue side, and DianFengYaoGuai is red side second pick. It looks like we already started the ban with the Bushido, Zushin, as well as Atlas ban by Entity 7, and then the Fanny, Selena, and the Freya ban by DianFengYaoGuai.
All right. So they've already kicked things off, and as expected, we get the Aurora as the instant first pick. And now the real question comes, who's going to get the Beleric on top of whether or not you want to pair it up with the Valentina to deny your opponent, or you're holding on to that mid pick to maybe get just a little bit more. And as of right now, getting a Valentina doesn't sound that bad when Marcel is already on the other side. Not to mention, they've also got the Barats.
Yeah, that or the Eudora as well, just to make sure that you can deny a potential assassin pick coming in from DianFengYaoGuai. But instead, they pick up the Harith here. Quite interesting, but it does seem like they want to speed the game up, where Harith might be position 1 here, and I feel like they can start things off by his first item. So DianFengYaoGuai, they have kind of a defensive start here with the Barats as well as the Marcel. They need some kind of firepower though, and I wonder if they want to go with a lot of crowd control with the Eudora, or do you want to pick up their gold laner now before it gets, banned out? Which I'm not even sure what this little one does. He want the Moskov or the Claude here going up against the Harith?
That's the thing. I feel like it's a lot safer to go for their gold. If they want to, they can set their mid laner first, and then afterwards just target ban down the line. But at the end of the day, I just think that Entity 7 just had kind of not really no reason, but we're disincentivized to go for the Valentina. Now it's a lot more straightforward. We got the Eudora. We're expecting to for a way to actually deal with the Hirara, or at the very least try and win out that mid. But we still have that second phase, and let's see how they influence it, as DianFengYaoGuai will get that first ban in the second phase.
So now it looks like both teams have different ideas here, where I would say Entity 7 is showing their hand, kind of, by showing like their strong heroes here, but then DianFengYaoGuai, they're kind of hiding it still. They're showing a lot of their utility, not really the damage. And now even the Melissa gets banned out, which, look at the previous game, Vamos as well as Vitality does seem like a very contested pick. Other than the Valentina here, what other heroes do you want to ban out? I would say ban out any kind of EXP that can deal with the Barats, although I do have to say, right now Barat seems pretty strong. Oh, Uranus. I feel like Uranus should be banned out.
Yeah. I was thinking the Uranus as well. Uranus has a pretty decent matchup overall, can out-sustain the Barats, and actually keep pretty close in contention with the lane proxy. Lilia also going to be the follow-up ban here for the side of DianFengYaoGuai. Not bad, but it does kind of give us a bit of information, right? Valentina ban, as expected, nobody's questioning that. It's really about what's going to be that front line, and the fact that they already got the Marcel alongside with the Barats, I feel like they might be setting up for just one more.
Yeah, I feel like a Moskov would work well here, but you can delay that just a little bit. I wonder if it's fine for you to show your assassin, but instead they go for the Claude, which is again still okay. But I really feel like if Entity 7 picks up a Uranus, it's going to be very difficult for DianFengYaoGuai, because what the Uranus really does is make this Eudora kind of useless, where he can basically force out all of her abilities, and then she does no damage onto him. And I would say kind of the same for the Marcel. The Marcel will try to stun you, and then the Uranus can just chase you to the end of the world, and then it's like, well, that's it.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to be the case here, unless it sort of depends on what the entire purpose is going to be, right? There's still, I was thinking that maybe they could have set up for the glue, but with so many like high priority supports, that's just not going to be the case. Instead, they're going for a lane winning matchup in that CC. Do they want to pair it up with a strong mid laner that has some scaling? And yes, they want to be able to kind of wombo combo here with the Zetian.
I would say the scaling of the comp coming in from Entity 7 is relatively smooth, where the peak is really for that mid game between, I would say, 6 to 12 minutes. That's where they're strongest. After that, they might fall just a little bit, depending on what the last pick coming in from DianFengYaoGuai here is, because they already have one scaler. I'm worried if they have another scaler in the jungle, and it's not. It's gonna be a Harley, and I feel like Harley is a pretty good pick, but you got to choose your targets well. I don't think you can kill the Harith, but I feel like you can deal with the CC.
Yeah, you can deal
or shit.
Exactly. Yeah. I was going to mention that. Like, they can probably just immediately attack Shin as soon as they hit level 4. I'm not sure whether they're expecting the early ganks here, because there's the problem with mid game where, unfortunately, Zetian has a very low, well, not as low as Lilia's health pool, but very close to getting one shot by Yi1, and with a little bit of extra damage and a little bit of help from a concussive blast coming from Zed on this Marcel, that should be more than enough off roughly around level 6, level 7 to expect the one shot, assuming that Zetian doesn't have her passive active. Now, another problem that we saw from Entity 7 is Vanguin's engagement. He finds these huge angles, but there's like zero follow-up during MSC. I want to see whether they fix that problem this time around, especially against DianFengYaoGuai, who's most probably going to be the ones who want to be the aggressors, knowing that they didn't go to the international.
Well, right now we are going to jump into the game here. DianFengYaoGuai going up against Entity 7 as the minions fight it out in the mid lane. I think that's the mid lane. We're going to jump into the Land of Dawn just to see how it starts off.
All right, let's kick things off here. Immediately, when it comes down to the emblems, it seems pretty on par with everything we should be expecting here. Wilderness Blessing on top of Quantum Charge here for Zed on this Marcel to go extra fast, extra quick. But it will be matched at the very least by Shin. Vanguin opting to go for the Tenacity. He just wants to stay as thick as possible. And it looks like he opted not to go for the Concussive Blast for the extra wave player. He just wants to survive.
Yeah. Interesting as well that FishGod actually goes for Festival of Blood here. I don't know if it's because he's matching up against a CC, or will he eventually have crazy enough a War Axe to like deal with Entity 7? That's something I'll check out. I mean, like maybe it's normal for a Barats to have a Festival of Blood. It's just not something that I usually use.
Yeah, I think the Festival of Blood is, I mean, it's nice to have, especially if you can get like some early assists. Then CC becomes less oppressive in the lane. It's like, okay, sure, you can trade out against me. You win out pretty much every single trade. But what Barats is especially good at is just manipulating the waves, right? Yeah. He's a jet expert for a reason, and it's just a really good way to either, you know, push the wave back into you or set it up in a position where you can start freezing.
Yeah, right now, as we can see, it looks like Entity 7 is winning on the lanes here, but DianFengYaoGuai, they're able to clear out fast enough. It looks like they are going to be able to help out FishGod here, because, I mean, like, for sure, he's going to need a little bit of help. Akashi on the CC is just going to be a bit much for the Barats to really do much, so it looks like we're going to go to the turtle phase without really anyone dropping bodies just yet.
Oh, I don't know if Akashi saw Yi1 stick out his nose there for half a second, but they might make the play here as they're trying to hard shove this out, split the EXP amongst Yi1 and Fish to make sure they hit level 4 on time. And that's a great way to play it, right? They do sacrifice mid-pressure, but nobody's picking up that gold, so they're at a net positive.
Yeah, right now it looks like DianFengYaoGuai, they want to go in, able to get on to 2, but right now Entity 7, they're able to get FishGod down very, very low. Akashi goes on for the cheese, open the vengeance, might die here. First blood goes over to Shin, and Akashi still survive. Vanguard and Shin try to get away, and now the Harara from Hide on Bush, try to get Zed. Looks like DianFengYaoGuai, only FishGod got taken down.
Oh boy, the damage has been laid bare. FishGod ended up dying, but Entity 7 win out of the fight. And the best part about it is that they chunked out DFYG so hard that they can't actually capitalize on this turtle at this stage of the game. That's got to be a little frustrating for DianFengYaoGuai, but at the same time, it's a big win for Entity 7. They don't mind dragging this out. You saw what the Wombo combo looks like with the Wrath of the Dryads and the Fury of the Phoenix. It's hard to dodge, but DFYG are purposefully not sticking their nose out too far and making sure that they space far enough to not get hit.
Yeah, it's just that screen just slightly a bit pixelated, so I'm actually not sure whether FishGod was somehow into on his Daytona's welcome, because I think I saw the goal, but I don't see him spitting it out. But that's going to be pretty interesting, because I don't think anyone can really cancel it. And now it looks like he's going to eat someone again. Poop! Able to get out Vanguin. Vanguin right now with a Rapid Dryad, able to get 3, but so far still safe. And now Zed able to get a Vanguin Hide on Bush as well. Gets taken down by Zhao Shi with the help of Zed with that golden hour.
Oh, big punishes all across the board. And Entity 7 ain't happy with this. They're still trying to chunk out Yi1, and they've already done so, but there's too many healthy members on the side of DianFengYaoGuai to make sure that this turtle falls into their hands without much punishment. Zed, he sticks his nose in, tries to see whether or not the purple buff is up, and it looks like it's already gone. So they're immediately going to start making their move down to the bottom side, and well, hopefully they're already double waving Lung. He did opt to take Purify this time around to make sure that he doesn't die to a lot of the wombo combos that Entity 7 have provided, but that laning phase becomes that much more dangerous, especially against Doom. If he doesn't have his BMI and he happens to walk into a Zaman Force, that slow on Zaman Force could get him killed.
Yeah, right now, at least in terms of the gold, it's not that big of a difference for now. The big problem, though, is Zhao Shi now does have that Genius Wand, does make it much easier for him to really get any kills here. At this 7, even though they might feel fine if they want to scale up, I really don't know if that's really the best call here, because if Lung really has been spamming this quad for a while, he should honestly be able to at least 1v3 once he gets his 4 items. Compared to Doom on this Hive, Hive is pretty strong as well, but his 3 items is much more pricier compared to a Claude's.
Super expensive, but it makes sure that he scales like even harder once he gets those 3 items. At least for Claude, once he gets 3 items, you still need that 4th to kind of guarantee that you can, you know, stack up very, very safely, or utility items in case, you know, somebody can like one-shot you in those moments. And that's the dangerous part. As they go up towards this top side, DFYG are still trying to play for the strong side of the map, and down by bot, you can tell some trouble's happening.
Yep. Good placement on the golden hour, and able to Daytona's welcome, and now Akashi's all alone going up against Tree, gonna get taken down to bot lane. Looks like they were able to get Lung as well, so I would say it's pretty equal trade, but it should be better for whoever is able to get the turret. It looks like it's Evan, they're trying to get that turret for themselves.
They're trying to trade this as soon as possible. A lot of that gold is going on to Zhaoxi at this stage of the game, and Entity 7 not gonna waste any time. Gonna try and take away this purple buff as soon as possible.
Yeah, looks like it's gonna be quite difficult here, but looks like
it's good.
Hide on Bush got it, and now able to get Zed as well. FishGod try to get away. I would say that's a good trade for Entity 7.
Is very, very nice, and not to mention that Doom able to get an assist in the meantime. So now he not only has hold up. Can they actually take this? I don't think so, but the FYG have shown their face, and I don't think they're gonna let this happen.
Yep, FishGod right now tries to turn things around. Lone with the blazing duet, not enough damage just yet. Has to get away. DFYG, they got engaged on, and there's not much that they can do there.
I'm not sure what the entire plan was, but let's look at the items so far. Thunderbelt already completed here for Zed. He's eventually going to scale very nicely into this game. The Genius Wand is a really smart pickup here for Zhaoxi because there's a lot of members on his side that can actually utilize that magic damage. I would have imagined that Entity 7, had they gone for the Uranus, it would have made this comp just a little bit safer to play overall. Yeah. But hey, you got to give it to Akashi. He's doing a pretty good job kind of maintaining his lane over everything else. And better yet, that curtain call will force DianFengYaoGuai to at least have 2 members stuck right next to each other.
Yeah, I really feel like it's just DianFengYaoGuai, they were just at a bad spot in the previous altercation. But because of that, we're over about 1,000 gold difference here, where Entity 7 is 1k ahead. Just by picking up a few kills, but more importantly, taking a lot of those green camps, because Zhaoxi is going to have quite a hard time here. Look at Hide on Bush, already level 11, and Zhaoxi only level 10, even though Zhaoxi has a better KDA. Yep,
he does have the better KDA. Not to mention, he's also a level down. He's trying to kind of keep up with this, but so far with Entity 7, we know how Hirara generally plays. It's just a tough snowball.
Yeah. Zed for now looks like he is just trying to scale up his Thunderbolt as much as he can, just so that he can actually be a proper front line alongside with FishGod, because unfortunately that's just the thing. If you pick up the Festival of Blood, it does make you sustain, but you just have to hit your abilities, and sometimes as a pure frontline, you don't really get that benefit a lot. I think it will be better if he has Festival of Blood if Zed is using a frontline hero, but you know, c'est la vie.
Yep, c'est la vie. To each their own. 5 more seconds until the Lord actually spawns, but I don't see much of a setup from either side, right? Entity 7 is trying to hold this position on mid for little to no reason at this stage. There's kind of nothing to really fight over in terms of invading as well. So it should be about lane manipulation, and it looks like, you know, DFYG, they've already done their homework, and Lung very diligently just trying to set up the wave down bot side, and might be a little off here as they look to fight for position over the Lord.
Oh, but Lung just took quite a bit of damage. Now he has to heal up with as much green camps as he can. And looking at the heal, it's not even that much, because I feel like the burn from the glowing one is still there. Lung really has to be careful. He's taking 3 damage from Shin here. Oh, Rather Dry goes in, tries to get 1, gets FishGod goes in, flickers out, still dies. Killing spree for Shin. Zed tries to help him out, but looks like the golden hour was just not fast enough.
There is a little bit of anti-synergy with the composition, right? If Zed hits like a 5-man golden hour, everybody needs to be ready to counter-engage as soon as it times out, rather than Lung coming in really, really hard with the blazing duet, and maybe you could influence the way that they rotate, or at least fall back with the golden hour. But if both of them happen at the same time, they're going to get a net nothing. So Entity 7, recognizing this also, wants to make sure that they can try and control Zed, and Akashi will start the zoning same as Vanguard.
Well, Zed tries to go in, able to stun up everyone, but now the blazing red coming in from Lung. Lung has to get out of there. Got caught by by CC's ult. And right now, the Lord is about 7,000 down. And now go in! Heidenbush still able to get the Lord, and Zed gets taken down. NTT7 win is all.
Great fallen Maple coming in from Vanguard to dodge the spit back coming in from Fishguy. I mean, Fishguy was targeting Heidenbush anyways, but now they lose the mid-tier 1, and now this opens up the entire jungle. Now, for all of you, Mobile Legends fans, you know exactly what's going to happen afterwards. For those who are tuning in and thinking, like, how do I get better at this game? What this means is that once the mid-tier 1 breaks open, walking into enemy territory is a lot easier, and it gives no fallback to your opponent. So you can start taking away green camps, walking through that mid lane underneath T2 if necessary, if you want to get into faster positions and take everything. Now, DianFengYaoGuai, at least Zhaoxi is already level 13, right? It won't take too long until he hits level 15, and they just have to worry about dishing out enough damage against the Lord. But they have to stick his 5.
Vanguard already lost a lot of HP, might get taken down here. Zhaoxi able to kill him. And now Yuan finally does get that Divine Glaive. Unsure whether it's going to be enough though to do with NTT7.
I mean, he's got some poke damage, and so far Rune has been taking a lot of that quote-unquote poke.
And right now, Golden Hour able to freeze one, but Fear of the Phoenix able to stop them. In fact, deals quite a lot of damage. And now DianFengYaoGuai has to retreat, but now Doom with the Zaman Force unable to get anyone.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. That could have been a moment. It could have been a moment, but that's the anti-synergy that I was talking about. Not to mention, unfortunately for Lung, it seems like he's a little antsy, right? A little jumpy. Maybe jumping the gun a little too early in a lot of these fights. Let's see a bit of more synchronization from DFYG if they want to make this composition work. It's not easy to pull off, don't get me wrong, but I think they need to wait for Yi1 to actually have his flicker available to try and punish either Heidenbush, ideally Doom as well, but he's running Purify right now, so it's all about the timings.
In terms of goal difference, there's about 4,000 difference here. Vanguard unfortunately misses the ult. It looks like DianFengYaoGuai, they're thinking whether they want to re-engage or not. It looks like they're not going to do it. I do have to say though, right now DianFengYaoGuai, they have to take care of the positioning because Long is taking way too much damage. Tries to get onto Vanguard, and Vanguard able to escape that. Long takes way too much damage in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he's putting himself out there. Like, he's doing the correct thing. You as a marksman, especially with high mobility like the BMI, you should be walking up and auto-attacking the front line, but you also got to manage your expectations with the chip damage that's being thrown out. Akashi, in this case, he doesn't mind taking the damage because he's so high on sustainability, but then when you're not trading well against people like Shin, like people like Heidenbush, there's a very good chance that this could turn around on your head if you are not careful. And for now, at least 18 seconds until the next Lord is going to spawn, and luckily Vanguard doesn't actually have his flicker. So that's one less ability to worry about.
Right now for DianFengYaoGuai, I would say they're still in an okay position if they're able to win out the second Lord. Even if they don't secure the Lord, at least they get like 3 kills. I think that's still going to be pretty fine here because more than not, I think they just need some kind of map presence. Once they get like mid turret, now we're seeing the game become even.
Well, let's see. Are they going to use the Fury, the Phoenix early on as they fight out again? Vanguard help.
Vanguard very low. Looks like someone got caught by the Potato's webcam, but now looks like the Golden Hour catch Long with a blazing duet tries to get some kills here. Akashi gets taken down. Heidenbush tries to go in, but looking very, very low. DianFengYaoGuai wins out that fight, able to take down Akashi.
Really nice there. Again, you can see that Akashi, he was willing to absorb the damage for Vanguard. I don't know if that was the correct decision overall because it was Detna's welcome, but at the same time, without it, hey, you still need your frontliners to be thick and keep on scaling in this game. The only person who can really do damage to Vanguard at this stage is probably only Yi1 with the Superconductor on the Fork Lightning, or Lung when he's got at least 2 to 3 stacks of the Art of Thievery. Even so, Heidenbush has been playing pretty well. He's been dodging some key abilities. Let's look at the items here real quick. 3 items already complete for our Harith, and now let's see whether or not they want to defend this with their lives, or maybe they get a trade back.
Yeah, Vanguard really has to be careful there because, again, all of the wins is really by his Flicker after the Dryad, but he just took way too much damage coming in from Lung, and then DianFengYaoGuai just used that to their advantage. So, yeah, I feel like he just needs to be careful. Like, he is pretty tanky, but not that tanky.
Yeah,
I feel like if Shin hits on Lung, then that's great. Zed goes in, Fury of the Phoenix able to get 3, and now Yi1 has to get away, but look at that Rough Dry getting off the tree. Fish God got stunned up as well. Now he has to flicker out, could not use the Daytona's welcome, got stunned out. Beautiful by Entity7.
Really, really good wombo combo there. They understood exactly where the choke point was going to be. And once you understand how choke points work, it's very easy to actually hit the Fury of the Phoenix. Well timed by Shin, and a good follow-up coming in for Vagwin as well. As soon as his flicker was up, he knows, I just got to get in there. I got to make sure I hit the following Wrath of the Dryads, and then it will be easy pickings for Akashi, Doom, and Hide on Bush, which is exactly what happens. But what does this mean? It means that Entity 7 now loses a little bit of their gold lead, right? They hit 42k first. However, DFYG has caught up. The next Lord fight, they should have already hit 42k in terms of, if you look at the top right, the total amount of gold each of these teams have developed for themselves. And that just means that all your core fighters, or in this particular case, when you're looking at Zhao Shi alongside with Lung, they should have 3 core items already complete.
Yeah, I feel like FishGod should try to just be a little bit more proactive with the Daytona's Welcome, because I think what's been canceling is Daytona's Welcome. Either he himself slides it in the wrong direction, which I've done quite a few times, or he got taunted, and because of that, the channeling just canceled. So it's a very important ult. So I feel like either try to outplay Vangwin or try to catch someone first. So that's why I want them to have map pressure for him to wait in a bush and then catch someone.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to find it this time. With a lot of the T1s already, you know, down for both sides, being able to hold position is kind of difficult for Entity 7 alongside with DianFengYaoGuai. Nobody wants to give that first pick off, and I think it has to happen during this upcoming Lord fight. But first, it's about setting up these waves, right? It looks like top side is a bit of a slow.
Zhao Shi might be able to take down Doom here. Doom gets taken down by Zhao Shi. Golden Hour catches one. Lung tries to get away. Slow is really annoying for him there. But look at this. FishGod as well as Yi1 gets caught up, but Akashi dies to Yi1. Clean by DianFengYaoGuai. All 5 members are still up, while 2 from Entity 7 has been taken down. And Yi1 and Zed, are they trying to catch someone here?
I think they're trying to. Here we go. They find it.
Able to get Hedian Bush able to dodge that, but look at Yi1 flickers forward, cannot get the kill. But now DFYG, they're trying to get this bottom turret. Looks like they're not going to be able to. Good try. Unfortunately, he does have to use his flicker for that.
Yeah, very good attempt. Very good attempt. But luckily, he has pulled yourself together. So again, it's not the full duration he has to wait for. He gets a significant discount, which is why you're seeing that he has 76 seconds left on that cooldown. But with a lot of the abilities down, Vagman, he still has his flicker. He might be able to try something. And DianFengYaoGuai, they are the ones making sure that they are claiming all the neutrals, everything on this map as soon as they can. They don't want to give Entity 7 that position first. They just know it, that they're going to have to play underneath their turrets, and they're guaranteed at least 1 inhibitor off of this Lord push.
And this is why going up against a Harif is pretty annoying. Like, even if the Harif is like not farming well or whatever, he can somehow pop the damage there. Now, level 15, 5-0, and 2 is quite easy for him to actually take down Doom, which even I'm surprised with, honestly.
Yeah, I really thought that Doom was going to survive there, especially with his Zaman Force, but good, you know, stutter stepping. Most importantly, just stunning them up. Here comes Zed.
All Golden Hour catches 2 might not be enough though, but rather drive the catches 3 right now. Looks like DFYG, they're trying to retreat. The damage coming in from Doom just a little bit too much. Zhao Shi could not get a target that he wants. FishGod looks like he has to retreat with the flicker. Good attempt by DFYG. I feel like quite a lot was botched there.
Yeah, I think they needed to decide whether or not the inhibitor was more important than the fight. And I think that DianFengYaoGuai got a little greedy overall. They did make a clean call on whether or not to kind of just exit the situation entirely. They kind of didn't want to stick around to see whether or not Entity 7 was going to make the mistake. And unfortunately, the most, the biggest loss so far has just been that inhibitor, but we knew that it was going to get broken anyways. Hide on Bush, he's been doing really, really well, dodging key abilities overall. But let's talk about Shin's Fury of the Phoenix. The timings of it are really, really nice. And not to mention that most of their battle spells are still open, so it's kind of on Entity 7 right now to make the play.
Yeah, the damage is pretty good too. Yi1 tries to get a kill. Unfortunately, Daytona Welcome did not hit onto anyone. Vanguard might get taken down though. Lung able to get that kill. Doom very, very low, has to get away. Zed tries to change alongside with Zhao Shi, able to get 1, able to get Doom. Hide on Bush, Shin, as well as Akashi tries to get away here. Good re-engage by DianFengYaoGuai, especially coming in from Yi1 as well as Zhao Shi.
Yeah, Yi1 now being proactive. Every single time his flicker is available, he is looking to start a fight. And so far, Entity 7, they've been reacting to it very often. How often? too often, and I think they just need to slow down. Yes, dodge it. Fallen Maple, beautifully done by Hide on Bush just to try and clear out these waves. That's how you have to play these fights, very in and out, dodging key stuns, because once E1 doesn't have it, then Entity 7 gets their turn to fight.
Right now, DFYG is doing pretty well, but I really feel like Zed needs to be a bit more stingy with his golden hour, because playing Marcel for a while, you just know that it's kind of a telegraph ult. So you gotta play with the timings just a little bit. And it's unfortunate because his mid laner is E1, which he kind of wants to burst people down. So sometimes he might end up helping out Entity 7. So I don't know. I feel like for Zed, maybe just wait for Doom to use the Zaman Force and then ult the Zaman Force so that nothing happens. Other than that timing, try to be a bit stingy with the ult.
Yeah, I think those are probably your best bets. They've got first position right now, and you can see that Zed, he's thinking about trying to get access to that backline. Backline!
Ooh, nice dodge from Yaguai. Zed goes in, Fear the Phoenix, able to hit onto 2. And right now the golden hour, not hit onto anyone. He1 tries to escape. Zed as well, but from the back, Zhaoxi able to get shit. And Alung and Zhaoxi are there to deal with Doom. Doom, no more Zaman Force getting chased down, but he might kill them. But Fish God able to secure the kill alongside with Zed, able to catch on Hide on Bush. So right now the recall is not going to be there. Hide on Bush might even 1v1. Zed might get the kill here. Zed, can you do it? No, you cannot Hide on Bush with that one, but it don't matter. DianFengYaoGuai wins game number 1.
Holy cow. DFYG come up on top. Big punishments onto Entity 7 side, and great mechanics being shown and displayed here in game number 1. The final score being 13-11 in favor of DianFengYaoGuai. But as we were talking about, like the major wombo combos that could happen and being patient with it, he actually finds the exact situation. Oh, Harith is about to do something. I'm gonna cut him off from the fight with my golden hour. And yes, they still were able to disengage, which is the entire point of the golden hour, and they managed to wait the entire duration of that Zaman Force. I'm pretty sure that Doom is probably seething, thinking like, oh man, if I just had a couple more seconds, I think he would have completely eliminated that back line and maybe still had enough to take on Claude at the very end.
Yeah, this is why I kind of feel like Arlie is going to be a pick that you kind of have to be careful of, because again, honestly, with 2 items, it's going to be enough for him to be a threat. Even if he doesn't get a kill, it kind of doesn't matter as long as he keeps the opponent low enough, and then his team can capitalize. I do gotta say, that was not the best Bharat's game, but hey, you know what? You're a front line. If you die, you die. As long as you give space to your team, you're doing a good job.
Yeah, I think so far Bharat's was doing really well. Well, it was doing okay in the early game. Started to pick up like a lot of speed from early to mid, but then after that is where we didn't see a lot of that value, right? Usually it's one of those scenarios where you're trying to force out or zone out your opponents, like Hide on Bush in particular, to get them out of there. We're scrolling through the clips real fast just to see if we can catch that one of those moments, but overall, you don't need to see it. You saw exactly what happened for those of you who have been tuning in from the beginning to the end. So thank you very much for staying along with us. We still have another game here to see whether or not it's going to close out for DianFengYaoGuai or Entity 7, but let's look at the items, because at this point, I was wondering when Yi-Won was going to start like proactively flickering into these fights, and by the time he had 2 items, he was already thinking about it. There was a lot of dangerous moments for him and a lot of fights that were lost because he was just a little too far forward.
Yeah. I gotta say, in this game, it really is on DianFengYaoGuai able to play with those timings. If there's anything that Entity 7 really has to be careful of in the next game, it's probably Zhaoxi on this Harley, but who knows, maybe have a lot more in the tank there. And I think even you brought it up by the 4th or 5th minute, but if Akashi was using Uranus, this game would be much more easier because they don't really have a lot of frontline. They have Vanguard, and then that's it. And we saw what happens when Vanguard dies first. Absolutely. If there was a Uranus, he's able to, you know, out a lot of abilities, and then once they're out, and maybe they're trying to chase a very low Uranus, Vanguard can be the hero, Flicker, Draft the Dryad, lights out. So I think Entity 7 just has to tweak their draft a little bit. Other than that,
Yeah, other than that, it should be all right. I mean, not to mention the magic shred on their side, especially when you've got two magic shredders, like you might as well make them work in tandem with each other on top of the fact that your final scaler position 1 is going to be on this Harrod. So again, a lot of big question marks, but at the end of the day, it really is up to the team to play what they're most comfortable with. Because again, if there's one thing that we have learned from MSC, comfort determines a lot of how well you're going to be progressing throughout the tournament. So I want to see whether or not, Lung or maybe even Entity 7 is opting to maybe lean into something like a double fighter comp just to make, each other feel a little uncomfy.
Yeah. Speaking of, looks like the other stream, it's Foot Esports going up against Bushido Wildcats, which Foot Esports has 7 kills, and unfortunately Bushido Wildcats has 0 at 5 minutes of the game. So Foot Esports really looking good here, Gideon.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good, as a matter of fact. Hopefully we're going to see a little bit more of that as the days go by. I think more importantly, we're waiting to see whether these teams are actually ready, because so much information about the meta has been put, but I feel like a lot of teams are just lacking that identity. Are we the early game? Are we the late game? What kind of a team do they want to be? But with that being said, our teams need a break. We need a break. We're going to go on a short one. And when we come back, it's going to be more Mobile Legends action.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We're still here at the Games of the Future in Astana, where the world's elite athletes are redefining the boundaries of competitive gaming and technology. Today, we turn our spotlight to one of the most exciting forces in the global Mobile Legends scene, DianFengYaoGuai, better known as DFYG, backed by renowned Chinese content creator Zhang Daxian since early 2024. This rising powerhouse has quickly carved out a legacy on the international stage. Known for bringing a fearless, high-stakes energy to the global circuit, DFYG has traveled to Kazakhstan, ready to take on the world's best. Joining us today is a member of the DFYG team. Could you please introduce yourself to our viewers?
Hello everyone, I am Andres and I'm from DFYG.
Welcome! Now, looking across the global landscape, what makes DFYG different from other professional Mobile Legends teams? Is it your training structure or something else entirely?
I would say our playstyle is more aggressive than other regions, so that's what makes us different.
We asked Andres about the hidden cost of elite-level consistency. What's the secret to playing as good as you guys? How do you train? And how much time do you actually spend on it?
Train like 8 hours a day, and then on top of that, like the players, they can play rank for themselves. And then we have one rest day per week. Firstly, you need to win the game a lot. You need to play for some years, and you need to play consistently every day. And then in some cases, some people they just have more talent to do some stuff than others.
What will the games of the future mean to you? What will they bring you beyond just another victory?
I think it's a great event because it's another chance to show our skill, and then we are very glad that we can compete in this event against other teams.
From intense 8-hour training blocks to the electric atmosphere here in Astana, DFYG continues its masterclass in modern esports. With raw talent, relentless discipline, and an unmistakable hunger for the fight. This is a team writing a brand new chapter in competitive gaming history. Good luck to Andres and the entire DFYG squad here at the Games of the Future.
Welcome back, everybody, to the mobile MOBA category. We're playing some Mobile Legends here at the Digital Games of the Future, of course, 2026, and we've already seen a first victory here for our boys. And man, even in a best of 3, you never really know what's going to happen, especially when adaptation is on the table. So, of course, my name is Geekayas one of the casters here, alongside with LaFell to keep you guys company. Our very second draft is already committed. What are some of the adjustments that need to be made?
Well, DFYG is still on the second pick here, red side, and Entity 7 is on blue side here, betting out the Zushin. And now DFYG betting out the Freya, which, by the way, annoying hero. She got nerfed, but that doesn't really matter. Game number 1, DFYG was able to win it out quite late into the game, around 18 minutes. But it's really based on Entity 7 unable to close out the game, giving time for Lung on his Claude to scale up enough and actually end the game for the team. Right now, DFYG for the second ban here looks like looks like Entity 7 is betting out the Marcel, which was let through earlier. And I would say Zed did a pretty good job on the Marcel.
Yep, and of course they're following it up with the Fanny here, and the question is whether or not somebody is going to break up one of the three in the big problem that we were mentioning during the drafting, especially when you're talking about the, the Belleric Atlas Valentina trade. Do they want to disrupt that? They've already disrupted the Assassin trade by getting rid of the Fanny. The real question is whether or not they're going to give Hirara too. And for Entity 7, I think for Hideon Bush, he's more than happy to play Hirara again. I think they just need to set up a little bit better for their mid games and have a bit more of a structured plan if they want things to work out very, very smoothly. I don't know if Eudora is worth banning at this stage of the game, but I feel like disrupting the Atlas probably is going to help a lot.
For me, I might even ban out the Harley just to make sure that, oh, never mind, they're still banning out the Atlas. So they're making sure that their mid trio is not interrupted. So Doom just has to be careful in case that Harley does get picked up again. He just has to figure out a way not to die immediately with the poker trick. So now, the last ban here coming in from DianFengYaoGuai. I think they will let the Hirara through again. What are the picks? Bushido? Do they want to ban up Bushido?
They're thinking about it. I think it's very understandable if you want to get rid of Bushido, because usually he's one of the key picks in these double fighter comps and ultra flexible, whether it be gold fighter alongside with, as we've seen very recently in the jungle as well. But it does kind of, cap your composition into like how far you can actually scale into this game. So they get rid of the Selena instead. So Bushido and Hirara up for grabs here. I'm pretty sure they're going to go for the Hirara, but then again, Akashi, if he's very vocal about getting the Bushido, he might just hold on to it for the early stage of the game.
Yeah, now Hideon Bush able to get that Hirara again. And I do gotta say, he is a pretty good Hirara player, so winning and losing isn't really because of him. He's doing as best as he can. They just need to set up for Doom just a little bit better. And I feel like starting it off by having at least 2 front lines is gonna be good, because just now Vanguin was the only one frontlining for the team. Akashi on SCC, unable to do enough. So now do they want to go for Belleric +1? Because in the previous game, they picked up the Marcel as well as the, what was the mid again? The
Eudora?
Yeah.
I was thinking that as well, but they only picked up the Eudora as their like 3rd pick here. The Belleric is almost guaranteed, but they're gonna go with the Bushido this time around, just to have a little bit of pressure. But it's still a flex pick. So if for any reason Entity 7 misread the situation, they go for Esme, they might set up a bad matchup for the EXP. First of all, they're going to go straight for the glue on top of a very quick Valentina pick. Valentina is expected, but I like the glue a lot.
Yeah, so now they got to pick up something like a Carry, a Vixana to be able to deal with this glue. We saw earlier Vamos try to use the Hanabi to deal with the glue. Really was not it. It was not good enough. Instead, they pick up the Harley, and I don't see why not. Zhaoxi was amazing on the Harley, so now banning phase. I wonder if they're just gonna ban out those mid laners the gold laners, just to make it so that there's no good pick against this Harley, because I really feel like for the Bushido, sure, he will have losing matchups against some people, but Bushido doesn't really care that much, even if his lane is like so-so.
Yeah.
Going to the fight, that's much more important.
Exactly. He just brings a lot to a team fight, a lot of kill threat. Actually, I mean, this could be a potential like double fighter composition coming in from DianFengYaoGuai. Let's see what these bans are going to be, right? If they get rid of things like they get rid of Melissa, they get rid of like Moskov, that could shape the composition to fall into that category. But instead, they get rid of the Sora. Rather interesting ban.
I guess Sora can win the lane, plus, I don't know, able to influence the fight around the turtle. Maybe that's why. Yeah, I feel like it's interesting, but there is that one Kid Bomba game where I feel like, yeah, Sora is still a big threat. But either ways, the Eudora does get banned out, so we'll see what other heroes that Yuan is able to pull off with this one. Some of his earlier heroes, I remember being that Lu Yi, which honestly might not be that bad, but you have to see the EXP laner first.
That's the thing, right? Especially when you're thinking about the relationship of like all the different lanes going up against each other. It's usually the EXP laner who makes the mid laner's life generally difficult, and then the jungle can kind of like pick and choose where he wants to find a kill in this game. Now, if we're going to just start talking about EXP laners, the direct counter Esmeralda is still up and available. They also get rid of the Moskov, so this could be very, very telling.
Yeah, definitely just making sure that there's a good lane for the Harley to go through. I think they just banned the Moscow because they're like, well, against the Harry, we're pretty good. I think even if they pick up a Melissa, the Harley is just gonna smash her. So yeah, I think the Moscow is a pretty good ban here. So do they want to ban out something like the Claude? just so that Long doesn't get it. But I don't know. I feel like they can deal with the Claude, actually.
I think they can possibly deal with the Claude. I think if they are banning, do decide to ban out the Claude, that kind of means that they want to lean into the Melissa, maybe even the Brody for themselves. But it really depends. I don't remember. Ooh, okay. Getting rid of the Arlet on top of everything else. It's not like their composition had that much CC to begin with, like reliable CC to begin with. But we'll see how they develop this even further. Right now, it's going to be first pick on red side from DianFengYaoGuai. And at this stage, a mid laner would be kind of nice to kind of hide the entire composition.
I feel like the Arlet band is just thinking that, yeah, this Bushido 100% has a good chance of going to the gold. Okay, maybe not, maybe 80% chance that this Bushido is going to go gold. A mid laner that will do well here, I think Olivia would be fine. I wonder if they want to go for that Vexana just for that, you know, direct counter on this glue. But playing glue myself, it is annoying up against those counters, but not impossible. They pick up a Kimi here, which honestly doubled down, showing that there's a high chance it's a double fighter comp.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain it's going to be a double fighter comp, but even when we think about fighters, I don't think any single fighter can really deal with the glue in particular, unless it's like, I don't know, arguably like a Benedetta where it's just hard to get on top of in the first place, but that just makes the comp super, super risky. I would imagine that the last couple of picks are going to be, okay, they go for the Barats alongside with the Harith. At this point, going Esme is not the worst idea in the world, and I think even more going for the Uranus is a highly valuable pick.
Yeah, Uranus is good. I wonder if they even want to entertain something like an Alice, because I feel like they need another front line. So yeah, Uranus would be good, Alice would be good. As long as it's someone that can give a lot of space for this Kimi, I think DianFengYaoGuai already has a pretty good chance here. But I do have to say, finish on the draft, I feel like FT7 has a very good draft, and it doesn't look like DianFengYaoGuai has a reliable counter for this glue, because they don't have the right type of damage, but also they don't have a lot of dashes. They're finishing up with the Lapu here, and Lapu, in my personal opinion, is more about the player more than the meta or even the draft.
You are so right, LaFell. You're so right, because oh man, I don't know what to say, especially with the Valentina on the opposite side. Good luck, you1. Have a fun time, you know. I hope that he takes. Well, actually, no battle spell feels good. Even taking like a Purify, you're just asking to die to basically a lot of the stuff in this game already as it is. Yeah. But I kind of think you don't have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like DianFengYaoGuai, they want to try to aim for one side of the map, which is something that they did in the previous game, and it was the EXP, their strong side. But now having the Bushido, I don't know, I kind of feel like both sides are kind of strong sides, maybe more for the Bushido, just because it's kind of hard to kill the Barats in the early game. Actually, no, I feel like you can do it. You know, if you believe, you can achieve.
Yep, if you can believe, you can achieve. As we head on over to game number 2 of our second series of the day, we're going to get a good look of where these compositions actually want to take us here. Oh, immediate technical pause. Whew, at least we get to break it down one by one. Because again, this is a very traditional double fighter comp, and Yi1 ended up going on this Kimi into that mid lane. So it's going to be pretty important for them to maintain control and make sure that, they don't lose out too hard at level 1, because people tend to forget that glue is particularly strong in the early game, and if they take way too much damage, there's kind of no coming back for that.
Yeah, Yuan just has to be careful because he does have that Purify, and there's quite a lot of chase coming in from Entity 7. A lot of crowd control as well, so I can definitely see this Purify helping out Yuan a lot, especially if Akashi is able to somehow get on top of him with the Daytona's Welcome. So looking at this, I honestly want to see the emblem setup, and I'm just curious to see if Akashi also wants to run a Festival of Blood on this Barats. I don't know, is that common, Gideon, or I'm the weird one?
Well, I mean, for a lot of fighters, it is like a comfort spell to kind of go to, right? You don't really need the Builder's Blessing, because half the time, every single time the neutral objective comes up, you've got the river helping you out to get to where you need to be 90% of the time.
For me, it's usually Tenacity.
I like Tenacity as well, but it really depends, right? Because if you take Festival of Blood, you have a much higher cap in terms of sustainability, rather than like, I got the raw numbers to survive when I am low. So it's Festival of Blood is better when you're ahead. Tenacity is much better when you're behind.
Well, right now, looks like our referee is just making sure that the players are having an okay time. Looks like we're having a bit of an issue with DianFengYaoGuai. Hopefully it doesn't impact the player that much. Hopefully it's just a quick fix so that we can get back into the game, and everyone is still looking good in terms of momentum, which I see a thumbs up, so should be all good. Maybe it's just an audio issue thing.
It probably was just comms or something like that. I would imagine that, everybody here at FiveDigital is making sure that these boys are going to be playing on the best performance possible, making sure they've got the best hardware on top of it all. But once we start getting back into this game and hopefully we see the first level 4, well, assuming that nothing happens in the laning phase, we've definitely see a couple of teams, dropping out early because they made a mistake, an early recall, and then just snowballs out of control 11-minute onwards. But back through the portal, what we're going through the same one as we head on in. The level 1s are going to play out, and it looks like they minimize the contradiction, right? They're immediately looking to just clear waves and not interact with each other.
Yep, looking at the emblem setup here, it looks like Kakashi is going to go for that tenacity as well as the vitality, just to make sure that he can actually survive quite a long time. Other than that, it looks like everyone is going for the same old double festival of blood for Fish God as well as Lung, and then having that thrill as well. I like Yiwan going for his weakness finder just to slow everyone down. This does make the early game quite a lot better, making it easier for his team to actually catch up and secure those kills.
Okay, look at this. We're already seeing a little bit of a proxy here coming down from our boy down in the bottom lane. Lung is doing a pretty good job, and he's immediately looking to steal at least one camp away, which could impact specifically Hide on Bush, right? He should still be able to hit level 4 on time, assuming everything goes well, but it looks like Lung, he's forced to walk back. He's not going to go for a second proxy.
Yeah. Not going to lie, as a kid, I would have punched Shin there, but...
Same. I was thinking the same thing.
I would so much in there. There's a lot of people. Maybe he would make a mistake, but I'm like, I got a flicker. It's like, what's the worst that could happen?
It's true. But look at the way that they're trading in that mid lane. As long as Yiwan isn't engaged upon by Vangwin, he's able to just chunk him out as long as Beleric is nearby. Now they've got information on where Hirara is. You can see a lot of the forces of DFYG making their way up topside to try and contest for level 4.
Yeah, looks like Kakashi is actually losing the trades here, and Xiaoxi trying to get it. Looks like Fish got still able to secure that for himself. Should be able to hit level 4 earlier than Akashi, and that really does help out this Lapu much more. Speaking of, right now the turtle has been started, and looks like both Zed as well as Fish God are just zoning everyone away, so that's a free turtle for DianFengYaoGuai. And Fish God almost gets up. It looks like Vangwin not level 4, no threat to him just yet.
Yeah, they didn't see Akashi actually go for the recall. They just assumed that he repositioned himself and then maybe hit level 4 sometime later, so they just wanted to make sure everything was safe. Oh god.
Hide on Bush gets onto 3, and then Vangwin, everyone else got caught by the ult. Entity 7, very easy 3 kills in the mid.
I'm not gonna lie, it kind of looked like they just sort of ate it. I feel like Yiwan had many opportunities to get out of there if he wanted to, but it was just really uncomfortable timing that he used the hover packs to get over the first wall. This definitely teaches you, hey, you hold on to your mobility for as long as you possibly can. You can't use it willy-nilly like that because you never know when the next fight is going to happen, especially when you're facing off someone like Hide on Bush playing this Hirara. She closed the distance so fast.
Part of me understands it though, because even now I'm like, there's no way they're gonna gank us mid, 3 people go in, right? But that was amazing engage coming in from Hide on Bush, starting things out. And then Shin able to steal away the Wrath of Drive from Zed, making sure that everyone's just chain CC. That was a beautiful chain of events. In terms of how does it translate in gold, quite a lot actually, about 1,300 ahead just by those 3 kills. That's great for Entity 7.
And down by the gold lane, honestly, not that bad for Doom. I think Doom has been having a pretty good time overall, right? With Lung already, dying on the very first interaction, and Doom able to actually pick up 2 assists alongside with the kill for himself. He is in prime position to scale at the right time. Counter-Strike finally completed by Lung, so he's got the early game damage, assuming that he can close the distance on someone like Shin, Doom, Hide on Bush without his iframes.
Yeah, right now this will really test DianFengYaoGuai. How do they perform at the double fighter here? Because the second turtle, this is probably where they should be winning quite a lot. They're waiting at the bush here. Akashi got caught just a little bit. It looks like the Wrath of Dry only catching Akashi alone. Looks like Lung tries to push Vangwin away. Chomp, eats someone up, and able to get Fish God. Fish God unable to do much. And then 7, they're the one that got into the bush, but they got immediate control.
Yep. They gotta understand how their comp actually functions at this stage. Without Lung, they don't have like the raw burst damage, right? So they have to depend on people like Fish God and even... Wait, hold on. Lung's in trouble.
Yep, tries to flicker away, able to. And yeah, DianFengYaoGuai. I would say they just didn't know the priority because it looks like they were attacking everyone. Instead, they should be targeting 1% at a time.
Yeah, they really need to get their priorities down straight. They're gonna dive this.
Yep, Zed gets caught. Looks like he's going to be pulled out of the turret range. And at 7, they're still staying under there, not really carrying all that much. Long stays just to get the gold. But DianFengYaoGuai, despite them having the double fighter, they're losing quite a lot in the early game here.
I mean, Doom has managed this lane very, very well. They've won on the very first couple of interactions, which honestly shouldn't have gone in their favor anyways, right? DianFengYaoGuai was able to get that first turret, but those 5 kills from Entity 7 is really kind of setting the tone on how these side laners who were supposed to be losing are now in better positions. I mean, of course, Barat, sure, all right. Ooh, it's a quote-unquote winning lane, but it's really a sandbag, right? He's not going to be able to find a solo kill onto FishGod. All he cares about is coming into these team fights and eliminating one target from the fight and turning into a 5v4.
Yeah, honestly, DianFengYaoGuai, if they wanted to target Akashi, they got to target all, like everyone has to target him at once, right? I feel like that was part of the mistake, because I feel like Yiwon tried to attack Akashi, but then the rest of the team are like, wait, should we go for Vanguin instead or what? They were not in sync, and that's not what you want in this kind of comp. They go for Akashi again, but look at that, Yiwon already has to use the Purify to escape Vanguin. He really needs to stop starting the fight when he has no stacks on that Sky Piercer. Or he doesn't have a second item.
Yeah, or better yet, just wait. You don't have to immediately hop over the wall. You can just walk around it, and then as soon as you see Vanguin try to do something, that's when you go for the hover packs. And by that time, even if you wombo combos, you'll be on the opposite side of the wall and still have enough to get away. So he ends up losing out his hover pack like very early. Oh wait, hold on.
Yeah,
force the flicker out of Zed at this stage of the game. I don't know if they can contest this anymore. This should be a freebie. Oh.
Well, they're able to get hide on Bush. Now Shin tries to catch onto Zhaoxi. Zhaoxi gets caught. Lung has to flicker out. Double dash away. This is not looking good for DianFengYaoGuai just because they look unsure of what to do. Because I feel like Yiwon, hold on, FishGod jumps in all alone and making it so that Yiwon gets caught by Vanguin. Vanguin secures the kill. FishGod 1v3 still. But that's cool and all, but your team kind of loses its win condition.
Well, win condition, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Vanguin played it immaculately. He was just so good, and not that Yiwon walked up and got hit by again. Still, 10 more seconds here, but oh god.
Well, Akashi, chomp, it's FishGod. FishGod gets taken there. Oh no, it's actually Zed. And now the Zaman Force. Looks like the damage isn't enough just yet. Able to get that. FishGod gets onto Akashi. Akashi dies, but FishGod will give himself over to Shin. Yeah, it looks like DianFengYaoGuai, they're fighting for the sake of fighting, Gideon. They're
concussed. They're concussed. Entity 7 just knocked the top of their head. They're rattled.
Gideon, let me just say, your sarcasm is too good. Most people can't tell the difference.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm dead serious about what I'm saying. They're just so concussed after, you know, Entity 7 hit them so hard into the temple that at this stage of the game, it's just like, what are we looking for, right? We're getting FishGod flickering to kill Akashi. Like that's how far they've been concussed when really he should be holding on to his flicker. Say whatever. If Akashi gets the kill, then it doesn't matter. You don't need to chase for those fights. You are looking for better targets. In this case, hide on Bush, especially during those neutral takes. Doom, especially when he tries to, you know, stick his nose a little bit too far forward and you need to trade battle spells.
Wait, what?
Those are the moments. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, okay. FishGod tries to get onto Doom, changes targets, get onto Vanguin. I was so shocked. Hold on, right now Shin almost got caught. Now Zed has to get away. He's very low on HP, same as Lung. Everyone from DianFengYaoGuai unable to get a positive trade. Right now Shin forces Zed to use the flicker, and now Hide on Bush gets the kill. Vanguin dies to Yiwon, so that's a stack for the Sky Piercer of Kimmy. But Entity 7, they're not going to stop here. They're going to get the mid lane turret. This time, Zhaoxi on this Harley, unable to do much.
Okay, they're pulling it back. They're pulling it back a little bit. They did lose their mid-tier 1. Okay, but at least Yiwon was holding on to his abilities, and he knew for a fact that Vanguin was going to get on top of him, so he's saving the second half, saving the Purify for the second half of the combination after Vanguin was on top of him in the ult form. Even so, this is a pretty dangerous position for DianFengYaoGuai, because now that they've missed all their mid-tier 1 and all their tier 1s, holding on to their jungle, you would assume that Entity 7 is going to start invading, and they already have. They've stolen away the purple buff on their side of the map as DianFengYaoGuai look for this first position, and Akashi, he knows he's just going to hold on to the priority of the Lord.
Long is all alone, 1 versus 3. Long should try to get away there. Looks like he already used the flicker. Not much he can do against a Aurora that just chases him non-stop. Oh, what the heck? How does that interaction work? Oh, she's dead.
He's dead.
Congrats.
Nice. And yeah. Make sure that you let them know. Make sure you let them know. They made a mistake. They made a mistake giving you this glue. And it's very understandable at this stage of the game. After what happened in game number 1, you know exactly that Entity 7 are looking to ego check DianFengYaoGuai to say that they have the better mechanics.
Can I just say glue sometimes makes no sense?
It really doesn't.
That's not the first interaction where I've seen something like that happen. I'm just surprised it's not the last.
Yeah. No, the way that his ult works, yeah, again, it's a really fun iframe. It sucks that he gets like a good chunk of his health back. I would have imagined that, you know, they make glue less sustainable in that way, but without it, oh, okay. All right, I don't know if our API is correct here, if I'm looking at this correctly, but I'm just going to assume that it is.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Zhaoxi already went to Kyrgyzstan and then back we bring him back to Kazakhstan, man. Like that's a bit of a stretch in terms of how he's able to pull that off.
Hey, maybe a stretch, but look at this mid-tier 2 getting collapsed down by a single man, and that's Doom as he's looking to cut off all the angles.
Well, I don't know about Doom being a single man, but looks like Zed is taken out. Akashi secures the kill. Penguin now, take a bit of damage. Fishgod goes 1v3 again because he's kid. He's a lapu. He's still surviving for now. Able to sustain quite a lot. Able to get a kill onto Akashi. Lung gets a kill onto Penguin. DianFengYaoGuai, you guys are surviving by the cojones of Fishgod.
Hell yeah, that's exactly what we want to see here. But now they're not done just yet. The second wave is starting to push into that top inhibitor. And we'll see, because now all the holy shielding is gone. Dealing quite a lot of damage, dies to Doom. Zhaoxi tries to get a kill onto Shin. Shin still survives. The only reason why Entity 7 is still alive because the Gyarados of the Lapu is not there just yet, but now gets targeted and he flickers forward. Might die here for no reason. Hide on bush, scared to kill. I will not glaze this man anymore. Oh man, what a Chad. They face check bushes! They're face checking bushes!
Dude, he was trying to hide, you don't understand.
No man, he got seeked out. He ended up dropping down. Oh, that's super unfortunate. It's like they're not paying attention to like when the cooldown timers of their ults actually end for the side of DianFengYaoGuai.
At least he doesn't have a Sky Piercer.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
He does.
No,
he does.
Man.
He does.
I thought maybe the API was hallucinating again. I was hopeful. But at this stage of the game, based on what we've seen, what was built previously, Akashi, it's very smart of him that he's like, I'm not going to try and sustain my way. I know exactly what I'm doing. I just need to be thick. Because so far, DianFengYaoGuai, especially when Akashi is walking up forward and he uses the Detona's welcome, he almost guarantees an interaction.
Well, Zed taking quite a lot of hate coming in from Entity 7. Penguin gets on top of him, grabs 3, and now looks like Shin might be targeted by Fishgod. Doom secures the kill, but Zhaoxi able to take down Shin. Doom right now is a monster, getting that double kill, still full HP. Hide on bush, takes down a Fishgod. Now it's just Yuan as well as Zhaoxi, the two magic spitting heroes.
Yep. That's the best way to put it. I can't believe
no other way can be said to describe them.
Look, the prioritization on the targeting is really interesting here. You know, Penguin, he's done it multiple times. He's already gotten the Belleric out of the way. They've traded ults at this stage of the game, and it's strange to see him just, you know, kind of being able to get away with any good thing. And that's because of the draft, right? DianFengYaoGuai just don't have an answer to this glue. All they can do is try and chunk him out, but if they walk up too close, especially if Yi1 doesn't have that passive active to get the extra little bit of range of penetrating shots, Penguin easily can force a fight.
Yeah, I really feel like despite Fishgod as well as Logan have pretty good AoE, I feel like they need to understand with the Kimi as well as the Harv, you kind of want to force one target down. Like, okay, if the Harv focuses on one target, you guys want to ignore that, sure. But I feel like, how about the Kimi? The Kimi has the Sky Piercer, and if you're not helping the Sky Piercer stack, you're kind of shooting your friend in the foot, which sounds like a good time. Thank goodness that Holy Crystal is going to Zhaoxi and not Zed.
Hey man, we haven't even talked about the fact that Doom has, well, you know what? Let's just say the API was hallucinating it. This is going to be his final build. He's already hyper strong. Like, every 1v1 is difficult except for Zhaoxi, and even then, there's still the potential for Doom to actually go for the big outplay. But here we go. The sieging has already begun.
Yep, Lord is still marching up top, but doesn't look like Entity 7 was able to sync up the minions, so this should be pretty good for DianFengYaoGuai to be able to defend here. Looks like they're still gonna get top inhibitor though. Right now, they're trying to get mid as well. Lung trying to clear up the wave. Looks like they're trying to engage with Shin, stealing away the rapid drive, but the real one catches Shin. Shin gets taken down, and now everyone gets taunted up. Hide on Bush tries to run away. Zaoshi will try to chase, but a double for Yi1. Gets 2 more stacks of the Sky Piercer. Entity 7, they tried to force a bit too much, and DianFengYaoGuai responds.
Yep, Yi1 actually coming up with a big play at the very end there. I would have imagined that he was going to be out of the fight with his position, but then he suddenly decided to go hyper aggressive onto the back, able to kill 2 people at once in the middle of that fight with a big follow-up coming in from FishGod. This could be an end game angle here if they don't clear out this wave, but they might just have to sacrifice it. Worst comes to worst, it's just a mid inhibitor, right? It's still very manageable. It doesn't really influence how these Lord dances usually go. You need a long lane, either top or bottom, as long as it's the opposite side of where the Lord spawns.
Yeah, considering how the map is looking, that was amazing. I'm pretty sure DianFengYaoGuai would prefer to get any of the side ones, especially the bottom. But again, there's just too much, and the wave was already prime and ready for mid anyway. So I feel like DianFengYaoGuai, they're not out of the water just yet. If they're able to get another inhibitor, then that would be icing on the cake. That's all they need. But for now, Yi1, he should be having 40 stacks. Because I feel like after the second death, he hasn't died yet. So I'm optimistic by thinking he has 40 stacks.
I think he's got like 30 by the time he actually got it, if I remember correctly. But we'll double check on the stacks in just a bit. For now, it's just going to be a big contention for this long lane, because Entity 7, they want to set this up nice. Top side is naturally going to be pushing. If they can get a slow push down on bot side and kind of defend that wave, then unfortunately for DianFengYaoGuai, they have to send some resources down to manage it, because even when we look at the inhibitor health, the last remaining one for DianFengYaoGuai, it's so low. A single cart minion, a ballista, can walk up and take it out.
Yep. So right now we can see Lung trying to fix the waves here, and now he's on the way towards the Lord. 17 minutes, this Lord is not going to get bursted down fast enough. So DianFengYaoGuai, everyone should be prime and ready. Looking at Zed, Zed also has a flicker if he wants to force an engage. And looks like it was Shin actually the one using it. And I don't know what DianFengYaoGuai is doing. They're not trying to stop Entity 7. But in the backline, looks like Lung tried to take down Doom. That was a bad idea. Lung is low HP. Hide on Bush. Tried to run away. Fish got unable to hit his stun onto anyone. So right now, the team fight is messy. There's no clear gun what they want to do. Yi1 gets taken down. And now Entity 7, they're moving forward. Doom is still helping. Doom dealing a lot of damage. Penguin tries to get on top of someone. Lung all the way to the back. Nowhere close to Entity 7. What is he gonna do here? Can he get killed? He will try for sure. But looks like he's not able to get anyone just yet. FishGod gets Penguin. Hide on Bush. Low HP. FishGod gets double kill. What is going on in this game?
That has to be the messiest fight we've seen so far. Both sides are just trying to outmaneuver the other. And even for Lung, I thought he was like kind of out of the fight for a very long time, but he still managed to still pick up 2, which is in their favor. Right now, if they can take out Doom, then they've got an opportunity. Here we go.
Well, FishGod is going to try. He wants to take down Akashi first. Moves forward. Almost takes him down. Now tries to cage. Looks like unable to do so. Lung misses the punch onto Doom. But DianFengYaoGuai still able to protect their base. For now, the bottom inhibitor looks like it's okay, but they should die now. Yep, there you go.
There we go. A good setup here for Entity 7 for the next upcoming Lord. At least they've got anti-heal on everybody. At least 3 of their members already have it, which is perfect, because so far the sustain coming in for FishGod has been so good. He's bought way too much time for his team. And I mean, look at his item build. 1 War Axe is his main damage item, and everything else either to buff up his HP, give him extra cooldowns, but most importantly, make him a thick boy. If they can just keep on peeling for Yi1, they've definitely got an opportunity, but here comes the conceal.
Looks like they do see DianFengYaoGuai. No one is going to get caught. Akashi just takes a little bit of damage, but Penguin tries to get to the back. FishGod tries to get away, gets terrified. FishGod jumps forward, jumps onto Akashi. Penguin is on top of Zed. Wrap the dry use. No one gets hit, but back. Looks like Akashi might get taken down, but it looks like Zaoshi was the first to get taken down by Doom. Double kill for Doom, able to get Yi1. So all the damage dealers coming in from DianFengYaoGuai is taken down, including FishGod. Triple kill. Akashi gets taken down, but not gonna matter. Hide on Bush secures the kill onto the Lung. And now DianFengYaoGuai Looks like this should be the end. FD7 wins game number 2.
Yep, it looks like they've got both waves to go for them at this stage, and unfortunately for Beleric, there's very little that he can do. He doesn't even have his ult in time for this. Congratulations, they bring it 1-1 as Entity 7 even up the score. This is going to be a harsh lesson here. Yes, there were moments that DianFengYaoGuai could have turned these fights, but a lot of it comes down to the micro mechanics, right? What abilities are available and how to actually progress with this comp. I don't think the drafting was that bad. Obviously, you know, I was a little skeptical about the Lapu, but inevitably, you know, we even saw from Shin, he was not incentivized to take the bravest fighter. He's always looking to take the Wrath of the Dryads, which in this particular case is great, but man, the anti-CC, you can't turn him around, and he zones out multiple people, and the ultra sustainability when he's stuck in the backline against 3, it's really tough. It's really, really tough.
Well, Gideon, you did pose the question, Lung being known as a marksman player, now with the double fighter being meta, I don't know, personally for me, at least based on this game, it doesn't look like he's all that ready to use the Bushido in the gold lane, because there was not a lot of pressure that he was able to establish in lane and in the team fights as well. And unfortunately, I feel like not a lot was done there.
I think it's this is the first time we're seeing him actually play this Bushido, right? I don't want to be too harsh on him, because like the first turtle, he ended up dying anyways, which was probably not the greatest kind of early game setup for him. Entity 7 also just made sure, you know, they were sending a lot of the members down and faking the information, so he can't necessarily be hyper aggressive. But at the same time, there needs to be a certain degree of like bravery when you're playing Bushido, especially when you have like flicker as well, right? You don't necessarily need the flicker in these bigger team fights as long as you position really, really well. But then you see these later game fights and it's like, oh man, it kind of feels impossible for him to kind of get in on those fights, especially when Shin does a very good job at peeling. Like, look at Shin's positioning. He's not too close to Doom, but he's always near enough to actually influence the way a lot of the members of DianFengYaoGuai actually want to play. Like this one, Doom gets caught, doesn't even have, even if he had the Purify, he probably didn't need to use it, because he's always being covered by Shin.
I do have to say though, we went over a clip just now where Vanguard is able to pull back Zhao Shi, even though he was, you know, able to get away. I feel like at that point he was saying BS in Mandarin. You know?
Yeah.
I know the acronym for it, but people won't know. I think he was saying he saw and then he said goodbye. A different kind of saw, but yeah. That's what I would say.
That's definitely what. Oh man, there's so many moments in this game, and it's good to see that Entity 7 kind of, you know, come back into form. At least they're understanding how these team fights actually need to progress in comparison to DianFengYaoGuai, where they definitely looked a little lost in a couple of those moments. I think it had to be very clear cut for them on how the fight needs to progress, and unless they've got that procedure down, it's basically going to be a consistent repeat here.
And I feel like, I don't know, is the goo worth banning?
Well,
I actually feel like if there's second pick, it might be worth banning, because that means that you're letting one OP hero go and then you can get it for yourself, because you know NT7 100% is just going to take that Harara, right?
Oh yeah, every single time. I mean, it's a draft pattern that they need to punish here. And not only punish, but like slow down somehow. Like, we've seen this Harley matchup into it, and it's like, okay, not the worst. You can force out a couple of abilities, but you're not hard winning. And that's why I was thinking whether or not they wanted to kind of put the Bushido back into the jungle and find something else to face off against this Harith. But so far, Lung is 2 for 2 in the laning phase at this stage of the game, and unless we give him something that actually scales, it's hard to give him a great showcase.
Yeah. So I feel like DianFengYaoGuai, if they're not ready for double fighter, I think it's okay for you to just use a scaling marksman, because they try to get Yuan as like, I don't know, position 1 or position 2 trying to carry the game, but yeah, it was not it. I feel like they need to win much harder in the early game, and part of the reason why they couldn't do it is probably because of this glue, because it's hard for you to like kind of like push him down, and then once he let go of all the longs, it's kind of very difficult to take care of. So Yeah, I think once they see that glue, they should have changed the strategy.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, once the glue is out, I think a lot of things become much simpler. If not, pick up the glue for yourself, then you're kind of giving the Belric over, and then you have to start thinking about the Valentina. It's complicated when it comes down to the draft, which I think right now, coaches are super valuable if you have that kind of brain to kind of work out all these meticulous little interactions with each other to generate some form of a lead. Well, like you mentioned, DianFengYaoGuai, I think they need to go back to their roots, play traditional marksmen. They do not seem ready for this double fighter style, and if they're not ready for the double fighter style, then it's better not to abuse their type of compositions for the first phase. But that being said, our players are going to have to hit the drawing board once again, come up with the final draft here. We're going to give them some time to think of something better for game number 3, but we'll be back right after these messages.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
We are standing next to a team, which is based in the South American region. Entity 7 team's first debut happened in 2023, and over its short span, the team has managed to collect victories in prestigious events like the MLBB Midseason Cup, MCT Amer, and MPL Latam tournaments. Are they the dark horse of this competition? Let's find out together. Please, could you introduce yourself?
My team is Entity 7 and my nickname is Akashi.
Thank you so much for coming. First question, what is your favorite hero to play and why?
My favorite hero is Paquito because he's very strong.
The Heavenly Fist, Paquito.
Oh, okay. Second question, which Mobile Legends professional athlete do you admire? Why?
I think Sanford is an exceptional player.
What is usually the hardest part of preparing for a big tournament?
I think the hardest part is to face the other team, like teams of Indonesia or the Philippines.
Oh, yeah, players from the Southeast Asian region are known for their toughness. How do you keep improving when you're already competing at a high level?
I believe the answer is we need to practice every day.
I see. Hard work always pays off. Next question. What do you think makes a team successful besides individual skill?
I believe we need to play together every time, every play. I think this is make a strong team.
We do agree. What's one thing that has improved the most in your team over the past year?
I believe the team play. We better now in team play.
We are glad to hear that. It is always nice to know that the teams are constantly working on themselves. Final question. What has been the biggest challenge for Entity this season?
The biggest challenge is faced to Indonesia and the Filipino team.
Thank you so much, Nicholas Sanchez and Team Entity 7. We wish you luck in the tournament.
And we are back. This best of 3 has been exhilarating. 1-1 with both teams still. We don't know who's actually going to be walking away with 2-1. Who's going to be able to move on into round 2 without having to go down to the lower brackets. Of course, this is the Digital Games of the Future with our MOBA category in Mobile Legends. My name is Gideon, of course, with LaFell here at the helm to cast these games. We've got DianFengYaoGuai currently on blue side facing off against Entity 7 on the red side. The current score, 1-1.
Well, here's the thing, Gideon. I feel like for both teams, they want to go to the bottom side of the bracket or not. Depends on when does Team Spirit gets over to GOF, because Team Spirit is in the lower bracket and the loser will fight against them. If Team Spirit could not make it in time, then sure, they will get a free pass, goes over to qualified. But you know, it's hard to hope for that thing. But either ways, DFYG is going to be blue side first pick here, betting out of Fanny, Selena, as well as Bushido. I'm guessing they're like, okay, Lung couldn't use it. We really don't want them to use it. So another Marcel as well as Freya has been banned out by Entity 7.
Understandably so, and I think that even now that Fanny has been banned out and DianFengYaoGuai doesn't seem to be like changing their ways from the drafting patterns other than just the Bushido at this stage of the game, I think that Entity 7 now kind of see the holes that they could potentially actually find in the draft itself. Hirara gets banned out. I'm all for it, but I was hoping that DianFengYaoGuai was going to play on a blue side from the get-go. I'm surprised they gave it up in game number 2, but now coming into game number 3, let's see what their first pick is going to be.
The Zushin is up, but instead they go for the Barats instead. I feel like Entity 7, they can pick up the Zushin plus either Atlas or the Belleric here, or Atlas Valentina could work as well. I feel like, yeah, this Barats is less on Fish God being amazing in game number 1 and more like they don't want to deal with Kashi on this Barats again.
I think that's a totally fair argument. I think it's going to be like Valentina Atlas here for the side of Entity 7. That would make the most amount of sense, unless it really depends on Bagrin and what he's more comfortable with. Personally speaking, I think that Atlas generally is kind of a must pick up at this stage of the game. A lot of the fights ends up where you're chasing your opponents down. That's where Atlas really shines, right? Finding these big mini stuns in the middle of the fights, and not to mention has one of the best setting tools in the game. And having, you know, once again Shin on this Valentina, he performed really well when Belleric was on the opposite side. I would only imagine this is going to be the same case for DianFengYaoGuai.
Yep. So now they do pick up the Melissa, which, you know, is more long style anyways. Plus, this means that you can kind of build around Melissa by having quite a lot of utility around her, just so that she can free hit. The only thing that you have to be careful of is a Akashi uses something like a Yuzong, like a Lapu to like dive her, but other than that, you should be pretty good. But now Zed picks up the Cho, which is kind of one of his signatures, but you know, I feel like showing him early does make it so that NTD7 can draft around it.
Yeah, I think the whole entire purpose of this is to kind of force whatever matchup in the gold lane to actually get Purify out of them, right? I think that's kind of the only purpose that they want to show these 3 particular picks very early on. We want to disincentivize you from actually playing a traditional assassin in the jungle. And now that kind of Hirara is out of the way, as well as Fanny, you see the Harith pick up for the side of Entity 7. Nobody's surprised about that, but now in the second half is where it gets interesting. A lot of the bans, I think, is going to be targeted towards the EXP for the side of DianFengYaoGuai to make sure that their mid laner is a little bit safer. For ND7, it's all about getting rid of the mid laners.
I think maybe betting on something like Alice would be safe enough because it does okay against Baraz. I mean, like, okay is just surviving, right? But I think Alice, based on her range, she should be able to reach the Melissa. At least that's what I think. I haven't fought against a lot of Melissa, so I'm actually not entirely sure.
You can, yes. You can without getting, like, punted away at the bare minimum. Like, the Throne of Rune is pretty gigantic. It's very, very large. It covers a pretty decent-sized area, not to mention that even if Melissa does get hit by it, she still has to go away from me, which can get punished by Atlas if, you know, you charge the Fatal Links long enough. Ooh, okay, Lancelot back here. Feel interesting.
I mean, like, it makes sense in the sense that Lancelot was one of those heroes that can get through the go away. But honestly, he doesn't have to get through. He just needs to hit his second ability on Melissa, and that should be good enough. But yeah, I agree with you. Very interesting.
Yeah, or just like look to one-shotter with Lapu. You know, something that has some anti-CC to kind of cut through to get away from me. It's a decent amount of burst damage, and obviously it's not going to like scale all the way to the late game, but you know, for the earlier stages, as long as you get that snowball going, that should be more than enough. I'm hoping for another mid laner here for the side of Entity 7. Oh, instead they go for actually, you know what? I like this more.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And now for the final ban here. If they want to, I think a Nolan wouldn't be a bad ban. The other one, okay, maybe not Yisun Shin, because I feel like they have quite a lot of scaling on Entity 7. If they pick up Yisun Shin, it's gonna be Trolley.
I think they gotta get rid of.
Looks like they're hovering Yisun Shin. They're thinking about batting him out.
Really? Really? Do they really need to worry about the Yisun Shin right here, right now? Especially since you've already got the Cho, right? So it's a pretty easy way to kind of zone him out. I think getting rid of something like Uranus would make a lot of sense, considering that, you know, a majority of the damage on their composition as of right now is going to be on the MR side. But I guess they're just not worried about Akashi at this stage. They ban out the Suyo. They really want to limit down and pinch on the jungle options.
That's very interesting because, I don't know, personally for me, I would let go of the Suyo, considering I mean, like, Suyo is still strong, but I feel like if you're able to get something like a Eudora, you should be able to deal with it. But now, they pick up the Ling, which I feel like a Eudora pick would be great here. And then in terms of the jungle, even a Saber wouldn't be super bad. It will be bad against Shin and Bangwin, actually. I like the Saber. I just don't know against Atlas. Is it good enough?
No, I don't think so, unfortunately. I mean, I think the only good thing about Saber is the fact that he's got a little bit of shred. Unless they're going for like a double fighter comp, I suppose. But no, they still need something that actually scales. The Farsa doesn't sound like a bad idea, but it is pretty susceptible. Or a Yishin Shin?
No, it looks like they're picking up Farsa Yishin Shin here, and then the cameraman's like, oh wait, sorry guys, sorry. Oh, showing too much.
I don't know if it's showing too much. I don't mind it. I don't mind it that much, but at the same time, it'll be an interesting matchup because if we're really thinking about it, I think that the mid lane is pretty straightforward. They just clear the wave really, really fast and pray that at least Zed doesn't get chunked out too hard before they walk away, and then Zed just has to like hard farm. Same goes for Zhaoxi has to hard farm on this Yishin Shin, same as Hide on Bush.
I feel like they pick up this Yishin Shin as well as the Farsa. There's one clear theme here, Gideon, which is they want to farm very, very fast. I feel like they saw that Ling and they're worried that the Ling is going to farm up faster than any other picks that they have. I would argue Nolan would be faster, but maybe they're not too confident on the Nolan, so they pick up this Yishin Shin as well as the Farsa. The Farsa should I want to say should be able to deal with Entity 7, even though Akashi and Hide on Bush can can burst her down, but her job is for the early and mid, right? As long as you're able to make it so that Shin and Vanguin is not a problem for the first 8 minutes, you've done your job.
I'll be real, I think Yiwan is just a secondary shield to your boy in Long down on the gold lane. Like, I think that he is going to rip that ult as soon as possible to try and pull as much attention to himself, because that just seems to be the vibe that Yiwan has been giving me throughout this entire series. But we'll never know who the winner is until they crack that base. We're going to head on in to our third game in our second series of the day. It's DianFengYaoGuai on the blue side facing up against Entity 7 here at match point.
Yep. So right now for Entity 7 as well as DianFengYaoGuai, I honestly just want to see, this is very interesting here. It looks like Doom is protecting Hide on Bush, and that's what I want to see. I want to see whether Entity 7 will be able to do a good enough job to protect their jungle, because the thing about Ling is it's pretty strong, but the problem is they're early to mid. Like, at that point, he's the weakest. You're able to invade his jungle, able to get the camps, but for now, it does look like he's pretty free. In fact, he might even get this little without any contest.
Yep. They're really selling this, and I love this play. I love this play a lot coming in from Entity 7, right? Because it's falsifying the information that they're giving over to DianFengYaoGuai. They're expecting him to, like, start on this purple side, and then they realize, wait a minute, it's still back up. Now, we have to move on to the top side, and they see that Little Wanderer is already down, and that means that they made a wrong call here. It didn't cost them much, but at the very least, it gives them now an idea of where this Ling is going to be, and they're expecting him to show up on bot side sooner rather than later.
Yep. So right now, DFYG, I honestly feel like they're not utilizing much of their comp just yet, but maybe they're just planning on fighting for that turtle, because having the chill as well as the Farsight, you should be able to get a kill once Farsight is level 4, or even before. Vanguin already forced out to use the flicker, so that's good. Oh, Yiwan gets the kill.
Okay, all right, I respect it. You know, he was still able to trigger enough damage to cause the passive of Farsight to actually get the snipe at the very end here, but now it just means that everybody else is going to be a little delayed, right? E7 trying to get their members to hit level 4 on time. They can actually get it from the mid lane here, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. A slowdown to play, oh god.
Zed is able to get away. That's one of the good things about a Cho, is that even if you get caught where you really know you're able to get away, but now Shin does have the Farsight ult here. Defended S-Strike is something you have to be careful of, but now Chum, able to get one and able to take out Hide on Bush. Shin has to get away, but Zhaoxi, they're trading jungle for jungle here. Yiwan not gonna use the final hit on the Fed S-Strike against Turtle, because probably NT7 can steal that away. So smart coming in from both teams, not to take that 50-50. I decided to just let it go. Like, just reset it.
Yep. Honestly, pretty funny how these fights are actually going, because the mentality seems to be like a little bit different, right? It's like, okay, we stop the junglers, we take away the retribution, and then when they see their boy Hide on Bush get hit by the Detonator's Welcome, the first thought that Entity 7 said, you know what, we're gonna take out Zhaoxi in response to this, and they have to really force their way to get on top of him. So now they come back to this neutral state, and Detonator's Welcome, it's about to come back online, and both supports now having their ults as well is a really big difference. Way of the Dragon and Fatal Links now in play.
Yep. So now treatment is in, and DFYG has 2 kills over Entity 7's 1, and I feel like this is very tricky, Gideon, because technically both teams scale up quite well. The Ling is a good position 1. Zhaoxi, being that Yushin is good position 1 as well. It's more about who gets who first. Speaking of who got who, looks like Fish God gets 1, but then what is the rest of the team doing? I mean, like, bro, you catch one, you kill that one.
Look, like, they're just watching the Odyssey. It's a 3-hour movie, dude. Not everybody has the attention span for.
Oh my god, Atlas goes in. Akashi hits no one. Zhaoxi gets killed by Vanguin. And now Vanguin almost dies as well. Zed flickers forward, try to get onto Shin. Shin gets kicked. Yiwan secures the kill. And Hide on Bush secures the turtle. Oh my god, I'm loving Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
No way, dude. What an insane engagement. Woo. Wow. I didn't think it would actually progress like that, to be fair. Oh,
Akashi? Akashi might get to get down here. Fish God secures the kill. Hide on Bush.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait, hold on a second. Is Yiwan's ult tied to his feathered airstrike or his wings by wings? Because I think it's his wings by wings right now.
Yeah, because it's very slow, right? To recover the. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, look at it go. It's like recharging really quick. I think it's the wings by wings, if I'm being perfectly honest right now. We'll keep an eye on that in just a little bit. But for now, at least we know the two big resources are gone. Shin does not have the flicker, so he's less incentivized to actually go for the Deton's Welcome or the Way of the Dragon. Without that flicker, it's just no point. You might as well take the Feathered Airstrike. Bangwin also forcing it really hard in that previous fight. No flicker as well. This is something that DianFengYaoGuai should utilize. They should start invading. This is when they need to start to get a little bit braver to get some of the bigger spells out of Entity 7 prior to this upcoming turtle.
Yep. I do agree. They need to be a little bit braver, try to secure as much as they can. And now they even force out Doom to use the Zaman Force, making it easier for... Alright, never mind. I was going to say Lung is going to secure that, but I think Vanguin got it?
I think Vanguin got it as well. Oh boy. And Hideon Bush in his current item progression, he has the Berserker's Fury. Now looking to finish his T2 boots. As Entity 7 have responded to Young. They weren't looking for first positions at all. They were invasions at the side. Now they're just making sure that this border is safe and that Doom can actually walk up, get frozen on. At this stage, you want to start double waving Doom. But if he starts this Frieza is on the move and you see Long, he's not wasting.
I gotta say, by the way, right now for both teams, I'm not even being sarcastic. I don't know whether it's good or not for them to be playing this slow, because like I said, yes, they can scale, but the scaling is pretty weird. Akashi gets taken down by Yi1, and now Fish God looks like he's just gonna get away. Back to my point, I don't know if it's okay for them to play this slow for DFYG and Entity 7. Speaking of, Hideon Bush takes a little bit of damage. Good flicker coming in from Zed. Still. Oh, I didn't know that interaction worked like that. Zhaoxi gets caught. Traceless out of the way. And now he's solo. He can't do much. Hideon Bush secures the turtle. Tries to get away. But now for Shin. Shin so far looking pretty safe. Tries to get away. Fish God flickers forward. Looks like he's going to get caught. Yi1 unstoppable. 5-0-1 on this Farsa.
Far, he's looking wrong, and he's been untouched. Like Yi1, he's doing a much better job on this Farsa. This was the pick that costed them an international slot, and I don't know, made sure that he's at least very.
Well, right now, honestly, I think that DianFengYaoGuai, even though they're in a very good spot, they still gotta respect when Hideon Bush gets the second item, which I thought was gonna be a Haskell, but it looks like Hideon Bush is saying that he might not have enough time. Oh wait, I think he's still going for that Haskell, because yeah, Haskell is pretty much necessary for him to survive going up against DianFengYaoGuai here.
Yeah, he's just trying to look to sustain for as long as he possibly can. And the Dominance Eye is finally completed by Vanguin. The anti-heal is going to be extremely useful in these fights. Endless battle, nowhere close for the side of Zhaoxi. And everybody else seems to be on track. The major lead that we are seeing is actually being developed by Doom at this stage of the game.
Yep. Being over 500 over Lung is going to be pretty good. So I feel like DianFengYaoGuai, as long as Hideon Bush doesn't become a problem, I feel like they should be winning this out. And for Entity 7, if they're able to catch Zhaoxi first, that's basically it. Which jungler dies first is going to be good, because we're seeing from minute 1, well, I would say minute 2, whenever they're fighting around the turtle, that's like the main thing everyone is going for, right? Everyone catch Hideon Bush, everyone catch Zhaoxi, and then after that, it's a free-for-all.
They just need to just keep fighting it out. Oh, all right. Is this going to be a punish onto E1? It looks like it might if they commit everything, but they just want to hurt him. Just chunk him out. Take away a little bit of his HPs. They've already got first position here on that top side. DianFengYaoGuai are holding back here. They don't need to be here at this stage of the game. They just need Zhaoxi to actually go for the full clear top to bottom.
Yeah. They're being very disciplined, and I'm not entirely sure if that's good or not.
I don't know.
Because they have a lead, they have a Cho and a Farsa. I really feel like they could have started a lot of things, and now Vanguard able to get Zed able to flicker out, use the kick onto Hideon Bush, dies to Doom, but in the middle of that, Akashi dove right in and dies to DianFengYaoGuai. Right now for both teams, they start out, but it looks like it's a 1-for-1 for now. They're gonna continue on. Fish God, flickers forward. not able to get much, but Shin has to flicker backward, but it looks like he was able to get the Daytona's welcome in that fight.
Yep, FishGod had to protect Yi1. They don't want to give that free shutdown. It's 5-0-2. It's a pretty fat shutdown on Yi1 right now for anybody who can get him, and Akashi was able to close that distance. So, honestly, not a bad Detona's welcome coming in for FishGod. It's just sad that DianFengYaoGuai finally initiate and start off a play, but don't get anything from it. Did I just see Yi1 have a genius wand?
No, hold on. We gotta wait because we really. Oh wait, no, Yuan does. Yeah, he does. He does have a genius one. Yes.
Interesting. All right, let's see whether or not this is gonna benefit him. Because now they're holding first position, and Ling, you can see him just hovering around that back line, making DFYG just feel like a little uncomfortable.
Yep. But now he understands he has to get away because Zed finally saw him, and they might try to get someone. Oh, flicker forward. Got one. Got who? Looks like able to get Shin. Shin gets taken down. And now Penguin tries to fight back, but FishGod secures the kill. Akashi with the Brave Spider. Unable to get anyone, not even Lung. Lung right now is surviving all this while. But finally gets taken down. Lung able to take down Akashi. Right now, it's only Hide on Bush, the only member from Entity 7 still alive. DFYG starting off the board.
Very clean fight. Very clean fight as Yi1 was able to hit every shot of the Feathered Airstrike onto the correct targets. And now that they've got mega damage on their side, yeah, take it back. The Genius Wand worked out really nicely for them at the end of the day. Nobody can really walk up to Yi1 at this stage of the game, except for maybe Akashi, but I think he's fallen too far behind. Now that he's got a second item, maybe there's an opportunity, but even then, we've seen multiple just great cancels from either Zed or FishGod to make sure Yi1 is always protected. Now the question is whether or not he's going to get extra aggressive, because as soon as he does, he will get punished for it. Hide on Bush, he finally has completed the endless battle on top of everything else, so he's got the raw damage to take Yi1 out.
Yeah. Honestly, I do gotta say, Genius 1, if the enemy has 3 tanky heroes, sure, it might feel bad, but against only 1, it actually feels pretty good, because the Genius 1 does make it so that one rotation of your skills, you're able to take down any damage dealer, which at this point I see 1, 2, 3 damage dealers, so it's looking pretty good for that Genius 1 build. DianFengYaoGuai looks like they're not gonna be moving with the Lord, letting Lord does his thing in mid and just getting the outer turrets. Still pretty clean. Wait, Yi1 got a kill? What happened?
Yep,
what?
He blasted somebody down with a Feather Airstrike, apparently.
Just Hide on Bush.
Yep.
It's Hide on what?
Yep. That. I mean, I was thinking the exact same thing because he didn't have Lightning Truncheon. I would have imagined that he would have been able to survive, but I think he caught Hide on Bush just after the Finch Poise, and he even used the Tempest of Blade. So I just think that he's just too strong right now.
Zed tries to get a kick, unable to get one. Well, he got a kick, just not the one that you usually see in highlights.
Hey, it's the zoning kick.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. That's the zoning kick. That was the macro play, not the micro play.
Yep,
I gotta say, the fact that Yi1 killed Hide on Bush, it's kind of like the bird killing the stone. Do you get it?
Yep. It's
right.
Look, sometimes you need 2 birds. Sometimes you need 2 birds to be in position. But if it's 1 bird, the stone doesn't expect it. The stone is just like, what am I supposed to do? There's the other counterpart that's missing here. But this is working out very well. Like I got to give it to DianFengYaoGuai. As much as I've been, clowning on them a little bit for some of the moves that they made, right now this is by far one of their cleaner games. And honestly, they feel more in sync, which is very good for not only the region but for them as a team. This is an all Chinese team, no imports on their side. So again, very risky moves to be playing without the imports, but still their showing here is looking very nice.
And hold on, for this right use, Penguin dodges every one of those shots. I even saw a comment online asking why Ling hasn't been present for quite a while, and we're starting to see here where it's unfortunate, but the Ling is a bit slow in terms of farming as well as actually doing much in the early game, and there's basically no map presence. And now even gets gets locked down, and now enough damage. Zhaoxi kills Hide on Bush. Akashi in the back trying to get Yi1. Yi1 is still godlike, flickers out of there. Now Lung! Perfect go away, locks Akashi down, and now Doom tries to get away, able to get Zed on the way back. Now it's just 2 members, just Shin and Doom, while DianFengYaoGuai only lost Zed.
Oh wait, they didn't get the punish. Oh my goodness, and now they might turn this around, at least for Doom. He's strong enough.
Well, Zaman Force Use able to get FishGod. Yi1 gets away. Yep, a bird will still have a problem against a cat.
Man.
Meow meow or something like that.
Yeah, meow meow. I feel like MeowGuai kind of forgot what Aerith does. He's like, hey, he's got nothing to auto attack reset on. Oh no, the minions! It's one of those things you just tend to forget. But right now, at least you know that Doom is strong. Doom has scaled, and it's a 5v4. Zed trying to look for the play.
Oh, Penguin tries to get somewhat actually able to get the Melissa. Reposition still okay. Unstoppable for Zhao Shi. Shin secures it on Yi1 and hide on Bush. Gets the kill. Gets the Lord. DianFengYaoGuai, how did you throw this away?
Oh, they get the kill.
Well, Lung dies, so
Don't
wow.
worry, dude. Don't worry. Don't
Wow.
How did
Bro.
Oh, if there was a time for a replay, it'd be now. If there was time for a replay, it would be now, dude. That's so wild. Holy cow. So, the fight progresses. The feathered airstrike gets ripped. They manage to actually, defend themselves against the biggest combo from Vanguin, and yet, somehow, it really just came down to hide on Bush, just one shot in the backline after all the spells have been used. There's really no excuse for this. For the side of DianFengYaoGuai, they had a full feathered airstrike uncancelled the entire time, so they just needed to be in a better position.
Dude, DianFengYaoGuai cannot lose this one because sure you can say, oh, he hit his power spike and everything, but they're literally in the base, right? They should have been able to pace themselves and then eventually end the game. But now Lord is marching down bot. Lung has to be careful. Vanguin is going to try to get onto him. He does have that Purify, but still. But now Shin getting that Fed Airstrike use just to clear the minions. For now, DianFengYaoGuai has a good defense.
They've been rattled. You can see that Fish God not even trying to hold the wave here. Is that dancing back and forth between mid and bottom constantly, allowing the initial hit in the first place. I think they gotta utilize Lung a little bit better here, right? They have to set up a perimeter, and they only need to make sure that Lung throws muddles in a funnel or a choke point designated spot. And I think that's the problem right now. DianFengYaoGuai are trying to play too free flow when they need to kind of figure out exactly how the fight looks like. They've already figured out how to deal with the Fatal Links. They've already figured out how to deal with the Kashi. At this point, the real game changer really is Shin, despite him being 1, 4, and 5.
Yep. So right now, Entity 7, honestly, as long as they're able to get Zhao Shi, they're looking pretty good. Oh, hold on. Conceal use. Hide on Bush. Does he find anyone? Can he? Oh, he goes for Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi's basically dead here. Tries to get away. Able to get the immortality in time. But now 2 people got caught. And now Yi1 gets taken down. A kick coming in. Zhao Shi kills Hide on Bush. Zed able to turn that around for DianFengYaoGuai. Fish God does not hesitate with that flicker. Wastes the Zaman Force. Hold on, Zed. Does he really want to go for this? I don't think so. I don't think so. Do they just want to delay this so that the minions can possibly end the game? What's the plan here, DianFengYaoGuai?
I think it was just to delay them at this stage. It really was just to delay them. Man, I can't believe Hide on Bush needed the extra bit of damage, and he uses his Finch poise to get back into the fight, which ended up killing him anyways. He's got to trust that his crit rate is high enough to get the kill. That's truly it, because he's already 2-hitting Zhao Shi.
Oh, Zhao Shi goes in. He still gets the Lord. He might trade his life. That was a very risky play coming in from Zhao Shi. Now Fishgok gets taken down as well. Looks like E1 is able to deter them from moving forward, but Zhao Shi tries to dodge by traceless inside of the Lord pit. That's a decision.
Oof. I mean, at least he got the Lord, right? At the end of the day, that's what matters. It bought them an extra little bit of time, even though they didn't have any waves in the right positions. And honestly, they probably should have just played for the fight at the end of the day. But now that Entity 7 has gotten to a point where they've actually scaled, the fight isn't as easy to play for. And Entity 7 knows that they can break the battle lines because they've got DianFengYaoGuai every single time in a 5v5. It feels like DFYG are the ones who are currently against the ropes. Like, they have to do the head movement. They have to dodge the big haymakers, even though they're the ones with the loaded guns.
The biggest problem right now is actually that Atlas, because the Atlas keeps on catching, I would say, crucial members of DianFengYaoGuai and showing me a lot of interaction I didn't know was possible.
Hey man, as long as you hold on to that ult, a lot of things can actually happen here. And not to mention that he also has his flicker, so he's incentivized to make a big play of his own. Ideally, he wants to catch Lung and Zhao Shi and Yi1 in one ult, but you know, 2 out of the 3, 1 out of 3 should be worth it. And now the winner crowns are starting to come in, so now you don't have to, you know, worry too much about reacting to it as often. Just the press of a button and you're safe.
Right now, the endless battles coming in from both Hide on Bush as well as Zhao Shi. I was thinking whether they want to sell their Malefic gun for something else, because that is something that we've seen in MSC, where out of all the items, looks like the penetration items is something that both teams are comfortable, or at least Ling is comfortable to take out, because Berserker Fury does do true damage now, so you kind of don't need that penetration as long as you have enough crit. But I don't know, I'm still very 50-50 whether Berserker Fury heroes still need that penetration or not.
I mean, with the composition, like, it really comes down to, like, what you're trying to kill. If you're trying to kill Yi1, Zhao Shi, and Lung, it makes a lot of sense to eventually, like, you know, give it up and then go into something to increase your crit rate, like GDS, or even, like, Windtalker, arguably, depending on, like, whether you're trying to push or whether you're actually trying to get extra movement speed after the Tempest of Blades. But either ways, his first 2 autos already are kind of disgusting, and not to mention that his Divine Swords really hurt. I think that for DFYG, they just have to slow down for a moment, right? It's really on Entity 7 who has to attack them rather than the other way around. And if they just respond correctly, it's usually fine.
Right now, looks like one good catcher. Vanguin tries to get away, and now even flicker used by E1, trying to get Doom. Doom still survives, top, able to get 1. Ooh. He's still surviving, able to get Shin. Shin is out of the battle, but same as Fish God. All the while, we see Zhao Shi trying to get Doom. Not enough, double kill for Hide on Bush. Lung is all alone dealing with Akashi. And that might have been a throw coming in from DianFengYaoGuai, breaking up their battle lines. Trying to get creative with it, but ooh-wee, I don't know about that.
Hey man, it's the Entity 7 passive. They are getting that concussive blast down and rattling the brains of DianFengYaoGuai, who it seems like there is a communication breakdown of what needs to happen for the front and back, and Lung is just not communicating that, hey, he's thinking that he can kill Akashi no problem, but if he doesn't have Muddles right on top of him with max stacks on the Golden Staff, I don't think he cuts through the DR anyways. And you can see that the raw sustain is just too much, especially if there's multiple people, and Akashi still has Flicker. Like, he's been doing a phenomenal job at keeping Lung out of this fight, even if he doesn't kill him. So now, ND7, they get a free Lord, nothing to worry about here. They're just gonna walk away with not much of a contestation, and Yi1, all that initial buildup that he had has kind of gone down the drain. Yes, he still does a good amount of damage, but he needs the setup from Zed to find it.
Yep. This is just one of those games where if you want to flame someone, you kind of can, you know? You have the stats to back it up. Right now, it's all on Entity 7. Like, this is their game to lose. If they somehow botch this push, 3 members dying, and then that's the end. DianFengYaoGuai can push it all the way through. So now, Vanguin has to play perfectly. At this point, even if he catches 1, based on how DianFengYaoGuai has been reacting, even if he gets 1, that's more than enough, because you know DianFengYaoGuai, everyone will throw everything away, and then they'll just dive in, and then give a lot of space for both Doom and Hide on Bush to get those kills.
Yeah, and now they first have to one problem at a time. They got to deal with this super empowered Lord, right? 22 minutes into this game, he needs to start chunking out the people in front by utilizing Muddles. Oh, hold on.
Vanguin catches 1, able to get Zhao Shi still has the immortality, tries to get away. E1 tries to help with the better airstrike, able to delay long enough, but Hide on Bush gets taken down, shut down. Zhao Shi gets the final kill. Doom as well. Entity 7 to throw in the game here. Shut down for Lung. Akashi tries to save it, but he's gonna get taken down as well. And now it's just Shin and Vanguin. Only Yi1 is out of the battle. But looking at the waves, Entity 7 might still survive this one. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yep.
Maybe I should not call the throw before it happens.
Yeah, you shouldn't call the throw before it happens, my guy, because Entity 7, they threw everything at DianFengYaoGuai, and this was before. Wait, hold on.
Well, looks like Vanguin got caught, and now she even gets stunned. He even took the wrong ult. It's game over. They should be able to end it now. 15 seconds for hide on Bush as long as they just tank the turrets. Actually, no, maybe hide on Bush can defend this.
Wait, let's
No. He can't. That's it, GG. DFYG moves on while NT7 goes to the lower brackets. Well, they will may or may not fight against Team Spirit.
Holy, one of the longer games that we've seen here today. A series that pushed it right to the very edge, and unfortunately, desperation brings the worst out of the human race. Final Games already providing you guys with quality gameplay here, and this victory, at least at the bare minimum from DianFengYaoGuai, a huge sigh of relief. But I think that both teams, they need to refine their gameplay. They played the early to mid really well, but once we got to the late game, and once it reset the gold leads for both sides multiple times, it just comes down to who has more tenacity, who has more discipline, and who can identify the situation better without as much information. Your gut instinct will tell you that. But unfortunately for Entity 7, their gut instinct told them that they gotta throw everything at the wall, and DianFengYaoGuai, their defense was good.
And actually, if I'm looking at the groups properly, this means that DianFengYaoGuai actually qualifies all the way through, even if they win or lose against Team Falcons PH.
Oh.
Looks like we get to the upper bracket, like that's, I don't know, kind of a extra scrim for you because you're automatically qualified. Interesting.
Sick. That's pretty nice. You know, not many tournaments allow you to have that, but and especially with teams of this caliber, it's been a pretty difficult one because these fights, especially in this current metagame, has been rather insane. Like, most people are looking at the screen and they're just seeing like just a bunch of flashing lights in a lot of awkward moments. And I think that when we are thinking about the chain of events that need to happen, a lot of it boils down to if you have tempo. And I think that both Entity 7 and DianFengYaoGuai, they understand what to do early to mid when they have the lead. It's the late game. How do they close out games? How do they set up for these end game scenarios? And more importantly, the timings of the waves so that when they do decide to try and initiate or at least try to zone away targets from inhibitors, what are the most important ones? And I'll tell you right now, it's not Vanguard. They could have thrown Akashi many times before, and as long as he holds on to his flicker, there's definitely a moment in that game where Vanguard or Akashi can get right on top of Logan.
Yep. At the 7, I would say they still have a few things to fix here, because if they will be going up against Team Spirit fights very fast. Using a scaling comp like this will be very risky. Same for DianFengYaoGuai as well. I feel like for a team to be able to win digital GOF here, they really got to make sure that once they have a lead, they can keep it and then end the game as quickly as possible before your opponent has a chance to come back. Because at this point, yes, you're moving forward, you're jumping up the ranks, that's great, but you got to think about how you want to become a champion, and they just got to be able to be, you know, holding on to that lead and then ending the game as fast as possible.
I think, yeah, it's just being composed. I think if anything, you know, learning from Team Spirit is how to set up the end game scenario off of very minute things like, oh, whether or not you hit a power spike, whether or not you can actually find not only the opportunity, but calculate just enough damage to maximize what your composition is trying to do. Because DianFengYaoGuai actually had a couple of moments there where Yi1 was so strong that no matter who Zed eventually was going to kick, as long as you check the items and they don't have an Athena shield, you're more than likely to actually eliminate the target altogether. Wow, double corrosive side coming down from Zed at the very end there, just to make sure, hey, you're not going to see my entire Cho tank build.
I mean, if he used that to end the game, I feel like, what you call it? I feel like Windtalker, yep, Windtalker would have been much better. It clears the waves and etc. Well, look at that, even Fishgod has the Corrosion Scythe. Well, either ways, good game coming in from DianFengYaoGuai, and I feel like for both teams, a few things need to be fixed, but there's gonna be time for that, so all is good. And Yi1 has convinced me that, yeah, Pharsa is a good pick. It's just that a lot of teams are like paranoid that the Pharsa is just gonna be like 0-6-0, getting chased all the time by like Lapu and Ling, but hey, he seems fine.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that was kind of on Entity 7 for not like punishing him in a lot of those moments. But hey, you know, I mean, they had plenty of gap closers, and I think that despite Shin being 1-6 and 8, the fact that he was able to steal a lore to drag out this game to get to this point was pretty impressive in and of itself. Vanguard, he's good at engaging, but I think the timings and the way he needs to communicate with the rest of his team is a little bit of an issue as well. Overall, DianFengYaoGuai, I'm very happy that the draft was able to kind of pull through, because that first half was very telling and exactly what they wanted to do. But at the end of it all, Lung 5-1 and 12, he wanted to maintain his KDA. Same goes for Yi1, but you know, somebody eventually has to make themselves the bait so that everybody uses their abilities on you to allow Lung to have the space that they were looking for. Any final words on this game?
I would say both teams really showed a lot of good things, but if you want to become champion, you got to do just a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that they're definitely going to have to like clean it up in a lot of different aspects. I think a lot of teams are just putting a lot of focus on the early to mid stages of the game, right? Like they've got to think about the late game as well and how to close it out, or at the very least, figuring out ways to make that transition from mid to late just a little bit better. We've seen a lot of teams like kind of trip up on their own ankles when they get to those moments, the 11th minute, the 12th minute, and if they don't find those conditions, how do they force and still get small advantages even when they don't find the correct conditions?
By the way, we might be doing Selangor Giants going up against Aurora, because it looks like the other stream it's ONIC against Pro Esports.
Oh, that'll be real interesting. But first, we'll confirm that later. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be more Mobile Legends action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. For the next several days, Astana will host one of the most exciting sporting events of the year. But this isn't a regular sports tournament. The Games of the Future bring together the best of both worlds, traditional sports and cyber sports, in a unique format called Phygital, which combines physical and digital competition. In Phygital sports, athletes have to perform both on the screen and on the field. They need fast reactions, smart decision-making, teamwork, and physical fitness. Winning here takes much more than mastering just one side of the game. This year, the tournament welcomes more than 800 athletes from more than 50 countries, competing across 8 different disciplines. Players, coaches, fans, and technology brands have all come together in Astana to be part of this global event. The competition is fierce, with a prize pool of over $4 million. But the Games of the Future are about more than just winning. They show how sport is changing and how technology is creating new ways to compete. The event has already attracted a huge global audience. The tournaments are watched by hundreds of millions of people, most of them between the ages of 18 and 34. A younger generation who are invested in both sports and digital competitions. It's clear that Phygital sports are becoming one of the fastest growing trends in the world of competition. Over the next few days, we'll take you behind the scenes, meet the athletes, hear their stories, and find out what it takes to succeed in this one-of-a-kind tournament. From quick interviews and fun challenges to exciting matches, we'll show you everything happening at the Games of the Future. So stay with us as we explore the future of sport, right here in Astana. Let's get started.
these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images. When you're coming back around. got me saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You got me saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You got me saying what's in my head, filling my mind with these images, and you're coming back around. these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images. And you're coming back around.
And finally back. Thank you so much to all of the audience, everybody who's been sticking for this game of SRG facing up against Aurora here in Group C. Yes, it did take a little bit of time, but we wanted to make sure that everything was going to run smooth for our players, and our league ops have been working very, very hard to make sure that everything is going to line up here. Remember, we are live mobile category presented by Freedom here at Digital Games of the Future. SRG will be taking on Aurora here, and this was a matchup that we've been very excited about for LFL.
Oh yeah, for sure, especially because Aurora should be, you know, it should be pretty good based on what happened in MSC, but SRG for now, you know, we have Innocent Cram, Geekay, Stormy, as well as Humes. It's unfortunate, but they were eliminated quite early in their previous tournament, so we'll see whether they have figured out the meta, because that's pretty much what everyone is saying, that they lost just because they could not figure out what's going on, right? In comparison to Aurora, they got a lot going on. Like, they have a lot of metas. It's just that, you know, it's unfortunate, but they weren't able to clutch it out. So this is going to be interesting. You know, Aurora wants some kind of revenge, and SRG wants to prove themselves that they're still good.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense here with Lunar, Pagu, Rosa, Sigaboom, as well as TNZ going pretty far during MSC's time. Still a lot that this roster wanted to offer up on the table, and it's just unfortunate that the meta right now just feels very coin flippy. It feels like everything can work in unless you completely understand the ins and outs of every single hero that is supposed to be meta, and more importantly, what your opponent's priorities are going to be. I think that's the real difference maker here, and overall, they've innovated every scene so far. We got Apex 47 in the back to make sure everybody's up to date with things on the back end, and of course, Coach Midnight as well, live on that stage itself to draft for the team.
Nice to see Midnight still there, and looks like the Atlas as well as Marcel have been banned out alongside with the Zushin from Aurora Gaming, and for SRG, banning the Freya as well as the Bushido. I'm thinking of Fanny should be banned here because TNZ has shown that he has a pretty wicked Fanny. It's something that you really should respect.
I think everybody needs to respect it, unfortunately. The Freya, of course, Paquito getting banged alongside it to make sure that the double fighters isn't going to show up. They leave the Fanny and Hirara for the choice of Aurora Gaming, as they are the ones who lock in the Barats as their first pick.
And I feel like we've seen enough to know that the Barats is actually a pretty strong first pick, because even if you counter him in lane, his prowess is really just going to be annoying when it comes to picking someone off. Which, by the way, just notice, looks like Uni will be playing this one, not Sakai's. So I wonder if this is a trend that they will, you know, continue on even towards the MPLs. Looks like we're jumping off the draft for a while. Maybe something is going on. Hopefully that will get sorted out. But yeah, the Barats gets picked up. So I wonder if they do want the Fanny.
I think Fanny something that they want, or do they prefer the Hirara for the iframes? And yep, it looks like they go for the Hirara for the extra iframes, and they make sure they also get access to the Selena, which is a really good option here, because it's not only does it slow down rotations, but it gives you the information that you need. This should be a Fanny pickup on the side of Aurora, but I don't know if they want to do it now. And yes, they immediately do so. Do they want to also hold on to the Cho just in case, or maybe like a Belleric Atlas? Atlas is already banned out, so it's got to be Belleric.
Yeah, so right now, I gotta say, I'm liking Aurora's start to the draft here, but knowing Stormy with that Selena is one of those heroes, just like the Cho, and honestly, even with the Fanny, as long as you're good enough, you can really turn things around. So I'm 50-50, but I'm really liking TNZ on this Fanny. I just want to see some kind of counter coming in from SRG, either some form of catch, or, you know, winning side lanes just so that they can keep on moving inside of the jungle, making sure that TNZ does not secure any more green camps, doesn't secure his buff. So this third pick is going to be very, very important. Do they want to secure a Moskov just so that they can, you know, protect themselves? And instead, they go for the Melissa.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it, because now they don't have to worry about the double fighter day. This still is a pretty early game composition based on what we've seen so far from Aurora Gaming. At this stage, it's going to force Sigibom back onto a marksman, and I think that's exactly where SRG is going to attack them. Start banning out the marksmen at this point. Get rid of the Moskovs, get rid of all the bad match for Melissa, and it should be forward after that. What does that leave us with? We also still have to worry about the potential from Ooh, do they want to worry about mid laners? Okay, now I have to think about like all the Melissa matchups. Clint needs to go. Brody should be okay for Melissa overall. They should also worry about the Farsa, but they've got Selena on their side unless they've got a special gift for Cram at the end of the draft.
Well, they banned the Rafaela, so that's good. Because yeah, thinking about it, that could have been a big problem. So for Aurora, I think, is there any real counters towards the Barats right now? I mean, like there are a few, but they're not really all that meta. They're banning out a Badang instead. So if they're gonna ban more roamers here,
I think I'd say that Esme and you both have a decent matchup into it. I think the Uranus more so.
100%.
But SRG are the ones who banned it out, right? Which is why Coach was eager to pick up the Belleric first in case rather than Rara trade, which I think either way would have been both of these junglers.
Yep. Well, I like that Aurora understands that they need to get rid of a counter engager, or Badang can kind of be both, can be an engager and a counter engager. I'm thinking, because something that they have used before, Gideon, is that Kufra. I don't know whether they want to try that again.
Really? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about this one. The Kufra, I mean, I suppose, but I don't think it's going to bring enough value in the team fight.
I agree with you.
Purely just for Fanny.
I agree with you 100%. It's just that, you know, because they used it before, I can't help but think like, do they want to try again? Because, you know, yeah, one more time. Because maybe in their head is like, it's not a bad idea. And I do agree, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. And let's face it, even if they lose, they're just going to go to the low bracket, which, you know, I'm sure no one wants to, but it's not that bad.
Be that bad, but I also think that, you know, at least when it comes to drafting, this is going to be like a lot of information for SRG. I think that it was they wanted to get rid of Uranus. It's maybe giving a Farsa over gaming if Cram has something that can potentially disrupt it. But that still comes at the cost potentially having a bad laning phase against this Barad. There's not a lot here right now that can actually deal with the way that he actually clears up the wave. And you called it from their hands for Yums, Eudora opposite side. So they're not going to go for the artillery. Want to happen.
Again, it does look like Midnight is just bringing back the Ube strat just without the necessary healing. I mean, Pagu can heal if he has Revitalize, but he really doesn't have to. Looking at the composition of Aurora, it's just, we're all going to be good friends. We're all going to walk together, and everyone has some form of AoE damage or CC. Well, you know, like, except for TNZ. Sikibo, I would say that it still has some form of AoE damage here. So this is like, they are creating the Aurora Avalanche, right? They just want to move fast, try to end the game by 12, 13 minutes. But somehow, if they don't, the Clint is still there. He's still able to do a lot. One of the heroes that can actually deal with the Melissa, which looks like in this current meta, if you want to deal with Melissa, you just have to, like, outrange them.
Yeah.
Once you're outrange, she's so good.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But I think you can handle it. We'll guess on what Cram is going to do and lead us back into game.
Cram finishes up with the Terizla, which I think is drafted just so that he can be a body in front. Because in terms of counters, I don't really feel like he counters that much. Not in lane and not in fights as well. Unless he's able to get on top of Sigibom, which shouldn't be easy. It really shouldn't.
Shouldn't be easy at all, but at this stage of the game, man, I would like to see how this Terizla is going to progress. Yes, the damage reduction is always going to be nice. You can actually start the initiations, but I don't know whether or not it's enough of a threat to force things out of their opponents. Let's see how much lane presence they actually get in this game as we're finally kicking off this best of three series of the day. RG facing up against Aurora, both of which RG will disappoint international. Don, welcome everyone.
Well, this is going to be SRG going up against Aurora from Turkey. And now I really feel like with the lineup that Aurora has, they should be able to fight basically at full strength by the second turtle. The first, you know, there's going to be some skirmishes here and there, but by the second, it should be enough for them to gank up as 5 and then try to take out SRG one at a time. But maybe that's what SRG is banking on. That's why they pick up the Kufra as well as the Terizla, where both have some form of AoE. And hold on, Pagu taking quite a lot of damage. Even Uni goes in. First blood goes over to Yumes. And now TNZ gets stopped. But Rosa flickers forward, still able to get Uni there. TNZ looking pretty low. Looks like the trap isn't gonna be enough. Will Innocent get there in time? Yes, he will get the kill on TNZ.
I think that Rosa should be able to get one more, but no. Oh, from Stormy seems good, but he does miss the trap. At the end of the trades are very minimal. Overall, SRG are walking away with a huge chunk of money and a lot more kills than Aurora Gaming. From this stage onwards, we'll see if they're going to turn this around, maybe on that top side.
Well, this is more of the SRG that I would say people were looking out for, where a lot of mechanical heroes and they're utilizing the mechanics very, very well. Is it really Lunar starting off with the all right, well, Sigibum looks like is losing a bit of the trade here, going up against Innocent. Looking at all of the emblems set up, it looks like everything is all in well. Lunar this time is going for the Tenacity, so not really going for any shenanigans with the Festival of Blood, including Cram. Even Cram is using Tenacity here, assuming that everything is correct. And interesting enough, Stormy is not using the Veterans Hunter. So SRG looks like they will be getting this turtle for free. It is all off of Cram winning his lane quite a lot, and the mid trio of SRG getting quite a lot of kills. Selangor Giants, they're attempting for an invade here. So far, Pagu taking all of the damage. It looks like someone got stunned up at the back. Looks like it's Lunar. Lunar for now is still surviving. Looks like he's gonna get taken down. Uni secures the kill. And now TNZ is stuck. And oh my god, 3 men stuck to the wall. Yumes, an incredible play. Stormy secures another kill onto TNZ. Even though he died, but still the trap does a lot of work.
Those traps, you got to be extremely careful as we see these team fights really starting to get out of control. I mean, SRG are still sticking to their playstyle, making sure that all the micro mechanics are there and taking advantage of the fact that when you think the fight is done, it really isn't. And they know how to kind of press that advantage. Let's quickly look on over to the emblem set here. A lot of tenacities being built by a lot of our frontliners, but of course, it's going to be Mystery Shop coming in from both Stormy and Innocent to get that extra discount on their items. I thought it was going to be pull yourself together for Innocent, but he is currently running Quantum Charge on top of the Purify, so he's like, it's short enough. I just want the extra money.
No, honestly, I'm with you there, because the meta right now is really just to get that pull yourself together so that you can spam your oh wait, he's going for Purify, not even going for Flicker. Looks like Innocent really is not that worried about TNZ. All right.
I think he can do a pretty good job. I think the only thing he can't deal with is getting, eaten by Lunar or, getting taunted by Pagu. That would be like the worst case scenario.
Well, looks like Yumes is caught, but the bouncing ball still helps him survive. Does he want to go in with the Tyrant's Revenge? No, still waiting for that. Overall, right now, the Kufra does look pretty good because he's able to actually stop TNZ with a bouncing ball. So much better than the MSC performance for now.
Yeah, so far so good. And now they hit another arrow. They're looking for combinations and unfortunately can't seem to get above that.
Oh, Yumes! Titan's Rage hits onto one, and my goodness, SRG threw everything, even the kitchen sink, onto good old Rosa.
Going to be a little difficult here overall. So we see these teams, like, again, continuous fighting for a large majority of this game. They're going to be able to get the turtle on their hands, but the laning phases is sort of done for their side laners, right? I think at this stage is where Cram can really start taking advantage now that, Baratz doesn't have the stacks to maintain. And better yet, he's got the wave clear on top of it to kind of keep up the pace.
We rarely see Stormy on this Selena, but whenever he is on a Selena, I gotta say those arrows are very deadly. Even if they don't hit, they're pretty close. They're pretty close on hitting. And right now, Selangor Giants, looks like Pagu gets hit again. He for sure is gonna, I don't know, take about more than 100k damage by 10 minutes here.
It's a lot of the damage to take, and just to breathe for them. And I think that's what Aurora Gaming is trying to get. Just a single moment to take a breath and say, you know what? We're good. We scale back up. Our main win is going to be Sigaboom trying to win out this lane. So really, Aurora should be investing just a little bit more pressure down on this bottom side.
Honestly, I agree, because I feel like that's the only winning lane that he can really have, because Lunar, again, we're not entirely sure what happened in the lane, but looks like he couldn't do much. But there's a fight there. TNZ got caught, and look at all those HP missing. Rosa probably got a fat ult, but looks like the stun got over to Rosa, enabling Yumes to get that kill, and now Lunar is all alone. Cram is there, able to hit penalty zone. Looks like Lunar is just waiting for death as Sigaboom tries to back them up, but the damage is not there just yet for the Clint. Oh my god, Lunar takes forever to die.
He's taking so long to die. I mean, to be fair, Rosa was already getting an amazing ult. Like, at that point, it's hard not to pick up as many kills as you possibly... Now, keep it even, right? We look at the gold score. Initially, the build-up for RPG was looking great, but not so much, right? It turned from at least a 3,000 back to the 2000s, and Aurora are just going to try and just hold on for as long as they possibly can. Unless TNZ finds a different angle here, another arrow hits.
Hits onto Pagu again, and now the rapid dry use. Tyrant's Rage hits 2 onto those walls. Uni gets killed onto Rosa. Able to hit Uni. It looks like Uni still survives. It was actually Innocent that got beat up. Uni, Cram as well. Stormy is still fine here. Lunar looking a bit unhealthy, but looks like TNZ almost killed Stormy there. Good on Stormy, able to get away.
Now they're gonna have to take their time. Just a moment, because at this stage, Aurora 7 and 12. They can actually bounce back from this, and they even got the lane swap with the tier 1 down on bot side already crushed. They're going to continue this onslaught playing through Sigaboom as their main spearhead. Lunar has to act as a strong shield, but he's just trying to maintain stacks at this point, right? He wants to hold this turtle hostage for as long as possible, all while TNZ can actually influence the rest of the map.
Yep. Looks like someone got caught, and now Rosa able to do quite a lot of damage. Yumes gets taken down by Sigaboom. And now Stormy tries to find an angle. Innocent is there. Innocent is free, hitting onto everyone. TNZ able to get Cram. And now TNZ tries to get away. He does not have the energy. One more hit, and it looks like Stormy is able to get the kill. And now SRG, Innocent as well as Stormy, able to influence the fight enough to push Aurora Gaming away from the turtle.
Yeah, lethal ignition, real pain to deal with, not to mention that also the glowing wand was still burning him mid-flight. That last auto attack coming in from the minions just put him at a lethal range. A little sad there for TNZ, but nothing much you can do about it at this stage of the game. For now, at the bare minimum, we are seeing that Sigaboom is able to scale up pretty decently. He hasn't died just yet, but these arrows coming in from Stormy have really hindered Lunar and even Pagu from finding an insane engagement.
I feel like Midnight and the rest of the team are telling Rosa, like, Rosa, next game you're gonna get on that Selena, because this is so annoying. Yumes channeling the revenge, gets TNZ, and oh my god, beautiful engages coming in from SRG. Luna tried to help him out by eating Stormy, but Cram able to get the penalty zone onto 2, and now Selangor Giants move in. Innocent dealing free damage on the Pagu as well. Luna, Yumes goes back in with a Tyrant's Rage, and up from the back, Uni finds Rosa all alone, gets a killing spree. Selangor Giants keep moving forward. Nice engages by Yumes and Stormy.
What are these guys? Delta Squad? It feels like they just continuously fight every single time. They're just using their micro mechanics and finding these incredible angles to get early on into these fights. And maybe this is what they were trying to implement during MSC, right? Maybe this was the major idea, but it feels a lot more polished this time round and a lot more confidence that I'm seeing from Selangor Red Giants, especially coming in from Yumes, right? After like a devastating performance during EWC, you would have imagined that he'd be a little more scared to open up this map, a little more scared to try for these big plays.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, the connection between Yumes and Stormy, I might even say it looks stronger than before. I don't know if it's like because of a hero thing with the Kufra as well as the Selena. They're chaining their crowd control beautifully, but here's the thing. Aurora Gaming, Sigaboom is 3-on-3, right? And he does not have the Sky Piercer, but at this point, against this kind of draft, I feel like he doesn't even really need the Sky Piercer. So I feel like SRG, they are 1 force engage away from Sigibum just popping off, but for now, they're still zoning out Lunar. They're still zoning out Pagu. Sigibum is there. Aurora Gaming, they just got to figure out how to protect Sigibum, and then they should be able to take SRG down.
Yeah, and I think that right now they're just probing the reactions of SRG, right? They're trying to see what abilities and what people get the Hornets Nets rattled up here. And SRG understand that they are a very cooldown-based composition. They can't just fight whenever they want. They have to time it perfectly with the Selena to get the maximum value. And so far, Sigibum, he can't seem to get in on the pitch just yet.
Okay, these arrows need to stop, because even some of them, I'm like, okay, that should not hit. That should be out of range. But right, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to glaze my boy, but if the arrows keep on hitting, it's hard to not talk about it, you know?
It's true. He's been landing headshot after headshot, whether it's, against stun targets or whether they're just walking straight forward. But at least they haven't, caused Sigibum to die. And Sigibum, he's already got his 3 items. If we look at it right now, Endless Battle, Fury, Malefic Gun already purchased. He has the damage if he can just get close. And I think that's a big problem. He's a little worried that maybe Cram can just flicker penalty zone him.
For now, SRG, they're continuing the assault, getting the mid tier 2. And now only the bottom side that has the tier 2 left. The Lord is still marching forward. And this is still not easy for Aurora Gaming, because the siege coming in from SRG between the Selena as well as the Melissa. Even if they don't, oh my god, Sigibum got stunned, Yums jumped in, Tyrant's Rage onto 2, and then the follow-up coming in from Cram with the, oh my goodness, now SRG, that was a sick engage.
That was pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if SRG was ready, or they just have to be ready at all times, right? Every single time these arrows come out, it seems like their eyes are already looking towards it, whether it gets hit or not. Maybe that's something that Aurora Gaming could use. Oh no, another one.
What the heck? TNZ got caught mid-flight and they burned it down. Stormy gets another kill. Lunar probably get taken down by Uni, but it's like Yums is the one that secures the kill, and then a double for Stormy. Getting a kill with the trap. Selangor Giants, they are not stopping. They are relentless. 12 minutes, 36, 37. Sigibum gets taken down. Wipeout SRG. They took down Aurora Gaming in under 13 minutes.
Holy, wow. I definitely wasn't expecting SRG to be coming out of the gate swinging as hard as they did, if I'm being perfectly honest here. They are punching, it feels like they're punching above their weight. It feels like they are chasing for something more. They are trying to correct all the mistakes that they made during MSE here. Despite it, honestly, the draft, I wasn't 100% convinced about it. Now seeing the way that they can play from ahead, sure, it looks good, but if they didn't have that lead in the first place, would it have looked the same? Was this all Banker's couple of interactions, or was it 100% faith in the teammates?
I feel like it's 100% faith in the teammates, because you know what? You just throw it out. You just throw it out. We're gonna go in.
Again, I mean, we're just seeing highlights of how many headshots this man can hit. And of course, there was that big wombo combo, of course, from Rosa alongside with Lunar. But even so, those moments ends up getting Rosa killed anyways. I think right now, Aurora Gaming, they're just not reacting to the arrows fast enough. I think that's going to be the main issue. I don't think the draft had much of an issue in this particular case, but a lot of these fights ended up in choke points. And I think that's something they have to recognize here. As much as they are good at choke points, I think, unfortunately, SRG is arguably even stronger just because of that penalty zone, right? Every single time you see Cram actually walking in, trying to follow up for the kill, he can absorb a decent amount of damage thanks to his passive Body of the Smith. And when you think he's about to go down, that's when you see Innocent. That's when you see Yums come up with a go away from me, even with the Tyrant's Revenge in times, just to ensure that no, our space is front to back. You're never going to get past us.
Well, this is insane. By the way, Mirko, I know you're watching this one. Shout out to you. In fact, you know what? To all the streamers watching, shout out to you guys. You guys have been amazing. But this is, I don't know, Gideon. How does Aurora respond? I really feel like either ban the Selena or get it quick.
Either ban the Selena or get it quick. I don't know. I feel like the Kufra was played really well from Yums. Like the early game was kind of dicey, but once they got that lead, I think that Yums did a really good job at completely shutting down TNZ while still finding like major value with his own ult. I think that's something that Aurora just has to play around, unfortunately. This Selena, I'm not 100% sure whether it's worth the ban or not. Maybe we'll see if Aurora goes over to the red side. They're probably going to leave it open and see whether SRG is going to be the ones who end up banning it.
Honestly, listening to the other streamers, even they're agreeing that this Selena has to go. I mean, Rosa's Selena is pretty good, so I think they will try to get it away. I'm more surprised that the Kufra worked this well. I mean, I use Kufra as well before, but I haven't touched it in like 1 year plus. Now I want to play it again. Oh my goodness.
Yums made it look like he was rusty during MSC, and now he's put in a couple of hours to kind of, add that extra layer of polish towards the end there. It has been a very, very volatile game. Very surprising to see that SRG was able to kind of come back into form and really put down their signature playstyle. The early game interactions obviously not in favor of Aurora, but I think that's something that they can work out with, down the line, or at least a single VOD review. But with that being said, our teams need to hit the drawing board. They need a little bit of a break. And of course, when we come back, more Mobile Legends action.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Did you know that a fan-made map jump-started a whole genre in competitive sports and contributed to the development of one of the adored games of many, Mobile Legends Bang Bang? Multiplayer Online Battle Arena, abbreviated as MOBA, is a subgenre of strategical games which started out just as a game called Aeon of Strife. Though it was far less developed than the typical games in the genre, since the characters didn't have any abilities. But the principle for the gameplay was established quite clearly. Players controlled a single hero unit fighting on 3 lanes, which were protected by defensive towers. Might be unusual to hear for us now, since the MOBA genre is so popular. But it was not true at all for the first 6 years of the genre's existence. Dota, League of Legends, Smite, Heroes of the Storm popularized the genre and eventually led to the creation of Mobile Legends. Released in 2016, Mobile Legends was designed to appeal to a broad audience, and appeal it did. The free-to-play business model, along with captivating heroes, were enough to win over the hearts of many gamers. Now, Mobile Legends Bang Bang has a rich international presence, attracting many players from Southeast Asia and
the future. Games of the future. Games of the future.
And we are back. Thank you so much for all checking out Digital Games and waiting for these games to actually begin. These teams are making sure that they are doing everything in their power to get a draft for this upcoming game. Because if they learned anything from this previous matchup, oh boy, maybe it's not necessarily just the draft. Maybe it's just one particular hero. Or is the Selena more so going to get a ban round, or is it going to get instantly snatched up for a different pick? We're going to find out as we're starting to head on into the drafting phase between SRG alongside Aurora. We'll figure out whether or not which teams, well, in this case, Aurora, which side they actually want. But let's say, LaFell, you are midnight right now. You go on blue side, you go on red side.
I think I want red side. Hold on, if I go red side, I ban Freya, I ban Bushido, and then maybe Fanny. Or let the Fanny go and then ban out the Selena. Because you asked me, Gideon, and rarely would I say I prefer blue side. Honestly.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Only
I thought that
because-
maybe after the stats, like maybe that could have changed your mind a little bit here.
No, I don't know. Maybe like as a player, like I'm not as experienced of a coach as these guys, right? But as a player, I just find a lot of value having two early picks, one pick at the second phase of ban, and then the last pick. I don't know. Like I know the numbers usually say first pick is good, but I don't know. Like as a player, I just see a lot of value being in second pick.
Understandable, but which player are you going to be?
Except for that one meta where there's like 7 OP heroes, and then, so whoever first pick gets that one OP hero, and then you're done. I'm like, God.
Yeah, in those metas, it can get a little bit tough. But Monton has been putting a lot of effort to make sure that this particular patch is kind of like, you know, kind of a little out of control, but not too crazy to the point where every single hero that you pick has a direct use in the current game. And I think that right now that we are seeing, the Kufra kind of get a little bit of love here for all the Kufra players out there. Maybe this could change a lot of opinions. We'll see. We'll see as the tournament continues to develop over these next couple of days. But before we do anything, we need to see how that draft is going to start playing out. And I like the fact that they had a couple of pocket picks in mind. They knew for a fact that, hey, Yums is going to get targeted, so he's got to get a hero. The same can be said about Cram, and he ended up doing pretty well on this Terizla. I don't know if he's going to get access it, whether it's like a direct way to deal with the Barats, but I think it's a great way to deal. He was absorbing a lot of damage. It looks like Aurora have decided on blue.
Oh, they're going very fast. SRG, they are the ones that banned out the Selena. So these are the bans that I thought of, just different teams here. But yeah, Barats, the Harley, as well as the Eudora gets picked up. And now SRG picks up the Melissa as well as the Herrera. And then let's see here. What other pick they're gonna go for? But I just want to jump. I just want to jump in real quick on what you were saying earlier. I feel like there will be so much roam picks open when the EXP goes tank. That's essentially it. Either the roam is having a bad day or EXP is having a bad day. You know what I mean?
Makes meta last forever. Make this meta last forever so EXP and roamers can just eat as long as we can. Uranus finally gets locked in here as a direct answer to the laning phase of this Barrage. But now, same problem has occurred, but this time without having to deal with the Fanny so early on. There's no reason for Yums to go for his pick. And I think at this point, Selangor Red Giants can easily ban it out.
Here's the thing. Something makes me feel there's a chance he might go for something like a Hilda. Just go in and annoy Rosa and TNZ.
Do they need... I mean, the Shred makes a lot of sense, but then is there anything else that we need to be worried about? I was thinking like Beleric definitely needs to go. But it kind of goes to both sides. It's more on the onus of Aurora to get rid of the Beleric, since, again, they've already locked in their mid laner, and the Selangor Red Giants haven't yet. And even so, I mean, it'd be nice to have the Beleric on their side, but at the same time, that Melissa eventually becomes a problem. It's clear that at least Innocent knows how to deal with Sigapum in lane when he is specifically on that Clint. I don't know whether that kill made the big, that one kill that Innocent was able to sneak away on, specifically onto the early game, that made a difference in that lane, but generally it shouldn't.
Because looking at how SRG played earlier and the draft that they have right now, all three heroes want to move forward. And I feel like you have two options. Have crowd control so that, in case something bad happens, you can fight back, or Cho is the best of both worlds because he kind of does both, so that would be the ideal pick. But I'm thinking Aurora should be banning that away if they want to ban out another mid laner. Maybe they will ban out, say, I don't know, a Vexana, a Valentina. Actually, no, a Valentina. Valentina might be a good ban.
Are there... I'm trying to think. If they do ban out the Valentina, that means they want something with like a fat ult. And it looks like now that they've seen that Minotaur has already been banned out, they're kind of forced into a position where they also have to get rid of the Beleric at this stage. Rosa is still on that Eudora, so there's no ult shenanigans to be had. But for SRG, when they look at the opposite side, there's honestly no real ult other than the Detna's Welcome to actually take. So for now, we're probably not going to see mid lane get locked in just yet. We're probably going to see Port, and it's got to be blind.
Yeah. Again, I feel like Cho is probably going to be the safest quote unquote, because Rosa on this Eudora, we've seen many Chos get basically snuffed out because of that stun. So other than that, having a front line, maybe even a Grok wouldn't be that bad. But yeah, they still go for the Cho. You just got to be able to time your Shumpo against the stun of the Eudora.
And it's very reactable. I think the hard part is trying to predict when the ball lightning is going to come out when Eudora flickers in front of you. Because again, there's still that like 3 time. It's not like an instant stun. There's still a bit of travel distance that it has to go through. And that's something that most Shumpo players can actually react to. Unless, you get hit by the Detna's Welcome and you have no choice. Then you're just going to have to pray that you're not the primary target. Though, we need to see Aurora kind of finish off their composition. They're still missing a support. They're still missing a gold laner. And they saw that, unfortunately, Clint doesn't work in this particular case against Innocent. Do they want to do it again? This time, arguably even harder now that they have to worry about Cho on top of it.
Now looks like they're gonna pick up the Claude as well as the Gatot. Though I do have to say, with Claude out of the way, these 4 members are very difficult to deal with. So when it comes to the mid, it's a good banning out that Lilia, because Lilia could potentially deal with this. Because they need some kind of AoE damage, or they just say screw it and pick up a Farsa, right? Kill them before anything can happen. Having the Joe, for me, does enable that.
Yeah, not a bad idea, actually. Is there any other, like, one-shot? I mean, they could technically go for Vexana if they really wanted to as well. It kind of depends on what they want to do here in the mid lane, right? If you can't poke them out with the Lilia, I think at the very least dealing with the frontliners in Vexana idea as well. Not to mention the wave clear doesn't mean... Wait, is this Flying Clouds, or are they just, like, playing Rafa for the sake of playing Rafa? We'll find out once we get into the game, but man, I wasn't expecting that.
I mean, like I did say, it's obvious that SRG, they're just having like a lot of forward momentum, you know, call it dive, call it Langar or whatever, but hey, this Rafa could actually really work out, because Cho getting stunned and then maybe get bursted down, not gonna happen now with the Rafa.
Dude, did Midnight inadvertently create a car that this Malaysian team is eventually going to localize? I mean, it'd be very interesting to see how they're going to do it, right? I mean, we've done it many times already in, big car companies here locally, but even so, I want to see how they actually want to play this, right? The last time that we saw Rafa mid was done by Aurora, and they played it out of nowhere, cheesing targets that weren't expected, consistently pulling people back from the grave in these 1-for-1 trades, which will always work out for the Rafa comp.
Yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, if I'm not mistaken, YG also used it in the grand finals against Team Spirit, and they were able to get a very quick win. I think it was game 6. And then they didn't use it for game 7 for whatever reason, but damn. Okay, nice to see that Rafa mid is used against Aurora.
It is Flying Clouds, but they both got Wilderness Blessing. This is the typical setup. Why does Cram have Master Assassin? Is that... Hey, I want to see how hard he wins the lane now.
Actually, no, I really feel like... Even I feel like it's absurd, but Uranus does win quite hard against Barats. That's why I say, like, you know, Barats is not winning the lane against Uranus, but you're not supposed to. You're just going to be... you know, munching on someone during the turtle and etc.
Yeah, I mean, Kram, he's already doing a good job. He's already put him down to at least like 60% of his HP, forcing at least for Luna to go immediately into his grab. Wait a minute, what's going on here?
Wait, why is Pagu there? And Yums goes in, finds TNZ. Uni goes in, they kill TNZ. Able to get away for now, but Innocent secures the kill. And now Pagu is all alone, gonna get taken down. Uni secures that one. And I'm not sure, did they even steal the buff away? Even if they did, they died.
Uni still has his purple buff. He still has his purple buff. What was that? Why did they hold it so that TNZ could potentially go in and just immediately or retribution it, but then they realized that the retribution wasn't big.
Much. Able to get Yums. Yums gets stunned up, but Stormy stuns up Pagu as well as Lunar as well. Yums trying to get away. It looks like he's able to. Good stun coming in from the Rafa ally. Now Cram is there. Pagu is looking pretty low. Unbreakable away. Cram gets stunned up. And now it looks like Selangor Giants, they are continuing this turtle. Yeah, honestly, it is pretty interesting that they tried to do that with the buff of SRG, considering that they kind of created this comp. They should know like the strengths and weakness of it.
Well, to be fair, I think they weren't expecting S to stop hitting the purple buff, right? I think that was like a moment there where SRG understood that if they did nothing, they win. They were waiting for Uni to get his combo points back up, and once it was back up, look for the big re-engage. He was only sitting on one, but he needs both to guarantee the early game damage. So really well played coming in from SRG's side. I want to see how they want to do this even further, because now Yulams has Way of the Dragon, and I think he wants to go down to that bottom side to try and set something up, but take a moment, I don't think he's leaving this lane anytime soon, and considering that Innocent already has a level lead on him, he honestly should just leave him to suffer here. Let Innocent do the work.
Honestly, I feel like Yunus is just giving vision just to let him know, just to let Uni know whether he can actually go invade, get some camps or whatever, because I really feel like what SRG is trying to do, Cram handles top side and then Yums handles bot side, and then, you know, figure it out from there.
And they're honestly doing a really good job because now they're attacking the mid lane. They got the ball lightning out of Eudora. And this should be a free rotation. Are they gonna punish here?
Well, looks like Uni is able to get onto Nagata of Pagu. Pagu still holding on to his Revitalize. At least that's what the API is showing. But yeah, pretty easy kill there by SRG. And now they want to go on to the buff here. He actually does kick Lunar, but not a good enough distance. But SRG, they're still going on. They still want to get onto Luna. Rosa is just waiting for his ult. And now Luna still survives. Krem as well as Yumes goes so deep and gets caught by Pagu. Krem tries to get away. Still healing up. Looks like the only casualty there is going to be Stormy. Ironically, I feel like he's the one that shouldn't die because he can revive someone.
But to be fair, I think that Rosa and Pagu played that really well. Like Rosa found the interception, got the stun, and they chain CC'd it perfectly. Like I think even Stormy was about to flicker, and then the ball lightning punched him in the face just before. Well, great stuff. Great stuff.
Honestly, amazing stuff. And now, speaking of amazing stuff, basically everyone is here. Speaking of, Pagu gets caught, still surviving with the Revitalize, and then Stormy gets taken down, so no more healing coming in from SRG. Looks like they should not be able to do much here, but they might still want to fight, because Innocent is there. Innocent looking pretty healthy despite TNZ camping the bottom lane for quite a while.
Yeah.
Just less action than I thought.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Selangor Red Giants, they lost a lot of momentum after, giving away a couple of those kills. And I think more importantly, right now, they can't really do much without Rafa's Holy Baptism, right? Oh.
Chomp. It's one. It looks like almost. Okay, no, they got Yumes there. Enough burst damage coming in from Aurora. And Pagu catches two Unbreakable. Both of them Innocent as well as Uni. Now Pagu is being in the front line, taking quite a lot of damage. Innocent dishing it back out. Pagu still survives. Stormy flickers forward just to get the kill. And now in the mid lane, Cram clears the mid, trying to push Aurora Gaming away. For now, this does not look like a one-sided bout here, Gideon. Aurora Gaming, they're doing quite a lot of damage onto SRG.
They're doing a lot of damage, but the Flask of Oasis finally purchased and completed by Stormy's side. Stormy's got to be careful here because Rosa is out to get him and put him further and further back. So hopefully allow some opportunity. These one-off kills. Unfortunately, right now, that Holy Baptism is a good way to disengage. Oh, God.
Oh, nice attempt there. Looks like they're able to get TNZ, and now Pagu looks like tries to catch Uni. Uni's still able to get away. Rosa dealing damage onto Yumes. But that was a beautiful engage where Herrera gets the initial stun, making it easy for Cho to get a kill.
Yeah, I think so far it's just a lack of information and also a lot of pincer maneuvers coming in from SRG. They position themselves well. They know that they have like hyper mobility with a lot of their, actually with Herrera alongside with the Cho. It's just now extra bit of information, and that's where Cram comes in, clears up a lot of these bushes on that top side, relays it back to SRG to give them a rough number of how many reinforcements Aurora have nearby them. And finally, Detna's Welcome connects.
Yep, Cram tries to get away, even using the Vengeance. Can the heal be enough? It is! It's enough. Cram still survives. Selangor Red Giants able to help Cram out. He honestly should have died there.
Yeah,
I feel like Aurora agrees.
Yeah, Rosa already had the glowing wand as well, so it actually did not heal him. But by the time it actually timed out, and the deadly magic at that point of time, and the consecration was able to get just enough health to keep him alive. I think that even Cram might die here. I'm not sure.
Yep. Well, right now the turtle has been started up here. Pagu is looking for an entranceway, same as Lunar. Lunar tries to get onto someone. He still has the welcome time. TNZ, he got the turtle, and now flicker forward. Able to push him out. TNZ gets a kill onto Cram, and now Sigi Boom able to get Innocent. Aurora Gaming off of TNZ, stealing the turtle away. Lunar flickering forward. And Daytona's welcome, stunning out majority of SRG. They get the win there.
Yep, just a great plays coming in from Rosa. Hyper efficient as well. Just making sure that you're not wasting the superconductor. Wait, hold on. All right. Okay.
Bit of a oopsie there coming in from SRG. Pagu able to dodge out that stun. Yumes probably gonna get killed here by the deadly magic. TNT tries to get away, and now Rosa is all alone in the front. Gets killed by Uni. Pagu to the side. Not much can be done. I think that was just coincidence, Gideon, but still Pagu dodging that with his enhanced basic attack is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I think, man, he was correct on the prediction of when TNZ was going to take the hat back, but I think he just did it too early, and now they're looking for another fight.
Lunar using the Daytona's Welcome just to dash away. Cram trying to get onto him, trying to get a kill. Looks like Cram is just going to tank up the damage coming in from TNZ and still going to be able to survive this one, though. Good attempt by SRG, but Lunar able to get away with his life.
And this is some dangerous stuff here. Some dangerous stuff. Uni, he's already got the Sky Piercer built. He's trying to go straight into the War Axe, but so far, another Detona's Welcome onto Uranus.
Yum, 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 gets Cram. Cram this time gets taken down by Rosa. That's a lot of damage, Gideon. Against the Uranus, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage, and that's why TNZ opted to go to make sure that he got a Genius Wand just to kind of like shred him away, on top of the fact that Rosa can also shred him away naturally with his build. So I think that Cram, I said, hey, maybe you might want to have like a Radiant Armor already complete. Arguably even Athena Shield, but really I think the Radiant Armor should be more than enough.
Well, right now SRG tries to protect their turret on bot, but looks like unable to. The damage coming in from Aurora, again, it's just a little bit too much. Cram, I would say this is going to be his biggest item. He finally gets the Oracle.
Yeah, he gets the Oracle on top. He already had the Radiant Armor, so even with the Radiant Armor, the shred was more than enough. Okay, that changes it. That changes it. Now, Cram, he's got to be a little bit more careful when he gets hit with the Detona's Welcome.
Yep. Right now, Lunar, he does not have the Daytona's Welcome just yet. Looking at the cooldown, it looked like he just used it on someone. Maybe he tried to get onto Yums, but Yums was able to dodge that one out. Either way, the Lord is here, and Yums is almost taken down by TNZ, but it looks like he is down. Rosa was able to get the kill. Lunar taking a lot of damage. Stormy just revived Yums. And now 3 members of SRG are looking pretty low. Innocent is still going for the free damage. Cram gets out. Yums coming in from the flank. Looks like able to get Pagu, but that's just a roamer. Looks like Pagu doesn't mind even dying there. The Lordo below 11,000 HP. Cram moves forward, same as Yums. Cram takes a lot of damage. And looks like yum. Gets eaten, but still able to get the kill there. Innocent able to get Lunar.
What?
All the while, Lord has been secured. TNZ got stunned by Stormy and gets killed by Uni.
Oh my goodness. Selangor Red Giants just getting all over Aurora Gaming, and they're not done yet. They're still chasing them down. Singapore is just watching as Rosa ends up dying, and luckily SRG had no clue that he's here.
Yep. Yeah, SRG. I'm pretty sure they wish they were at this level of performance 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, honestly, they probably do. But at this stage of the game, it looks like they've solved at least a decent amount of their problems. But it's not an easy game by any means. I mean, the goal deficit right now is 1.4K, which is still very small considering it's already 11 minutes into this. Aurora Gaming fighting back, and they still have the opportunity to eventually scale with the help of Singapore. But right now, unless we see Innocent get the Wind of Nature, I think then that's when they have an opportunity. But they've already taken out Cram. And well,
right now Uni gets taunted down. Nothing much the Yums can do. Looks like the big threat right now is going to be TNZ as well as Sigi Boom. The Deadly Magic is a force to be reckoned with. And now Pagu goes in, finds Stormy. Stormy gets taunted and killed by Pagu. Looks like the inhibitor in mid is going to get damaged just a little bit. But are they going to be able to take this down? Looks like they will. The inhibitor in mid on SRG gets taken down in 12 minutes. Yums dropped in the middle of everyone. Able to escape though, but able to get Yums. Yums gets stunned up. That's huge damage from TNZ and Rosa. And Innocent and Cram can't do much here.
They've staggered them so much. They've staggered them so much that they should be able to get the last outer turret. I don't think he can get another inhibitor, but considering, Stormy's coming back up, they should be able to do, but Innocent down low and the rest of the team getting chunked out by the help of the Blazing Duet. Holy Baptism is already out and through.
Yep, Innocent takes a lot of damage. Wind of Nature being used by Sigmund just to make sure he doesn't die to the Melissa. And unfortunately, Stormy does miss that stun there, and this means that Aurora Gaming, looking at the gold lead, it's about 1,000 plus, and they are almost done with both inhibitors. Both inhibitors of Selangor Giants have been damaged quite a bit. I would say one more push, and that's enough to take it down. If Aurora is able to take down the top inhibitor, this is going to be so much more cleaner for them to get this Lord.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. And Luna, really smart build here, opting to go for not only Dom Ice, but making sure that he gets a chastised Pulsar on top of everything else, just to make sure that if he goes for Detna's Welcome, he can at least make sure that he doesn't die midway when he is channeling that ult, especially when he's already found a primary target. And I'm surprised that Stormy has been hit by so many of these AOGs, actually.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for that Holy Crystal, probably utilizing the fact that Lunar, hold on, AOG, does it hit onto anyone? I'm not entirely sure.
It was supposed to be on Uni, but he iframed out of there.
Well, Prime taking quite a bit of damage here. Moves forward, just taking all the damage. For now, Aurora Gaming looks like they have started Lord. Selangor Giants, they should be able to contest this. Nyum, able to get Yumes there on the Chode, and he gets taken down instantly. Blazing the way coming in from Sigibum, but he took way too much damage for Selangor Giants, and now the Chode gets respawned by the Rafaela. So SRG, nothing happened. Yumes survived, everything's all good.
Yeah, so they trade lives because of the passive coming in from this Rafaela. They don't mind him, and Yumes is already back ready to fight Way of the Dragon.
Gets onto Lunar. Lunar gets taken down by Uni. Pagu coming in from the back. Gets hit by Innocent as well as the Lord. Double kill. Uni secures that one. Innocent now does have the Malefic gun. More range. Not that he really needs it, honestly. Here he has crazy range already. Selangor Giants, they have pushed Aurora Gaming away and secured the Lord.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is a real game that we have. It's Aurora and as well as a full one shot with Genzi and Rosa.
Oh, that was Gideon, I'm gonna take this from you. That was hot.
That was hot.
That was hot.
But and they're not done yet.
Yeah. Here's the thing, like, even though, you know, Yumes is a tank, there are days where it's nice to see tanks get one-shotted. Not all the time, but there are days where it's good to watch.
I think it's worthwhile, you know. But at least, you know, SRG understands. You know, let's not do anything too crazy here, because Sigabum already has his 3 eye play around our Melissa. Our composition is designed to start sieging their enemies, our enemies. And now that Yumes is back up, they could play on the second wave.
Oh, Lunar, but Innocent was able to purify out of that, and now Cram is taking quite a bit of damage, able to get out though, but for now Innocent is just sieging everyone with more range that he really needs. This is why it's okay to play with dolls. Sometimes they hurt.
Sometimes they
hurt your
opponents. And now the second wave is in the siege here. Yumes looking for the engage.
That looks like he's not gonna. Oh, he does. He gets onto Rosa, gets stunned up though, and now dies with the deadly magic. Pagu is in the middle of everyone from SRG. Sigabum is there trying to follow up. And this is why I say, Gideon, playing HO against a Eudora is difficult, because that stun, my goodness, that stun is so annoying.
Yeah, it was buffered really, really well. Great anticipation coming in from Rosa. And right now, Rosa is just kind of keeping it together with everybody else. We finally call for the tech pause here. Oh, man. At such a critical moment. Well, at least the waves have been cleared up. You know, it's a successful defense coming in from Aurora Gaming. It's a 50 to 49 K in terms of gold. It's literally just 700, like 700 to 1,000 here for Aurora. It's not much, but they're way beyond the amount of gold they need for their carries. We're in the latter half of the game, where everybody is just so strong, and even Sigabum is a legitimate threat to Innocent's life. He doesn't have access to Flicker right now, so if he doesn't have a Wind of Nature, he's in big trouble.
Something I do have to say though, if the game does prolong, maybe Yumes would consider getting a Athena shield as well, because for now he does have the Radiant armor. Sometimes it does feel bad to like double down on one source of defense, but I think when you get one-shotted like every single time, maybe getting a Athena shield is the right call, especially considering that he does have the chastised pauldron, so he has a way to deal with Sigibum.
He does have a way to deal with Sigibum, but I think the scary thing right now, every single deadly magic was on top of him, right? I think that's the thing that's taking him out. It's even if you do have the Athena shield, by the time the deadly magic is ready to pop the Athena shield has disappeared and you're just going to melt under that type of pressure. So I think that the timing of the engages are good. It's just whether or not you can outplay Rosa's reaction time, if not get a better setup here with somebody else, like catch them on their way out of a fight when you have Muddles on top of them. Maybe this is a moment for like arguably even a Flicker Holy Baptism to come out of Stormy to try to make something happen. But just notice that a lot of these fights, right? Aurora's positioning is never a true front to back. They want to play with their angles very often because they know that the Holy Baptism comes in a straight line. If multiple people get hit by that Holy Baptism, I think that the fight's almost immediately over once you start adding on the wombo combos with Hirara jumping on in with a Falling Maple if necessary, and of course Muddles from Innocent.
Yeah, I feel like because of Innocent, they really can't play an honest front to back. Innocent is just forcing them to spread out whether they like it or not. But looks like we are jumping into the game here. SRG, I would say both SRG as well as Aurora is just one fight away from just ending the game here and now. But because about 70 minutes, the respawn time is between 30 to 40 seconds. Should be enough time for. Oh, hold on, Cram's taking way too much damage just from Sigibum. Woo-wee! Yeah, that was dangerous, and I think Cram was trying to chump check him to say, hey, Sigibum, maybe you don't have reinforcements behind you, but when he stood his ground, Cram understood there's probably somebody behind him, and he's getting chunked out real low, so he can't be making moves like that any further, especially since now his ult, well, it'll come back up in a decent amount of time, but there's a fight over in the map. SRG are just playing with the information that they have and are deny information out of Aurora Gaming. Now they see that Sigibum's mid, but that doesn't mean much because they can't figure out what is showing up. It must feel bad though, as a celestial being godly yourself, almost get taken down by a thief and a monkey.
Hey, maybe the monkey is the celestial, you know.
You know what? Hey, you know what? You're right. I did not consider that. Maybe Dexter is a celestial being.
Yeah. No, we know Claude is definitely human. He's just a regular. It's the monkey. It's because how many monkeys do you see hold a gun like that, right? Actually, need the monkey for the whole combo in the Blazing Duet. Even so, just look at the setup right now. They have a bit of a slow push being starting up on the top side, which they will respond to, but they are not holding on to priority to the Ligabum just yet until they get the confirmation.
This Eudora, man, it hurts a lot. This Cho doesn't. Oh, nice top, able to get Cram. Cram gets spawned up, and now Yums kicks TNZ. TNZ takes a lot of damage. TNZ dies to the Lord after using the immortality. TNZ still survived, but look at Sigibum takes a lot of damage from the Lord as well as the Muddles, and now Rosa. Everyone. Oh my! What the? TNZ secured the Lord, and now Pagu tries to pull Yums away. Gideon, what's happening in this game?
Oh my goodness. SRG wins the fight, but the steal from TNZ has bought them exactly what they needed. And now both sides can't really do much about this. Like, Selangor wants to close out this game, but they can't. And Pagu, he's going to start wasting as much time as possible against SRG to buy time for TNZ to get back up to speed, while the rest of them of Aurora are proactively pushing the side lanes to force SRG to deal with the waves rather than staggering their entire composition. It is what it is, man. You know, you lose out on the 50-50, the game drags on.
I don't know what the observer is doing. I can't see everything, but that was hot. I don't know what happened, but that was hot. All right.
It was too fast. It was too fast. I thought that Uni was gonna get it for sure, so I was starting to look at the rest of the members, and all of a sudden, TNZ with last-ditch effort jumps on in and wins the 50-50. But hey, with that being said, though, Pagu is still 15 seconds out from actually respawning. Selangor Red Giants can actually enable their comp right, start fighting for inhibitors.
I wish we get a replay, Gideon, because then I would know whether you know TNZ was godly or Uni just sucked there. But either ways, right now Aurora and SRG, they're really making this go for quite a while here. Cram able to absorb a lot of punishment. 20 minutes in, now I'm more convinced. One fight and then it's over, dude.
Hey, wait, you say that, and then it's gonna be SRG who steals away the Lord with only one casualty. That's that's what it feels like, because both sides are very unwilling to just give up on this fight. And technically, SRG's composition without that, you know, with the missing mid laner, technically now having to play a dedicated support, court, it just feels like everything, all the eggs are in the Innocent basket. If Innocent dies, it's kind of over.
Chomp, able to get Uni. Uni gets stunned up. And now Immortality use the kick onto Rosa. Innocent tries to deal as much damage as he can, but Sigibom is still alive. Pagu jumps into the turret just to get some damage to himself from the turret. And now Innocent tries to get away. Double kill for Uni though. Right now, it's just Rosa. Rosa gets taken down. Triple kill for Uni. Chat, not gonna lie, I did not notice Uni was alive.
Yep, I thought he died for sure, but he managed to get both of his double iframes out with his combo points to find the finish at the very end. And Aurora Gaming just could not deal with the constant back and forth against SRG side with Yums, Cram, and Uni working in tandem with Stormy to make it happen, where all the eyes were targeted towards Innocent. So really well played. The Selangor Red Giants with their last minion is going to walk into the base and close out our third series here with a 2-0 victory, 20-16 against a fully powered Aurora.
Well, Uni, you didn't get the lore, but you got a triple kill, and let's face it, as an MLBB player, kills are more important than objectives, and that's how they got that win. I wish we had more budget for replay, but c'est la vie.
C'est la vie, c'est la vie. Man, that still was a pretty vicious game overall for both of our squadrons, and I can't imagine what the comms must have sounded like. It was just continuous fight after fight after fight, taking the momentum, shifting the pendulum one way to the next as they bounce against each other, constantly colliding into the center. And yet it's all of these small accumulated moments, which technically, if you're looking at the early to mid game, you would say it wasn't really going anywhere. It's just like a lot of constant trading. But then once we start moving from mid to the late game, where death is very punishable, that SRG had to take a complete 360 in the way that they think about these fights. We can't just be abusing the passive coming out from our Rafaela, because unfortunately now it's too long to wait for.
Yeah, I'm looking for two clips. One is the TNT steal, as well as the final fight. Like, how did Uni really survive that? Because he used the immortality. Like, even I understand that there's a lot of iframes on the Herrera, but why not just wait it out? I only remember, I would say the mistake is Sigiboom just go all in onto Innocent, but is that a mistake though? Innocent is really the big threat, so yeah, I really want to see what happened in that final fight.
Yeah, me too. But I gotta give it to Lunar. I think he's one of the best Detona's welcomes we have ever seen with his flicker and fully charging it. Like, some of these angles are very surprising with how much distance he's able to cover in a majority of these fights. But to break down a lot of how these fights happen, SRG just need to just hover around Innocent in so many of these moments.
Yeah. And again, that was a good stun coming in from Rosa, able to stop Yums in his tracks. Okay, this is the point. Wait, how? I still don't know how.
He just lost the 50-50. It was an honest 50-50. That's it. That literally was it.
Well, now I'm looking at Uni. Oh, he just iframe everywhere, and no one noticed that he was gone from the fight.
And then he loops through mid, comes back in, and then jumps on and closes the distance on the TNT. Yeah, there was kind of no counterplay, because even when he decided to go for the Infernal Blade, it made sure that it covered his hat-trick spot on top of everything else.
Yeah, honestly, very respectable play coming in from both teams. Even though SRG won with the 2-0, game one was pretty smooth, but game two, Aurora really made them, try hard for that one. And yeah, Rafa mid, pretty good even when you go like 20 minutes in the game.
Yeah, 20 in the game is finally where things get a little more stressful, right? And I can't stop thinking about how these fights ended up progressing, and so many plays that Rosa tried to save. Unfortunately, there's just not enough playmakers or not enough heroes that can force those types on their side. I mean, Lunar was doing as good as he could possibly do on a Barata out of all things. Same goes for Cram. It really just comes down to whether or not Sigaboom can minimize the amount of damage that he can take. I think that's what really boiled down to those final moments. Him, inside the pit, getting chunked out by Muddles unnecessarily. There's a lot of this chip damage he's taking that is stacking upon him.
By the way, it looks like Geekay was able to win one game against Alpha 7.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Well,
that's very interesting.
We're going to have to definitely look back at that game at some point in time, but for now, we get to bask in the glory of Selangor Red Giants somewhat coming into form. It's not the most perfect game, but at the same time, Aurora Gaming is no pushovers. I think game one, they were pretty surprised with the performance overall and the drafting patterns coming up from SRG with one bad mistake in the early game. I think it's a GG go next, and when they GG go next, we saw them at 100% from both sides. Constant back and forth. That was just a beautiful game to watch.
But now I would say this is now on Aurora now because they have just dropped down into the lower bracket. Let's see here. Well, we'll see where they will go to the lower brackets later on because we do have one more series for today. So we're going to go for a break. But when we return, we have one more match coming out, which is the Mongols going up against the Rune Eaters. See you guys right after this.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
Connected, that is ESPORTSTV. Got a smartphone absolutely free, that is ESPORTSTV. Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
Did you know that Games of the Future has symbols representing it? That's right. There are 4 characters, which are called Guardians, whose purpose is to represent the spirit of competition. iBoat, a robot made out of titanium and neon parts who believes in inner strength and power of friendship. iBot has a special ability too. The robot is able to cut off enemies' power supply and breathe life into inanimate objects. Arlon, a cyber wolf with a rich silver fur and holographic glow, a great mentor and a formidable warrior in the field. He is able to accelerate time and predict the movements of his foes. He is responsible for the territories of Battle Royale and Phygital Shooting. Eileen, she is truly fearless and wild. Her sporty outfit and gaming equipment are truly wonderful, along with her useful backpack that is there to help out in any situation. She keeps the areas of Dota and MLBB to herself. Finally, last but not least, Alum. This eagle is a fighter with golden feathers who likes to wrestle, play football, and basketball. Everywhere he flies, he leaves a trail of petroglyphs. His special ability allows him to analyze the situations at unimaginable speeds. He is a keeper of many areas, and we love him for it.
We're here to win.
words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images. And you're coming back around. me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images. And you're coming back around. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images.
And we are already back for our last series of the day. We've got the Mongols facing up against the one, the only Rune Eaters. And man, this one is gonna be a doozy. I don't know who's gonna be coming up on top in this one. I've been doing some research on the Rune Eaters, Lafel, and some of their players have actually been playing pretty proactively here in Kazakhstan itself. Of course, we know the Mongols because they've showed up at a couple of M series, but at this point, who could tell who's gonna be on top?
Well, here's the thing. Zexora back in the wildcards, he was already using Aurora and the like, so it does seem like Mongols was just a little bit ahead when it comes to the meta. So I'm hoping for them to come into this with a better idea of how the game really should be played. Comparatively, going up against the
Rune Eaters
again. Thank you very much. Rune Eaters, like you said, like some players, sure, maybe we'll know, but no, actually I don't know any of them. So GG, I have no idea, no clue.
This one, I'm telling you, that's why this one is going to be tough. There's a lot of like potential X factors coming up from the Rune Eaters, and I mean, the notable ones are going to be Ulven and as well as King Ver, both of which actually have a Liquipedia history. So they have been competing in smaller events, and honestly, some events with some decent prize money on the line. So it's not like they're completely unknown within their local scene. But we've already started the draft. Let's jump right into it.
Actually, yeah, honestly, Ulven looks very familiar. I feel like he was in either ISF or Asian Games. I think more on ISF, and he actually performed very well. So, okay, now we'll see how this really turns out, because Mongols already started with an interesting draft here by betting out the Esmeralda alongside the Marcel and Fanny, and Rune Eaters, the Freya, the Aurora, as well as the Yi Sun Shin. Quite interesting betting out the Yi Sun Shin, but I can kind of accept it considering that Zexora really showed that off quite a lot during the wildcard. So basically both heroes that Zexora is kind of known for has been banned out. Now Rune Eaters with the Atlas. Is it going to be Valentina? Yes, of course it's going to be Valentina. Is it going to be Barat?
Nah,
is it going to be
Beleric.
Uranus?
Gotta be.
I mean, like,
it's gotta be.
Can't take it, right?
Well, okay, that's true, but I feel like that's like a red 3. That's more of like a red 3 pick at this point, right? Because the normal answers would have been Beleric, and just kind of see where. I think that the hero pool coming in from Mongols is actually pretty good overall. But you're right, they go straight for the Barats at this stage of the game. Just make sure they have a dedicated EXP laner with the instant response of Melissa on the opposite side.
But I didn't want to be right, Gideon.
Well, that's too bad. You're too correct, sir.
I wanted to take Uranus, because why would you ban the Esmeralda? You know, like I would assume they want to take Uranus because they ban out the Esmeralda. I mean, like, it's not that Barat likes going up against the Esme, but he doesn't have that big of a problem against it.
That's for sure. But I also think that maybe if they opened up with, you know, the Barat's opener, then maybe they could lean into something else at this stage, something a little bit more damage on their side. But again, Freya did get banned out towards the end there, and finally we get the Beleric at the very end. Now start moving into the second half of the bans. Where do you think their minds are going to be at? I mean, you were so right about like both of these picks at this stage. You might as well call the rest, right?
No, I really feel like betting on the junglers would be good here, but considering that they banned the Esme, I wonder if they really would just want to ban out more EXP laners. I feel like at least betting on the Uranus would be good, and then after that, you can ban one jungler. The only real question is what other junglers are good to ban, because I feel like for the Mongols, I feel like they should pick up a Harley. The Harley should be good to deal with the Melissa. All right, so they already banned out the Uranus, and then for Rune Eaters, I feel like they should ban out the Harley, and then maybe either a Claude. Oh no, they have to ban Brody. They have to ban Brody, 100%.
They got to ban Brody.
They have to ban Brody.
I don't know how confident they are in actually picking up the Clint as well, so that might be something else they have to consider if they want to try and get like a consistent gold lane matchup. But then again, there's also still Claude at the end of the day that can kind of run down the entire composition regardless. We're just going to have to wait and see here, because Purifies need to be taken up, especially when you're up against somebody who can not only displace you, but has incredible sense.
All right, so it looks like both teams might have been screaming each other because the Bowman gets banned out. Still usable, but almost doesn't make sense considering that Mongols have 3 heroes with a lot of crowd control. I feel like they should be able to do with the Bowman, but again, maybe they just scream each other so they know something here. They're banning out the Harif, but I really feel like the Mongols, it's either the Brody or the Clint that should be having an amazing time going up against this Melissa. Not great against the Selena, mind you, but you know, cross that bridge when you get there.
Yeah, one thing at a time. Most teams have leaned into like playing around winning lane matchups and then using that priority to start affecting the jungle and even the mid lane at times. That's why we're seeing the Bushido bans here, at least for the Rune Eaters. You know, we want to make sure that the jungle options are going to be limited down to just Harley.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the Harley should be pretty good here going up against the Melissa and the likes. I feel like once they see the EXP laner, they can really decide whether they want to go for either a Brody or just go for a Claw, just to be safe, right? In terms of pick for the jungle, I wouldn't be too mad at them getting a tank like an Akai, because it looks like they're pretty good on damage here. Because other damage dealers in the jungle, I'm thinking of Saber, Suyo, Nolan.
You've been really on the Saber train today for some reason. I don't know what has happened to you, what happened in your ranked games. The Saber keeps on popping up, and I'm not gonna lie, it does look really convenient to get. But is that something you want to give on over to someone like Valentina? Oh, never mind, Martis. We were so wrong about that. And CC on top of it all. What a comp.
I mean, like, here's the thing with the Bowman being banned, even in the back of my mind, I'm like, I'm not gonna call this, right? I have no idea what meta they're gonna pick up here. As well as CC, there's really not a lot of tanks here, Gideon, so this Harley should have a pretty good time. So they pick up the Moskov here, which I'm pretty okay with, considering there's a lot of heroes that want to chase this Moskov. Do I want the Martis to be good or not?
I don't know.
Because usually when something is good, that affects our ranking.
It does. But I've been suspecting that Martis has been, like, you know, hovering around the meta, especially since it's one of the few heroes that has natural access to a pretty normal anti-CC. And I think that's going to be how this game needs to be played. Like, they need to make sure that the early game is consistently good for them. Once he gets the executes and takes that snowball and runs away with the lead, it's going to be a lot harder to kind of find these bigger setups. But Martis has to be careful. As soon as his anti-CC is gone, expect an instant response from the opposite end. So get excited for this game. Our last series of the day. I want to see whether or not this is going to be what we're hoping for the Mongols, or are we going to see an up and rising team that might join us during the internationals?
Yeah, but I gotta say, seeing this Martis, that's the OG, I get 2 kills, I win kind of hero. We haven't seen that for a while. And now we're even seeing this Selena making it so that this Martis gets online very, very quickly. I gotta say, that besides, like, Rune Eaters, whatever they're doing here, it makes a lot of sense on paper. I just don't know how it looks like execution wise. Like, CC wins lane against the Barat, Melissa is just good overall, and then the Selena just like hyper farming King Gaverp to get his items. Now Ox taking a bit of damage, but it should be fine.
It should be fine, but for the most part, it's all about getting that priority. And immediately, Little Wanderer is going to get contested over as the teams need to just bail out. I don't see this early game, going in the Mongols' favor just yet. At the same time, we've seen many different opportunities.
Oh, and now Selena as well doing quite a lot of damage. Out still survives though, so able to get out no problem. Can't say the same for Mumu. Mumu taking quite a lot of damage from Zuki.
It's going to be a tough one.
Am I saying that right? Zuki.
No, look, I'm going to be trying as best as you can to not butcher these names, and I know for a fact that that's not going to happen. But for now, at least when it comes down to the laning phase, things have been like rather okay, right? No early deaths at this point in time. Now Melissa in some trouble.
Well, not much Melissa can do. Zixora gets that kill. Oh no! Riz4T survives that one. Is he gonna try again? Yes, he does. First blood. And now, a bit late, but Tash Tick is there. Observer! Look at the gold lane!
It's fine. They don't want to watch a massacre. They don't want to watch a massacre. You know what? Cut back to the massacre.
Well, the turtle has been started up. Ox as well as Mikey tries to do something here. Looks like Mikey should be able to get out of there, no problem. He does have the Martis ult though. This is such a zoomed in perspective. Oh, and Olvin gets a kill onto Zixora. How? Well, your guess is as good as mine.
Yep, your guess is as good as mine as well, man. I mean, the chase down is still going to probably happen at this stage of the game, but the score is only 1-2, and yet, oh boy, moments like that always make it scary.
Yep. Although I do have to say I like a good horror movie, so
do you actually
should secure that? Yeah, he secured it. All right, good. Well, you know what, Gideon? I'm glad that you're my friend, man.
Hey man, we're gonna make it through this. We're gonna make it through this, right? Every good horror movie always has its traditional tropes, but I think what we need to figure out is who exactly is the killer. Let's turn this into a mystery. They now engage.
Well, Atlas gets one good ult. Ulvin gets ults, and now King Bird gets Makey. Double kill. Now, will he get Zixora? Zixora is in the middle of everyone. Triple kill for the Martis. And now gets a Sky Piercer.
It's always like that. Once you get that kill, it's like, oh, now I have enough money for the Sky Piercer. It's sad, but it's always the truth. But instantaneously, at least based on what we're seeing from the Rune Eaters, they are aggressive, right? Some pretty good fights so far. The early game going exactly like how we were hoping for it. The Selena's doing some really good work to give that information that they're looking for. But at the end of the day, it's kind of on this Martis to play this near pixel perfect.
Yeah. I'm glad that they're playing aggressive because, that's kind of like what the com is designed to do. The fact that Martis is 3-0-0 and, he was the OG, I get 2 kills, I win. Now they're at a very good spot of the game.
Very good spot.
They just don't screw it up.
Well,
how hard can that be?
Well, I don't know, because Martis only has 2 charges of that anti-CC here. And if Barats just times it, well, he can maybe force out 1 or 2. There's also, the Terrifier from Valentina that we have to worry about.
Well, right now it looks like they're able to get the Belleric. Belleric's gonna die there, and Kingberg gets another kill. Might be his first stack of the Sky Piercer, because I don't know whether it's delayed or whatever, but now K looks like Tastic tries to get onto him. K still survives. Tastic gets taken down by K, and Kingberg secures the turtle. Chat, if I call Tastic something else, I will apologize. All right, these names, it can be translated to something else.
I mean, hey, languages are a complicated thing. I'm sure chat would understand.
I'm trying not to say R.
Hey,
I'm trying not to say R.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm trying not to say that as well. But at the same time, now I'm down by the bot side instantly with their gank of their own. Looking to try and get these kills, but luckily the Vengeance is still available. They might find another opportunity.
Well, right now, Rapid Riot use, and even using the Atlas ult to bring them in. And then he brings it back out. Makey gets taken down, unstoppable by King Verb. And all the while, Ulvin was able to get a kill onto Ox. Right now, the Mongols, they're not in a good spot here. Riz4T tries to get a kill onto K. Tashtik is there, secures the kill. Nope, gives it over to Martis. What a good tank.
Well, great tank. 10-3 is the current score so far, and the Rune Eaters have really dictated the pace of the early game. If they keep this up, they should be able to net themselves some good tier 1s, and once that mid goes down, they insta-invades. And arguably, I think even right now, with their Selena, they can make these invades actually happen.
Yeah. Looking at a goal difference as well, this is like around 3,000 plus, and now extended even more. They got the top lane. Oh, Gideon! I didn't thought the Mongols would struggle this hard against the Rune Eaters.
I would agree the same, but at the same time, it's Martis plus the Solina plus an Atlas, right? A composition that is designed not only to shut you down and run you down the lane, but better yet, has some great threat just because of the way that they can set.
Damn. This is the kind of drive that you pull when you're tilted in rank.
It's a dog.
And you just well, we'll see, because right now it looks like one member of MongolZ is caught, and that's Mumu. Mumu has to use the Daytona's welcome just to run away, just to live another day. Ox uses the ult, but gets onto 2, but really doesn't matter. And now Mumu has to use the flicker as well. So many things have been used by the Mongols, and nothing has happened just yet. But look at that Makey. Yes, King Verb. King Verb died. Yes, shut down. Zixora gets that kill. Now the Mongols, they are in a position where they can fight back. But Mumu is incredibly low. Dookie, move forward, get the kill. He does. And now it looks like Pashtik has to die, but that's the life of a roamer. But K is there, tries to get onto Oven. Oven right now, no more mana. Looks like he's able to get away. Will they still fight? Oh, they might still be fighting, but I'm gonna call it here.
Yeah, now they're still gonna dance around this for a little bit, but the real question is whether CC can actually pull enough attention, and they might actually here as they jump right in and zone some off.
Now Zixora was able to get the turtle. For now, looks like everything is doing good, but as you, Gideon, were expecting that there's a lot of crowd control. So, well, Zuki died, either way. There's a lot of crowd control. So King Verb has to be careful.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm so glad you're doing play-by-play right now, because this is difficult. This is particularly difficult for the Mongols to handle with the amount of pressure that they have and the amount of catches. Oh, great trade here so far. As Melissa just struggling to breathe.
Yep. You know what Selena was trying to do. King Verb, will you try to go for it? Right? Anti-CC gets poop ping. Zixora is there with the deadly magic. Boom, boom, died. That's what happened.
Just another trade after trade after trade. This has to be like one of the higher like kill heavy games, right? It's 19 kills already this early on. We're already seeing plenty of turrets have gone down at this stage of the game. And so far, I mean, it feels like Rune Eaters aren't wasting a moment. Well, there are times they make an overzealous rotation and get caught, but you know, that's to be expected when you're playing against the Mongols, right? They're looking for these smaller mistakes overall when players start to go to that autopilot mode, and when they do, they're there to punish.
Yeah, and I haven't seen this in a while, but hold on, Zixora gets caught. Looks like might get taken down here by Riz4T. Zixora can't do much here, and now the Daytona's welcome is charged. Does not hit onto anyone. Tashtik tries to get away, and now the Melissa is able to deal damage on 3 members of the Mongols. Not enough damage just yet to really threaten them. But now comes King Verb, as well as Vuki. Mumu gets pulled back. Takes a lot of damage. Gets taken down by King Verb. But now, looks like Makey able to get 2 over the wall. 3 actually over the wall. King Verb able to get away, but Ulvin secures a kill, and now taunted is the Melissa. Still gonna survive. Not a lot of damage dealt onto Melissa, so with that, Rune Eaters are back in control of the game.
Yep. How long is the question, and how long can they maintain this type of pressure? Because we've seen many teams before. Yes, they get an amazing lead, and then all of a sudden, one bad fight, and they're trying to close out the game, and they really start to struggle. At this stage, now that they at least have access to the Lord, I want to see how much damage they can actually apply onto the Mongols, because their composition is not great on the defense.
Well, look at this. King Verb is taking way too much damage here. Not enough healing. And Zixora could actually steal this away. No, King Verb still secures it, but... Oh, never mind. I thought Ox would be able to do something, but it's like, no. Tashtik gets 2 here. Will he use the ult? Mumu gets caught. Mumu gets taken down. Double kill for King Verb. And K as well as Makey. Tries to push Zuki away, but all the while, Oven gets a kill onto Zixora. Case is doing his darnest just to carry the Mongols. They're making it a bit hard for him.
I think they're making it more than hard at this stage. After all the battles that have happened so far, at least the Mongols refuse to back down and will take what they can get. The Lord is already on its way from that bottom side. And now that the Rune Eaters have been a little staggered, it's going to be harder to actually net themselves what they were looking for.
Well, you know what? In a 1v2, you're able to kill one of them. That's pretty good coming in from Riz4T. 18 kills to 12 in 10 minutes. Yes, Gideon, I feel like this might be the highest kill count so far in our series. At least the one we've casted.
Yep.
Although I feel like even the ones Wolf and Rim are casted, I feel like this is the highest one for sure.
It's gotta be. And I think it's only gonna go up from here. Both sides refuse to give up ground. Both sides refuse to like kind of fall back. And I think that as long as they keep on playing this way, it's just going to get worse and worse for the Mongols. But this is dependent, highly dependent on whether or not they can actually find the pick that they're looking for. This Melissa is just such a good secondary win condition when Omartis needs to fall back. He is looking to get right into the get away from me to buy that little bit of time.
Yep. Right now, the Mongols, honestly, they're struggling just because it seems like they're not entirely in sync of protecting each other, because it looks like they're zoning, right? I feel like Ox is zoning people away. Unfortunately, Moo has just been zoned out. Oh, hold on. They're able to get Ox. I think Ox is in a position. Oh, hold on. Where did the barrage come from? Now he's able to stun onto 2. K is trying to deal damage onto the Atlas. But look at this Melissa. Melissa is attacking everyone from afar. Moo might get taken down right now. K goes in. 4 members still alive. Ox able to stun 2, but K gets a kill. And now Riz4T tries to get away, unable to. K on this Moskov is more than a monster. He's monster +1. Oh, never mind. He gets caught. Oh, will he die here? Oh, geez, my bad.
You cursed it at the end there. You cursed it right at the end, and now it's 20-17. But the Mongols are still here on the advantage. They don't crack open mid-tier 2, unfortunately, but they got exactly what they were looking for, right? LaFell, tell us where exactly how much of a gold lead do they have right now? It's 20-17 at this stage, and I can see that a majority of it is currently on their Moskov, and he's got full items at this stage.
Yeah. Honestly, there's not much of a difference, like 500 gold difference, but I'm proud that I got my first play-by-play cast pickers, because all this while is just like as analyst or color. Either ways, right now in terms of the gold difference, it's quite even, but we can definitely see that it's even because of Moskov. Moskov is carrying more than 1,000 gold ahead compared to his counterpart, but I think in about maybe 3 minutes, it won't matter that much, considering that K will be full items. It's really on Momo as well as Ox. I feel like they just need their front line to be a bit more beefier to be able to deal with this Melissa.
Yeah, let's see how this is going to play out, because now this is going to be a really important lord dance, and we can see the top side immediately for the Mongols. They're trying to set things up. They want to make sure that everything is in place to try to get a 50-50 fight.
Mickey does have the Ox just used his ult, able to get 3, but King Verb still secures the Lord here. Makey able to pull in 2. Zexora gets taken down by Tashtik, and now K trying to get his team on the board, getting a few kills here. It looks like Team Lunaires is a bit split right now. Moscow with the trying to get onto Riz4T. Unfortunately, just not enough damage. Sorry, the screen was pretty pixelated. Not sure what happened there.
Don't worry, it's been like that the entire time for me. But now, 22-19 so far, it's still in pretty good odds. Like, considering everything that has happened in the early game, at least the Mongols were able to kind of turn a lot of these fights around and stagger them, because now they are in the later half of the game. Now, this Valentina does some very relevant damage to the Martis too.
Well, going on here, Hassie. Internal welcome just to run away. K able to dodge that one out, but gets stunned up. Makey doing his darnest, using the Fatal Links just to help his team out. And now K almost takes down Riz4T, gets it. Momo secures the kill. Unfortunately, the SOD didn't hit, but now Ox flickers forward, ults onto 2. King Verb tries to get away. Still CC immune, but still should die to Zexora. Zexora secures the kill. Now it's just Zuki. Zuki's still there. And Atlas, Tashti's just waiting on the side. Just noticed he was there, not entirely sure what his plan is. Looks like he's trying to flank. I think he still has the Fatal Links. He's gonna get eaten. Push down, Tashtik. Zero survives. Zexora tries to get a kill onto Tashtik.
Yeah, they're still trying their best here. They're still trying their best, but they managed to at least get one tank out of the way. They might just lose an inhibitor for this, and they looks like with the next minion wave coming through, especially when they're Lord empowered, it's just hard to stop. So that's a free inhibitor up on top side, as Mongols have been so deep in this fight and so eager to find some way to close out this game early on with a wipeout, that now a lot of the basics and fundamentals are slipping through their fingers. Not to mention, at the bare minimum, it's not on the long lane. Yeah, it's not on the long lane.
Yeah. I hope Mumu gets a situation where he doesn't have to face Zuki anymore. Looking at the items, he is a pretty poor Barats here, only having 2 completed items. And it looks like he wants to go for a Garden Helm. Not entirely sure whether that's the correct call or not, considering that the CC is able to deal damage towards your HP. Same with the Demon Thundersword. I feel like it would have been better just to complete, I don't know, one magic resist item and then see how.
I'm really challenging myself here. I'm short-sighted, but my glasses are just not working right now. As we see the Rune Eaters, again, we're looking for that big turnaround fight, but unfortunately, all their damage dealers keep dying before we actually see the big turnaround here from the Atlas's Fatal Links. And I mean, I gotta give it, the Detonator's welcome here. That's just a great ability that has been not only denied, but also finding the picks in the first place.
Yeah, for now, it does seem like Riz4T does have a bit of a problem to deal out free damage. Because when it looks like the items looks pretty standard for now, so nothing wrong with the build. The Mongols now starting up the Lord, able to eat one, gets King Bird gets taken down, gets haunted by everything. He gets killed, but now K is in a very dangerous spot. But he's only going up against Tashtik. No one else is going on to K. But look at Selena. Ovin gets K. Ovin might get traded here, but he is completely fine with that. Riz4T is still free. Zixora gets the Deadly Magic onto Tashtik, but now Riz4T is there. So no longer will Zixora be able to fight this one.
Yep, but now they finally back away. A 2-for-3 trade in favor of the Mongols. They are just winning these later fights ever so slightly, and the Rune Eaters have completely missed their window, but they are trading back and forth constantly. They still have their insurance policy in this Melissa, but every time we get into these fights, and especially since Martis is a very one-dimensional hero, you can either push them forward or use it as an escape tool. And so far, the Mongols have really taken advantage of that.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, Deadly Magic again onto Tashtik. Roughly about half HP, but again, Tashtik should be fine there. Looks like the Rune Eaters want to try to finish up this Lord. Zixora tries to come in, gets pulled in by the Fatal Links. Immortality used. Riz4T secures the Lord for Rune Eaters, and King Bird kills Zixora. Right now, it does not look good for the Mongols, because as of now, only K has been able to really deal with the Rune Eaters. Everyone else is clearly struggling.
They are trying to breathe. That's all they need to do. But at the very least, they found the pick that they were looking for, and they've got Lord on their side. This is a pretty good scenario for Rune Eaters. The best you could probably get in these types of scenarios, unless something happens right here, right now.
Yep. Right now, looks like Ovin still trying to catch someone with the arrows. And King Bird takes way too much damage from Makey as well as K. Right now, the Lord is here up top. And a good Fatal Links catches two. Tashtik tries to pull someone in again. Ox looks like will be the first to get taken down. King Bird takes down Mumu. But now the Lord goes on to the mid, not getting onto the crystal. K is trying his best, but not enough. 31 kills to 25. Rune Eaters takes game one.
Wow, can't believe Rune Eaters, at the very least, when you thought Mongols were about to come back, he still managed to play around their win conditions. And that's exactly what you need.
What's that? I can't see what you're saying, dude.
Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry. You can put your glasses back on. The challenge is over. Oh, you can look back at it afterwards. But man, great games here. And Rune Eaters showing what they have. And also showing a pick that we haven't seen in forever. I'm so glad that Martis is back in.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, honestly, like, it's an impressive draft because sure, it has its it has its risk, but everything is pretty sound, right? You use the Selena to make Marcus move faster, and the CC to counter the Barats looks pretty good. Mumu on the Barats could not really do much, but more importantly, Selena isn't just used to speed up the farm. The Selena actually did quite a lot of work. I feel like as much as we're talking about how assassin players really want to show off their fannies, it looks like for the mids, a lot of them want to show off their Salinas.
I mean, it's a great hero to kind of express yourself, right? Especially with such a high skill ceiling to what you can do on the Selena. We're getting a full showcase here today of what Selena can truly do with a partner, without a partner even, and just a clean way to start executing people if you are accurate on your trips as a follow-up combo. Because a lot of this is just kind of anticipating the displacement, not only from the Martyrs, but on top of that, the Atlas too, and arguably even to get away from me. And yes, it does become a little bit easier to actually hit when you have somebody who has CC, but even when it comes down to curtain calls and people can move together, still the arrows are hitting.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I feel like Selena, nothing really much has changed. I believe what changed before was her mana consumption is lowered so that you can spam that, where before this it was such a big problem to have. But after that change, and maybe the mid laners have been retraining her for a few months, and now when everyone has gotten back, Selena is becoming quite the threat. It's not, I think for some teams it is going to be a first pick, but most teams maybe it's not a first pick, but definitely something that you have to really look forward to, where your opponents could possibly just take that, you know?
And that's the thing, right? I really like the meta right now because not only do we have a lot of meta heroes that everybody's kind of like looking to pick up, but those with really, really high ceilings, even in bad matchups, seem to be good if you just have the right skill sets. And I think that this is a pretty good showing of not only like, you know, the strengths and weaknesses, but at the same time, just the raw mechanics that are being displayed here from both sides, honestly. Like, I can't even forget about the Mongols. Like, how many times Aurora was able to find a pick in the middle of that? And not to mention that even Moskov able to win out in these bigger fights. It's just a matter of, can I outplay everybody rather than just one person?
Yeah. But K on this Moskov is a legit beast. So I feel like he just could not get a protection just because the EXP was struggling quite a lot. So I feel like that's just something that they have to look forward to. Or I would say we have to be more careful of. Because again, the Barats is a pretty good hero, but every tank has problems going up against the likes of CC, Yuzong. I would even say Uranus is a tank, but Uranus kind of screws with them as well.
It definitely gets a little dirty, especially when you're dealing with Uranus. But at the very least, these combinations, especially Atlas, right? Being able to find the fatal links onto the correct targets is always great. And that's why I feel that Barat players, there's a lot more to this hero than just, oh, I'm just looking for picks. There's also ways to kind of deny your opponents too. And I wish you used a little bit of a bigger marker so we can catch that at the very end. But even so, when we look at final items here, nothing too out of the ordinary. It's just sad that K wasn't able to item swap in time towards the end there, despite having that 16.1k total gold.
Yeah. I gotta say, this game, Rune Eaters has shown a different kind of innovation that I would say inspires more creativity coming in from teams. Because again, who would have thought that Martis would work out? Well, it makes sense considering that we're in a snowballing meta. But hey, look at Rune Eaters. They create a situation where Martis can work. He died 5 times at 5 assists, but do you really care? No, not really. You got your team to the point where they can perform, and they perform incredibly well. I want to see what else Rune Eaters have in their back pockets besides this Martis. I mean, considering that the Battleman was banned, when they have a lot of crowd control, they must have a pretty nasty Battleman to really have that kind of respect.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know what else is in the Rune Eaters' pockets, and it could be deep for all we know. But at the very least, we know that Mongols they have a sense about them, and it seems like they have got more information about this team than what we've been let on with. With that being said, though, that's only our very first game. There's still an entire series to close out here. But first, we're gonna go on a quick break, and when we come back, more Mobile Legends action.
The games of the future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break and try out Kazakh national food. Let's see what we have here. Bawarsak, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it?
영어로 할래. 야미. 야미. 오. 진짜 맛있다.
Fluffy inside, outside fried.
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to Gent. It is a sweet dish made from roasted millet, butter, and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions.
It is very good.
Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out Kort, dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions.
You're pretty strong, man. It's very fried as well.
These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to Kuimiz. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Pour me up 5 glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have water.
What do you say?
Asbolsen.
And we are back. Currently, the Rune Eaters have already set the tone for these series. Currently at match point against MongolZ, an internationally proven team. And the Rune Eaters are showing that the rest of the world just hasn't seen them first, LaFell. This may be a first for us. But if they take this series 2-0, do you think the Rune Eaters can go far?
I really feel like they can, because I feel like part of the advantage, because okay, their region here, Rune Eaters playing in, you know, Kazakhstan, Astana area. Honestly, even during the Asian games, even during ISF, they are very impressive, Gideon. Like I actually feel like they're a region, you know, let's say they have a MPL like league, they can really show up, where they were able to make Martis work. I feel like that might be a pocket pick, but I also feel like they have other things they can show off. For now, the Mongols, they're banning out Fanny, they're banning out Marcel. Rune Eaters, they're banning out the Aurora. They did ban out the Yisenshin earlier. I wonder if they want to go for that again. But I feel like as long as you ban Freya, it should be good, because Freya is just a monster no matter what.
Absolutely. I think that Freya, no matter what, has to go, and then they kind of only have like one ban left. Kind of work around everything that they're looking to get rid of. And at least now that the Aurora is gone, the real question is whether or not the Mongols want to kind of let go of the Atlas now that they are currently on blue side. They could look to just ban out Valentina and keep it very, very traditional, but at the same time, that does mean that the first picks here around the mid laners generally is going to get annoyed when you have to deal with Barats on the opposite end.
Yeah. So now I wonder what other bans that the Mongols will do, because do they want to ban out the Selena? Like, do they want to respect it that much? Because it is pretty annoying, right? It is pretty annoying. And then against Selena, it's less about counters and more that you hope the Selena suck.
I mean, there's also just, you know, having insane movement and just dodging it, you know, like sidestepping it like a regular person. But it looks like they're keeping something similar. Like Mongols are getting rid of the Esmeralda, something that they banned out in game number 1. And now Rune Eaters are left with that last question. What is that final ban going to be? Are we going to, you know, disrupt this Valentina plus giant AoE setters like Atlas and Belleric to be left on the table? Or do they just disrupt it by taking at least one or banning out the Valentina straight up?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, they banned out the Atlas. So do they want to first pick a Belleric just to like deny that annoying hero? But they picked up the Bushido. Interesting, only because they didn't pick up the Bushido before. So I wonder what's going to change here. Do they try to get Yisenshin blue 3?
They could go for it. I mean, let's not forget about the other scalers, right? There's still we've seen Harley, we've seen Yishin, we've seen Ling to enable a double fighter style composition, which again, it feels like what Mongols wouldn't mind actually playing at this point now that they've got the Bushido on their side. But it's still up for grabs. And Rune Eaters at this point, it makes sense that Barats is going to be part of the lineup. But how else do they want to kind of like throw different questions at the Mongols? How else do they want to try and skew this draft into their favor and influence them, particularly in the gold lane, right?
Yeah. Well, they pick up the Selena early again alongside with the Belleric. So the reason why I bring up the Yisenshin up is because it is one of Zixora's better heroes, and it was banned out in game number 1. Game number 2 is not banned out. So if they pick it up now, great. If they don't, 100% it will get banned out later unless they show off their jungler here. So yes, they do go for the Yisenshin. So the real question is, do they go for the EXP now? No, they go for the Eudora. Just to... Honestly, Eudora is a pretty good pick against the Selena. Not great because you don't have mobility to dodge the arrows, but in case someone else gets caught, you can stun her. So it's like a 50-50. Like if you get caught, womp womp, you know, but if someone else get caught, then you can help out.
Yeah, I don't know. It's starting to look like Mongol, well, at least Rune Eaters are looking to set up a pretty similar composition to what they wanted to play in game number 1. Now, this time at least, they get the Melissa in that first phase. The second phase, I think the Martis probably is going to get banned out. The Cho, smartly enough, you know, looking one step ahead here for the side of the Rune Eaters. They immediately get rid of it. I think that they don't even have to worry about the Valentina at this stage of the game anymore, now that Eudora has been locked in. Real question is whether or not they can get like a winning EXP matchup. They can do that in both Barats alongside with something a little safer, and in this case that's going to be Lapu Lapu, which is pretty good at jumping on these like immobile targets like the Eudora and can anti-CC through. And same problem if they get the Martis as well in the jungle.
Looking at Mongol's lineup, I just wonder if they're crazy enough to be like, you know what, never mind. Let's put the Paquito in the EXP and instead have a early game marksman like the Brody, like the I would say Harif Brody, Bruno. Yeah, Bruno was the one that I was trying to catch. But nah, doesn't feel like the Mongols though. Doesn't really feel that way.
It doesn't, but at the same time, they get rid of the Uranus. So they're trying to sell the idea that this is supposed to be like, you know, Paquito going into the EXP. They're getting rid of the sandbags. And if this is going to be a Marat's ban from the Mongols after what Rune Eaters throw out, it would make a lot of sense. But at the same time, they're running out of bans. They're running out of options with things that deal a decent amount of damage in the early stages of the game. And if the Rune Eaters can actually play a little bit cleaner and utilize this Melissa well, they should be able to siege their way all the way to the inhibitor turrets, because if they're getting rid of the setters, yep, they're also getting rid of the Gathod.
Yeah. Honestly, we saw earlier SRG with the Melissa as well as Selena. It is pretty nasty once you get a little bit ahead, just because you get punished for taking care of your turrets. They're banning out the Fovea is pretty good ban as well, but that also sells that this Paquito might go into the EXP. Now the Barats gets picked up, so Paquito doesn't like that. I kind of feel like the Paquito has to go goalie now.
Yeah, I'm surprised they caught rid of the Phobias. I think they can still play around the Phobias. It's not like the worst matchup in the world. I mean, yes, previously it used to deal a lot more damage, but now they've kind of changed it up, and I think this is why they were setting up for the Arlet at the end of the day. Now they've got plenty of counter-engaging. Saber at the end just for you, LaFell. They've been listening to the entire broadcast, haven't they?
Hey, yeah, dude, I called it just too early. All right,
I called it 3 series too early.
I was dreaming about a Saber, so I'm like, something's gonna happen.
Truly manifested.
It's a bit too late.
Truly manifested. I mean, it had to be a completely new day here in Malaysia before we see Saber show up. But at the same time, there's like a lot of nice targets. His Exora's looking kind of nice. Eudora's also kind of looking nice. But there's also plenty of CC and counter play to the triple sweep. So let's see it here. Rune Eaters, they've already impressed me a lot with the Martis. I want to see whether the Saber is going to find the exact same type of value in the early stages of the game, and whether or not Mongols can actually survive up until the late where they had the best odds.
Well, we're jumping into the land of dawn here, where we got to see whether the Mongols can really get back into form with Zexora back on the Eastern Shin. Looking at the emblem setup here, looks like everything is well and dandy. The only thing is, Tashtik looks like he's going for that pull yourself together, so expect a lot of flickers coming in from this Bellery.
Yep, it's going to be a lot of just hard engagements here, as it should be, especially when you're on that Bellery. It's nice to see that now we're moving away from the revitalizers and more into big setters, which has always been very fun to kind of watch, especially for the esports scene. Not to mention our viewers out there, they just want to see things explode, right? That's the general idea. We'll see how first Little Wanderer is going to be played, because Ulf instantly can break it open. He gets caught by the stun here, but he's got to be careful, right? Because at the end of the day, this glue is a problem.
Yep. Ovid is doing, again, an amazing job on the Selena, single-handedly securing that Little Wanderer, and now just completely controlling the map. Yeah, the glue is going to be a problem, but no, that's just it. Glue is going to be a problem. Well, right now it looks like, Ovid gets caught. Ox gets the kill, but mainly from the help of K. I wonder if K got really upset after that Moscow game. He's like, you know what, give me a fire. give me something that can punch some people.
Oh, man. And he's found it, right? Now with the early assist, he's going to be walking back in the lane with a little bit of extra gold, extra pocket money. But that top side is not having a fun time. And you can see that Mumu is just like, please, 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 dear God, don't zone me out. No, please. And they've already got the shove. He's not going to be able to hit level 4 on time. So they're really...
Oh, looks like Tashtik able to get a kill onto Ox. And as the stun goes through, we went to the EXP. Momo looking pretty low. Zuki wins the lane again. But again, like, that's no surprise though, right? I mean, like, Arlet going up against Barats. I don't see Arlet winning that one.
Oh, yeah.
Unless with Sanford.
Yeah, I mean, you're generally never winning that, but Dayton is welcome. Connects.
Oh, hits onto Zexora, flickers forward. Tashtik gets both of them, and then both of them gets double kill. Tashtik secures that one, as any good Roman would.
First with the tree, first with the spit, then with the tree. King Verb, okay. Does he have his retribution up? Yeah, okay. He should be able to secure this, no problem. He's got that purple buff. It's so worth it. I mean, it's still worth it. Regardless, even if you're giving it over to Selena, at least she doesn't have to like recall so early just to get her mana or waste her regenerate just to maintain presence in this lane. But yeah, you're right. She absolutely did get it. And again, look at the punishment specifically on towards Glue, right? I mean, ideally you want to hit, you know, main key in the back, but if you happen to hit Glue, that's more than enough. Just keep chunking them. Look at the damage.
Oh yeah, damage is quite a lot. And now gets stunned up again. Saber even going in with the ult, super unnecessary, but cool points be damned. King Verb gets another kill.
Yep, it's already looking super, super good. Not to mention that I'm pretty sure he's building a calamity. Okay, the Starlium Scythe first item.
For who, Oven?
Yeah.
I mean, why not, dude? Why not? At this point, you're like, who needs to stop their regen? Who needs to stop them from getting heals? Look at Bushido. He's going for a Hunter Strike, not a War Axe. We can do that.
Yeah, I mean, he is playing in the gold lane, so technically he still needs to, you know, be some kind of threat. And the Hunter Strike is just a great first item, especially in the early stages. You can definitely, just with that one singular item, you can already win trades and find solo kills onto the Saber, Selena, and even the Melissa in these points. But right now, okay, I mean, he's been held back in lane for a little bit, and these gold crabs have been difficult to actually contest overall because he's getting zoned out. But with minimal... Oh, okay. All right. They've thrown a lot of ults here. I think this is a free purple, right? They can get Retribution out of Zixora.
Not able to get Momo, and then Momo gets caught again, and then chain CC. Oh my god, this is such an annoying comp to deal with. Zixora has nowhere to go. Both of them are pretty low. Can you get the kill? Yes, you can. But not before Olvin gets a kill for himself as well. But I feel like Zixora is okay with that, getting the double kill, and then this guy piercer.
Dude, Zixora's so low, but he's got the turtle bow, and now they even capitalize on this, managing to get at least one over onto Makey. They're just gonna back away entirely. They're like, this is just not worth it. Unless, hold on.
Oh my god! Oh my goodness, Olvin! You monster, you got! Oh, you died, but who cares?
Oh my, I mean,
dude, my neighbors are so upset with me right now.
Understandably so. Understandably so. I cannot believe. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, I can't believe he actually got away with that. I was thinking that, like, hey, Zixora is gonna, like, you know, take his time with this, right? Or at the very least, communicate with everybody so they could all just burst it down at the same time. But it just doesn't matter when Olvin can do motions like that when he's 3-1-4 at that point of time. Now 3-2-4. He doesn't mind dying for it at any point. How else can the Rune Eaters accelerate this game, honestly?
Guess by not dying, that would actually help quite a bit. But
yeah, nobody expects the insurance policy to pay you out straight away. It takes a little bit of time.
Well, King Verb gets a kill, so that's well and dandy. And now the Selena gets stunned, but still able to get away.
Here, let me do the play-by-play of King Verb's finding the solo kill. He dashes, triple sweep, opening swords, and he's dead.
You know what? Accurate.
Pretty accurate.
Super accurate. Yeah, pretty accurate. But hey, you know what? The thing that I always say, if you don't have a Sky Piercer, you can die. I guess the bad thing is I don't see it in game, but I'll work on that. I'll work on that.
Yeah, we'll work on it. And not to mention that at least for King Verb, he's not going for the Sky Piercer. He's not interested. But we get the Starlium Scythe by Ulven at this stage of the game, and building up to a DHS here for the side of Riz. They're getting pretty close to all the things that they absolutely need. But what's crazier is the fact that this Belleric somehow has 3 kills in his side and is still making plays.
Well, he's wanting more kills here, and he will not get Ulven. Finally gets that one. And as a roamer, Gideon, it's all part of Day's job. Now Trashtik just tries to zone them away, but in the back we see King Verb 1v1 against Momo. Momo tries to get away, cannot get away from this Saber. Saber even survived the Eudora ult. Now he's just waiting. He's done.
Oh, what?
He's dead. You still want to go for that dash? It could have been so cool if you just let him die by the trap.
Oh my goodness. The way, I mean, Rune Eaters, they definitely have synergy there. That is some natural synergy between the mid laner and jungler. King Verb and Ulven using the, oh wait, hold on.
pick just gets done, but he was able to actually get quite a bit there. I mean, he wasted their time. I think that's good enough because all the while Rune Eaters is able to get the mid as well as the turtle, and now 4 members. Oh no, yep. Hey, good on Zuki. I knew he wasn't gonna die, but
Yeah.
I didn't thought he would just dodge everything.
I mean, he did, but it did cost him pretty much everything. All of his battle spells, you know, his ult as well on top of it all. And Mongols, they're just so behind. I mean, we look at the goldie, it's currently 4K at this stage of the game. If it develops to at least a 7K for the Rune Eaters, I think this game is kind of done, right? A majority of their power spikes will be finished, and I think that even for Mumu, unless he's building some kind of like tanky items or at the bare minimum of Queen's Wings, actually, would a Queen's Wings even matter at this point? I mean, if King Verba, he already has the War Axe, so he's max stacked on it. I don't think it would matter.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like even
armor,
if Rune,
thank God.
Yeah, I feel like even if Rune Eaters get 7K ahead, I feel like they have the Malaysian showmanship, you know? It's like, we're winning too much, you know, let's throw just a little bit, give them a fighting chance, and then once they get comfortable, then we destroy them, you know?
Yeah,
just a bit of that Malaysian finesse.
Yeah, you know, equality at its finest. Really, it really is.
Equality.
I mean, that's true. You know, you got to make sure if you're earning more, you got to pay your taxes so it evens it out at the end of the day so that everybody can have a good time. But the truth is, I don't know if the Rune Eaters would like to be that generous. And I mean, considering that the previous game dragged out so long because the Mongols were able to find a turnover fight, I think they just got to keep it clean. They've already got the snowball at this stage. The question is, how do they get converted into structures? I think that's the biggest problem we've seen here so far for the Rune Eaters. As much as they're leading,
able to get one, and looks like he's able to get the Arlet, and now Tastic even flickers forward where he doesn't need to. Gets multiple members, but now look at Olvin. Olvin is somewhere now. And K gets away from Zuki as well as Riz4T.
Oh man, things could not get worse. And I mean, these fights have been very decisive for the Rune Eaters. 17-8 so far. They should be able to get this Lord for free. And I hope they really take advantage of this Lord. I'm really looking for them to actually open up a crater in the inhibitor. Once they open up an inhibitor, then they can start playing the macro. And then we'll really see what the high heights of the Rune Eaters truly are macro-wise.
Honestly, like, they have no reason why they couldn't end this because there's not a lot of wave clear, and then K gets knocked up, triple sweep, gets the kill there, and then even Ox gets traded as well. Yeah, they have no excuse. They really should end this. They have the Melissa, they have the Selena. There's no way. Oh, no, even getting one. Boom, gets him, and now Riz4T deals free damage onto Zexora, and now they're getting this mid. This should be GG's, Gideon.
Yeah, this should be GG's, but first they gotta get rid of the whole the holy shielding. That's gone, and now they still have a full healthy Lord as they kill Makey, and now looking for the endgame scenario.
Yep, and now look at this. The glue tries to stop them, able to get on top of someone. No, not really. Riz4T using the go away, able to stop in his tracks, and now K, half HP, tries to go in. Looks like it's taken down at 11 minutes. Rune Eaters, 24 kills to 9. Defeated the Mongols.
What did I say? 7K and the game's done, and that's exactly how they close things out. The crazy amount of kills. These guys are absolute hunters, and not to mention this Selena able to put in some good work. What an incredible snowball, an incredible showing from the Rune Eaters. I hope to see a little bit more of them. Like, can they play regular? Is this the only way that they play? Really, really fast, really, really hard?
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, the Mongols aren't pushovers. They're pretty strong.
They are.
They just made them look like whatever.
Which makes you wonder, are there more hidden regions that haven't earned themselves an MPL or MCT? I can't wait. And hopefully they develop even more. Take the hugs in right now, because every single one of these wins is an increase in the prize pool for them. And for a region that doesn't have as many tournaments, I would only imagine that this could be some life-changing money, or to show that everybody, this is a real job.
It is a real job. Sometimes it feels unreal. But that's it. We just finished all of our series for today. We have more for tomorrow. I'm guessing we'll see the updates on the brackets and everything, just to see who will be playing tomorrow. Because I feel like tomorrow we're just gonna be watching the the lower bracket games.
Yeah, well, we'll see what exactly the schedule is going to be, but there's just a lot of like awkward moments here in the early game, like a huge mistake, especially for Zexora, for using the traceless before the Detna's welcome was gonna spit his friend back at him. He could have easily dodged that, no problem, but it's those moments that create the snowball necessary for Rune Eaters to start walking into enemy territory. And I thought maybe this entire team is dependent on the king himself and of course Ulven, but everybody else is playing really, really well. Like, I gotta give it to the EXP laner, Zuki here, doing a great job finding priority targets, and honestly, he is dying for a good cause.
Full respects to the Mongols. They're our personal friends, but dude, Rune Eaters, they are at a different level here. I'm surprised. Now I want to see them going up against, like, I don't want to say this, but like higher echelon teams, just to see like how they really scale up. I'm gonna see here. They will. Ooh, okay. Well, I will get my answer. They'll be going up against Selangor Giants.
Woo, that's gonna be a fun one, because if we're talking about mechanical teams, SRG, they like to flex it a lot, and I think Rune Eaters are more than happy to actually test their mettle against them compared to a more macro-centric team. And I mean, this guy, give it up. That's some personality. He's got the switch. Oh my goodness, he's got the freaking butterfly knife hairpin. Oh, give it to him. Give it to him. Daizuki.
That's Zuki.
Zuki.
Yeah.
I'm looking at him. EXP laners from this region are great.
Actually, I feel like EXP laners internationally, like, they have the personality, man.
That's what we've been missing.
Everyone else is kind of like,
Well, that's because most of them are scared, and once you kind of let those rules go, they show you how to have a good time. Man, I gotta pull back. I gotta see what he wrote on that piece of paper. I need to know now.
Yeah, I actually think that he was using like a pen. He should be using something like a marker so that it actually pops out on camera. Well, I mean, like, he might even put in a language that we don't understand.
Actually, that's a good point. I failed to forget that maybe it wasn't exactly in the language we could read anyways. But either way, give it up for the MVP here. It's going to be Tashtik here. So good on the follow-ups. Like, I don't think he really missed the beat from the Detna's welcomes, and especially when you're working with Zuki, who's already catching some primary targets. The fact that Tashki is not only chaining the CC, but reaching further and beyond to get people like Zexora, making sure that even Mumu can't really play the game at all.
Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like I'm gonna use more of Pull Yourself Together in most of my Flicker dependent roamers, because hey, he makes it look pretty good. And at this point, I guess I don't really need tenacity. I just need to set for my team.
Yeah, you just need to set for your team and then start a snowball right from the very first fight. That's generally how it goes. But now we look at our category here. The day is done. We've had Falcons already taking their win. Free bye here. DianFengYaoGuai 2-1 against Entity 7. BTR actually 2-1 against Vamos. Foot taking a 2-0 against the Bushido Wildcats. On the opposite end, SRG take out Aurora 2-0. MongolZ 2-0 against RE. And then even ONIC versus Pro 2-0, Geekay 7 2-0 sweeps.
Wait, stop. RE is 2-0 on MongolZ. Yeah.
Hey, don't worry about that. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
Everybody knows.
You guys know. The numbers are difficult, Gideon. I figured it out in primary school.
Yeah, and don't worry. I'm sure it will get corrected in just a bit. But overall, it's been a great set of games. And I think that now, Rune Eaters have put themselves in a pretty good position against the Mongols. They've already shown that they can beat them. Now, I want to see them. If they can take down SRG after the showing, and honestly, if they can beat SRG at a mechanical game, even more impressive.
Yeah, those are the games for today, and I gotta say, most of the games really were more mechanical than macro. Even Aurora going up against SRG was all about flexing their muscles, so I don't see that change for tomorrow. I think the only one that's like more macro was Vamos against Vitality, and that's not the one that we watch. And a lot of the conversation was on NACO not performing that well. Hopefully for tomorrow, they get to perform because they are at the lower bracket. Lower bracket, once you lose, you're out of the competition. Only 3 teams gets to make it out of groups.
Yep. The truth is,
3 teams from each group. Yeah.
Yeah. And the truth is, you know, once you get into that second life, the pressure is on you. Everybody's going to be waiting for the moment where you see to rise above the rest. That being said, though, thank you so much for everybody who's tuned in all the way to the very end. This is, of course, the Final Games of the Future 2026 Mobile MOBA category for MLBB. My name is Gideon Q, and of course, LaFell is my co-caster, signing off for today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
Connected, that is ESPORTSTV. Got a smartphone absolutely free. That is ESPORTSTV. Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.